Hey Quirky, Whatif here. What if Deku was never truly alone, because the greatest villain in history had been watching him from the shadows his entire life? Izuku Midoriya always believed he was just a quirkless nobody desperately chasing the dream of becoming a hero. But unknown to him, he is actually the secret son of All for One himself. While Deku struggles through UA life, his real father slowly begins manipulating everything around him from the darkness. And the scariest part? Deku doesn't even realize it's happening. One by one, girls from classes 1A and 1B begin getting closer to him. Some genuinely fall in love with the broken green-haired boy, while others secretly work under All for One's influence to slowly guide Deku toward villainy. Love becomes manipulation. Friendship becomes temptation. Every emotional wound pushes Deku one step closer to the edge. As the girls fight between protecting his heart or obeying his father's plans, Deku unknowingly stands at the center of a dangerous game that could completely change the future of hero society forever. Will the girls save him from the darkness? Or will their love become the very thing that turns Deku into the next symbol of fear? Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1, Gran Torino POV. I left the house today to do some grocery shopping, and this is what I get as I am on my way to the store. I thought to myself as I see the impossible, a carbon copy of All for One but younger. I would wager he is 13, 15 the absolute most. This doesn't make sense. Toshinori said he killed him 5 years ago. Maybe the bastard used a quirk to bring himself back from the brink of death. Then why was he suddenly so much younger, a side effect of whatever quite he used maybe. I should follow him to be sure. It is probably just my imagination and the dementia messing with me. I followed him and the girl he was with. No way this is him. Just being with her draws attention to him. If he was trying to hide from us like this, he would not allow himself to be anywhere near her in public. The girl has pink skin and fuzzy mop hair like his, matching her skin color as well. She had 2 antennae and black eyes with yellow pupils. Hopefully it is just a mutation quirk. That is when a bomb went off down the street and they made it there to be at the front of the crowd, with myself falling right behind them as they found their spot to watch. Looks like this guy's body emits some sort of explosive paste, but I don't think he lighted by himself. The kid with white hair and green eyes muttered, pulling a notebook out of nowhere taking notes. How can you be so sure? The pink one asked him, leaning against him to look at the book. Is she blushing purple? Makes sense since her skin is already pink. Look at the homemade flamethrower he made using a blowtorch, he stated, pointing out the weapon. Can he really tell that just from the weapon? Only 2 people have been analyzed a quirk that quickly in my life, Nana and All for One. I turned back to him to see a look of joy on his face as some officers almost got blown to pieces. Sick bastard. As always, he just loves destructive quirks, especially testing them on people. Out of the way, Gramps, this tall guy with black hair said, shoving past me and others to lean on the police safety fence to watch. Rude bastard. Oh well, I got to help them deal with the villain, and quickly. I used my quirk to get above the crowd and land beside some officers. Need any help? I said, putting down my grocery bag and ignoring All for One for the moment. Gran Torino, thank God you are here. A young rookie I helped a few months back said, coming up to me. Widen the barrier and get behind your cars while I handle this, I said, stretching my arms while they get back. What the hell is this? The criminal asked, sneering at me. Inexperienced brat. Does he take me for a weakling just because I am not in my prime anymore? They must be really desperate if they have sent in a fossil like you, he said, mocking me. Yup, he is definitely an idiot. This should be fast. I use my quirk to quickly move to right in front of him, barely lifting myself off the ground. Then I fly up before he can realize what is happening to knock him off balance and make him fall back. What the hell? He shouted as I swooped back down to kick the weapon out of his hand before getting behind him. I moved in to kick just as he turns around on his elbows, resulting in my kick to his face. I then rebounded back against the wall before going up above his head. As he was clutching his broken nose, I came down on him, knocking him out cold. Someone get inside and check on the victim while the rest restrain him, I said, walking back to my grocery bag to get an apple. You heard him, let's hurry, one of the officers said as everyone rushed forward. As the crowd started to disperse, I realized I lost track of him. Damn, it looks like I need to give Toshinori a call now to let him know. I dialed him up after I gave the brief, basically instant report to the officers. Gran Torino, what can I do? Toshinori asked me, making me raise an eyebrow at his carefree tone. Granted, I haven't told him yet, so as far as he knows, nothing is wrong. I just saw All for One, I said, waiting for him to respond. But all I can hear is quiet before I hear him coughing up blood. I know it would shock him, but seriously. Are you absolutely sure of what you saw? He asked me with worry in his voice. For good reason too. If he was still alive, Toshinori most likely would not be able to beat him in his current state. He looked like 13 or 15 years old, but yeah, a carbon copy of him, I said, hoping I was wrong in my assumption. It's impossible, I killed him with own 2 hands. He responded back to me. But as I recall, they never did recover a corpse from the fire, and I don't think his whole body would be reduced to ash by such a simple flame. I retorted, always having a gnawing feeling in my gut since that day. Where is this child you think is him now? He asked me with less nervousness than before and more doubt. Him and the girl he was with walked away with the rest of the crowd. I said, sighing. Tell me the descriptions, I will ask Naomasa to keep an eye out for them. Toshinori said to me, probably thinking I lost my mind, but I know what I saw, it was him. Well, you already know his features, but well, younger, and he also had freckles. I said, feeling like I was stating the obvious. The other had pink skin and pink hair with I got cut off by the brat before I could finish. Why would he be with someone who stands out that badly? He asked me, confused. You think I know the answer. Now shut up and let me finish. I shouted, getting a quiet I'm sorry from him. She also has large messy hair, black eyes with yellow pupils, and 2 antennae coming from the top of her head. I finished, getting silence again. I was about to yell at him and threatened to break my cane over his head when he responded. There is no way that is him, but alright, if anything comes up I will let you know. He said, hanging up on me. Damn it. And here I thought things were finally over. Guess I was wrong, wasn't I? Looks like he will have to make up with Night Eye soon if we want to stop this. I put my phone down that I was still holding onto and went to get some milk from my fridge. IZUKUPOV. I left the house today to meet with Mina and do some clothes shopping in Hasu. I woke up at 8 a.m. and left by 9 a.m. to meet her at the train station to catch the 9:30 train to Hasu. Ever since what I did for her when we're little, she has always been adamant about making sure she was waiting for me. Even though I tell her it is nothing, she still sometimes acts like those personal maids you would see in a rich person's mansion. Speaking of that, we invited Yuga, but he said he had plans with his parents already. Maybe next time we can go as one big group next time with all the others. I get to the train station at 9:11 and see Mina waving to me to come over. As I get closer, I notice she already has the tickets in her hands. As always, she bought mine for me. You know, you don't have to show up early just to buy my ticket for me, I said, pulling out my wallet as she raises her hand. How many times do I have to tell you that you don't have to pay me back for your tickets? She asked me, pouting. Every time I try to. I scratched my head. Have gone through this lecture of hers plenty of times before. Exactly. No matter how many times you say it is nothing, it is because of you I can still study to be a hero, she said, pushing my ticket into my hand and pulling me by that hand to the platform. We grabbed spots on a bench beside a vending machine, so I bought us some juice. Grabbed her orange juice as a high-acid diet works better for her quirk, and I got myself iced coffee. The sweet kind, as I have a bit of a sweet tooth, though the normal one is alright, but if I have the option I will always pick the sweet one. The moving sale for that clothing store with all the hero brands is today, right? Nina asked me with her trademark goofy smile. I only remembered it was a sale. As always, you keep better track of things than me, I said, amazed how well kept she can be. I mean, despite how smart she says I am, I always lose track of time by mumbling. Case in point, when she suddenly pulls me up only to see her guiding me onto the train. I didn't even hear it coming. I got to admit I was surprised, even more so than usual. I really should do something about getting lost in thought like that, but then again, Mina is getting a good laugh out of it. Once we got to Hasu, we made our way to the store when we heard an explosion. Let's check that out, I said as I hurried towards the noise. Luckily, we managed to snag some spots right at the front of the police safety fence. Before I knew it, I was pulling out my notebook and started jotting down notes. Looks like this guy's body emits some sort of explosive paste, but I don't think he lighted by himself, I said, writing down the sheer volume he seemed to be producing every few seconds. How can you be so sure? Nina asked me, looking a little purple. Did she get winded from trying to keep up with me? Looks like I owe her an apology. Look at the homemade flamethrower he made using a blowtorch, I stated, pointing out the weapon he was using. From what I could tell, he took a blowtorch and added some sort of secondary canister right below the tip, most likely filled with propane. When he presses the trigger for the flame, he is also pressing the trigger for the propane. This allows him to extend it towards the flame to reach the paste he tosses, causing a mid-range explosion. As always, quirks are so amazing, plus oh watch, especially when the individual tries to complement it with the right support gear. An old man out of nowhere used his quirk to get above the crowd and land safely beside some officers, and looks like he was an old pro who was out grocery shopping. Need any help? He said, putting down his grocery bag. Gran Torino, thank God you are here, a young officer said, coming up to him and informing him of the situation. Widen the barrier and get behind your cars while I handle this, a hero named Gran Torino said, stretching his arms while they got us and themselves back. What the hell is this? The criminal asked, sneering at him. What a dumbass, looking down on a clearly long-lived pro. They must be really desperate if they have sent in a fossil like you, he said, like a complete jackass. Oh yeah, according to my research a few weeks ago, this hero was in the top 30 for most of his career. This new guy is definitely going to get his ass beat in about a minute. I just have to wait and see. He used his quirk to quickly move to right in front of the villain, barely lifting himself off the ground. Then Gran Torino flew up before he could realize what was happening, giving the old pro his chance to knock him off balance and make him fall back. What the hell? The wannabe villain shouted as he swooped back down to kick the weapon out of his hand before getting behind him. He moved into kick just as the villain turns around on his elbows, resulting in a kick to his face. Gran Torino then rebounded back against the wall before going up above his head. As he was clutching his broken nose, the hero came down on him, knocking him out cold. "Someone get inside and check on the victim while the rest restrain him," he said, walking back to his grocery bag to get an apple. After that, the crowd started to disperse, with Mina quickly dragging me away. She had a worried look on her face for some reason. Now that I think about, me running towards the explosions made her worry. "I am so sorry. I wanted to see the villain's quirk so badly that I didn't realize how dangerous it actually was," I almost shouted, causing her to stop and turn on me. "It's all right after what is it? Almost 10 years of being your friend, I expect this," she said, sighing before turning into a smile like always. "You can make it up to me by telling me how I look in Mount Lady short shorts," Mina said, like always, never missing a chance to tease me ever since her body started to develop more. "I am pretty sure that she has turned me into a tomato. Oh man, this is so embarrassing. Why can't it be like when we were little and I didn't notice her and the others' physical contact? As always, I will trust the fashion choices to you," I said, at this point surrendering myself to her whims. As much as I want top quality everyday clothes, my dad's company main sale products are jewelry and other fancy stuff, like suits, imported shoes from other countries, and dresses, all high-class stuff I feel awkward wearing. That being said, Yuga feels right at home when wearing them. Him and my father have been trying to get me into suits for years. Mina POV. I left the house today to meet with Izuku and do some clothes shopping in Hasu. His dad made it a rule that at least one of us must be with him at all times when he goes out on the weekend, along with his bodyguard, but Izuku does not know about Dad by always following him on the weekends. As far as he knows, he is simply an assistant his dad hired to help his mother with grocery shopping, cleaning, and obviously Izuku combat training. I woke up at 7 a.m. and left by 8 a.m. to make sure that I would arrive and get the tickets well before he woke up. He always says I don't have to wait here early for him, but even if his father didn't tell me to, I would still do it, if for nothing else to make sure I stay ahead of the girls in terms of closeness. That being said, at first it was more like hero worship I felt for him after what he did for me. But lately when I tease, I feel like I genuinely mean it, but as long as I can stay close to him, I will be happy. We were to meet up at the train station to catch the 9:30 train to Hasu to catch a good sale. It was hero brand merchandise like Best Jeanist jeans, Mount Lady perfume, cologne, and a bunch of others. I am honestly surprised some days that his father allow his son hero worship despite him being a criminal. Though the rest of us keep his father's true current job a secret, as far as Izuku knows, he is a former thief who turned his life around to become a successful businessman. Once it reaches 9:11, I see Izuku approaching and wave to him to come over. "You know, you don't have to show up early just to buy my ticket for me," he said, pulling out his wallet as I raises my hand, knowing what he is going to say. "How many times do I have to tell you that you don't have to pay me back for your tickets?" I asked him, unable to stop myself from pouting. Honestly, he is willing to help me cover up my incident from when we were kids, but he is still against killing. Every time I try to, he scratched his head. "The two of us have gone through this lecture of mine plenty of times before." "Exactly. No matter how many times you say it is nothing, it is because of you I can still study to be a hero," I said, pushing his ticket into his hand and pulling him by that hand to the platform. Some days it just doesn't make sense. He can be so sweet yet stomach the sight of a horrendous crime like it's second nature to him. Oh well, like his dad always says, let UA crush his spirits and over time he will come to realize. But this is taking so long. Honestly, I don't even want to a hero other than to help keep Izuku safe in the off chance they let him in. Bullies everywhere think that if you have a powerful quirk they can beat you up and say they are just like All Might. It is because of him there are so many egotistical assholes out there that think might makes right, and All Might probably doesn't even realize it. We grabbed spots on a bench beside a vending machine and Izuku ended up buying us some juice. He ended up grabbing me orange juice as he knows a high-acid diet works better for my quirk. And he got himself iced coffee, the sweet kind, as for as long as I known him he has always had a sweet tooth. The moving sale for that clothing store with all the hero brands is today, right? I asked him with my trademark goofy smile he is always mumbling about. I only remembered it was a sale. As always, you keep better track of things than me, he said, amazed as always at how well kept I am compared to him. I mean, despite how smart he is when it comes to anything hero, he will always end up forgetting the little details. Like right now, for instance, how the announcement said the train will be arriving any second now. In this case, like in many others, I have to pull him up and make sure to get him onto the train. Knowing him, he probably didn't even hear it coming. Though I tried to hold it back, I couldn't help but laugh a little. Once we got to Hasu, we made our way to the store, but along the way I felt someone watching us. I took a discreet sideway glance at the side mirror of a car we were passing to get a look. It appeared to be an old hero in a yellow cape and jumpsuit carrying groceries. On the surface this looks like nothing, but Izuku Dad trained us well enough that as his escorts we could tell when a hero or villain decided to follow us. This creeper was definitely following us, but before I could try to shake him we heard an explosion. "Let's check that out," Izuku said, hurrying towards the noise. Before I knew it, he was pulling out one of his notebook and started jotting down notes. "Looks like this guy's body emits some sort of explosive paste, but I don't think he lighted by himself," he said, writing down notes like a demon. Whenever I see him at a villain versus hero fight like this, he always seemed to be in his element. Before I realized it, I could feel my cheeks heating up thinking about how I could watch him like this for hours and not get bored. "How can you be so sure?" I asked him, trying to divert attention from my probably purple face right now. God damn it, my head must look like a grape right now, a big fuzzy grape. Look at the homemade flamethrower he made using a blowtorch, he stated, pointing out the weapon the guy was using. Honestly, this is really boring. After all the injuries I have seen people get from my acid, this carnival show is nothing. But out of nowhere, an old man used his quirk to get above the crowd and land right beside some officers. And if I had to guess, he was a pro hero, probably strong as hell if he can still fight despite walking with a cane. Need any help? The hero wearing the yellow cape and jumpsuit said, putting down their grocery bag. Gran Torino, thank God you are here, a young officer said, coming up to him and informing him of the situation. By the looks of it, he is well known around here. I will have to inform Izuku Dad later tonight. Widen the barrier and get behind your cars while I handle this, the hero named Gran Torino said, stretching his arms while they got us and themselves back. The police seem to have no problems taking orders from this old man. Now I am curious to see how strong he is. What the hell is this? The criminal asked, sneering at him. What a dumbass, even I would not make the mistake of underestimating a hero. They must be really desperate if they have sent in a fossil like you, he said, already telling me what would come next. If the look Izuku has on his face is any indication, I am going to see an ass whooping. This new guy is going to be choking on his blood and some concrete before this old guy is done with him. He used his quirk to quickly move to right in front of the villain, barely lifting himself off the ground. Then Gran Torino flew up before he could realize what was happening, giving the old pro his chance to knock him off balance and make him fall back. What the hell? The wannabe villain shouted as he swooped back down to kick the weapon out of his hand before getting behind him. He moved into kick just as the villain turns around on his elbows, resulting in a kick to his face. Gran Torino then rebounded back against the wall before going up above his head. As he was clutching his broken nose, the hero came down on him, knocking him out cold. Someone go inside and check on the victim while the rest restrain him, he said, walking back to his grocery bag to get an apple. After that, I immediately started to quickly drag Izuku away, the crowd dispersing on their own. And thanks to Dabai trying to discreetly force his way through the crowd, causing them all to start moving. I am so sorry, I wanted to see the villain's quirk so badly that I didn't realize how dangerous it actually was, he almost shouted, which would have caused the hero who was following us earlier to find us and continue his pursuit. I stopped and turned to him to say anything, so long as it kept him quiet for a few more blocks. It's all right after what is it? Almost 10 years of being your friend, I expect this, I said, sighing before giving him my goofiest smile possible, like always. You can make it up to me by telling me how I look in Mount Lady short shorts, I said, like always enjoying the chance to tease him. Seeing him turn red as a tomato, this never gets old no matter how many times I see it. As always, I will trust the fashion choices to you, he said, at this point surrendering himself to my whims. Oh, I am definitely going to have fun today, even if I am surrounded by all that hero-endorsed crap. Chapter 2. And this chapter will show how my version of Deku still shows his father's villain-like traits but balances them out with his heroic side. Also, this the first in a long while that I have written in third person, so might make some mistakes. After someone pointed that repeating the same scene over from multiple POV is a bit weird, I decided to experiment and alter my writing style a bit. If I am lucky, this way will produce a better story than my usual format. So I hope you will let me know in the reviews if any of you felt strongly either way about which way I write. At Takoba Municipal Beach Park, it was supposed to be a quiet dump day as usual for the group of men coming by when Mei and Izuku were collecting materials. This group looked like less than civilized individuals if one took a look in their direction. They looked at these two children wondering why they were hauling off the trash their boss told them to dump. Get the hell away from here, you dumbs kids, the largest of the men said, stomping up to Mei. Oh, more materials to pick from. They exclaimed, running up to the group's large truck. The materials, the more babies I can make. Let's see what they brought me today, she thought to herself. Izuku was trying to tell me something while pulling me by my arm, but I ignored him. At least I tried, until I got punched in the face by this burly man standing before me. Mei, Izuku shouted as he ran up to her to help her up after she got punched. Granted, he did think it was okay to invade the personal space and property of the criminal dropping off materials, though knowing Mei, she was so excited about the new materials she did not even realize what they were. Unless you want to get the mayor to throw your family out of the city, then I suggest you get out of here, he said, gesturing the other 4 men behind him to start unloading. God damn, I know the boss bribes him to let him dump the garbage removal from his business here. But no one said we had to deal with weirdos like this bitch, but who knows, maybe we can have some fun. On second thought, if you don't want your families to pay, then you 2 little ladies can come and entertain us for a while, the man said, licking his bottom lip as he looked the pair up and down, his men also sneering our way in delight. God damn it, I knew I should have come here with a half-burnt track truck suit instead of Mei insisting she let me borrow one of hers. Even if they do fit well, to get mistaken as a girl by this creep as girl because of it is enough to make me vomit. But after what he just said to Mei and about our families, I am far more pissed than I am disgusted. I know a hero should not resort to violence, but they making me seriously reconsider murder right now. Izuku thought this all, thinking for a few seconds before respond with a question of his own. What does the mayor have to do with your crime? I said, raising a question I already knew the answer to. He is the one that lets our boss dump people's crap here, all for just a few extra bucks on the side. he said, sneering at the kids. Even if I tell them this, who is gonna believe them? Or even better, what can they actually do? Screw you, jackass, Izuku said quietly enough that they barely heard it. He picked up Mei bridal style and began walking us back to her house before they started following us. But as they did, he bit his own lip, tasting his own blood, and let his quirk activate, causing them all to nearly pass out. I held back so as not to reveal my full hand yet. A few days later at Midoriya household. A few days have passed, and when Mei was with me and the others at my house hanging out, I got a call from her parents. Apparently the police have come by looking for a girl with pink hair and a girl with white hair, who also had freckles on her face. Luckily the police weren't exactly trying too hard to find me. Either they did not want to waste time with these guys' nonsense, or felt it was more trouble than I was worth. Either way, less trouble for me the better. Hey Mina, Ryuko, Dabai, I think I am going to need your help with something, I asked them, all nodding with smiles. Especially Mina, as knocking people down a few pegs was her favorite thing to do. That and break dancing. I would add teasing me to her list, but that seems more instinctive than thought of. A few days ago at the dumping business office. As we made our way back into the office, I saw my boss at the back of the room. Per usual, he was enjoying his usual beer while counting the money set aside for the mayor. He is not going to be happy about it, but I better tell him now so he doesn't complain later. Hey boss, I got some bad news, I said as he frowned slightly inside. Which blue-suited pig is trying to stir up a ruckus this time? He said, scratching his bald head. Even if the mayor turns a blind eye, these fresh-faced young cops don't know when to stop unless till you force them to. Actually, sir, it was a couple of young girls. One of them had a quirk that almost knocked us out immediately, I said, swearing I could see a vein bulging on his forehead. I tried to threaten them using the mayor like you tell us to do, but they weren't even fazed. Me and the boys almost flinching when the boss slammed his fist onto the desk. Then report them to the police and let the cops find their identities for us, I said, unable to stop myself from smirking as I saw the confused looks on my men's faces. Once you know the names of the two, you and the boys can exercise with them for a night before dumping them on their parents' doorsteps, I said, nearly falling over laughing at the thought of those disrespectful brats begging my guys to forgive them. Understood, I said, grinning as we made our way to the police station. Even if the police only charge them with an illegal use of quirk in public, the boss is right. They will end up finding their names for us, or at least that should have been. Present day at the dumping business office. It has been 3 days since we found out one of their names, but not only did one of them vanish, the other is still unknown. It is just a couple of kids. How the hell are the police so useless? Still nothing, boss? What should we do? I asked after hearing from him that the police already gave up on them. After all, the only one they can charge with a crime is such a minor one that they see no point in wasting police resources on it. At least that is what they say, that and we are apparently pathetic for wasting our times with overly anxious kids. Not quite. Looks like the pink-haired girl came back home last night, so pay them a visit tonight and get the other brat's name from her, I said, tossing my men the paper with her address on it to them. They grinned and went to get themselves ready for tonight's visit. At May house, it was about 11 at night when I heard someone picking my front door's lock. After a few minutes they finally got in, just as I turned around with my cup of tea in hand. Oh, it's all of you again? I owe you 100 or so, I asked them, though it didn't matter. You think 100,000 yen is enough to make up for the pain in the ass you have caused us? The burly man who punched her back then asked. Why the hell was she just sitting there in the dark watching television? Could she have been waiting for us? No way, that would be nuts. Anyways, let's just kill her parents quietly and have some fun with her before we get her to tell us her friend name. Money? I was talking about broken bones, they responded, seeing them go pale a little. Now let's play with them a bit before we send them off to Izuku dad. Alright Ryuko, she slipped her parents a sleeping drug earlier and her house is soundproof, so let's have some fun with our new friends, Setsuna said, grinning as her head floated to in front of the men, her arms closing the door, while Ryuko used her quirk to point a gun held in a mannequin hand at each head, clicking the safety off of the gun to let them know. The men who just realized who they just screwed with were about to be beaten and shot. Now this is what I call a girls' night. At the mayor of Misutafu house. It was about 7 and it had just begun to turn dark when one of the more less than moral heroes he knew came by with a gift. I found her just like you asked, the pro hero known as Smile said, grinning, holding out his hand. As always, he expected payment before handing them over to me. I looked closely at her to see that she fits the description. Don't worry, I already had the guys she messed with double-checked before they went off to pay her pink-haired friend a visit, the hero said, throwing her to the floor face first. Who is she? The mayor asked, thinking to get the paperwork for her parents' quote-unquote overseas job prepared. That's the thing, she has no identification on her whatsoever, he said, getting a displeased look from the mayor before the man sighed. Very well, but at least help my security guards drag her to the cellar for some questions, the mayor said, handing him the money and watching 2 of his security guards show him the way. Looks like I will have to wait a few days to either find out from her or the police. Either one will give me a name soon enough, though for the police I will have to pay close attention to the missing persons reports for a bit. The guards were definitely not the remorseful type if their unfazed expressions from before were anything to go by. Izuku thought this to herself as she was being brought to the cellar while dressed in Mei tracksuit. Do not worry, if you are lucky you will go quick before you have to entertain any of the guards. Quite a few creeps among them if you ask me. Smiles said, chuckling at his sick yet factual joke. This just makes one more less corrupt hero to poison the world with his greed and false conviction. After about 15 minutes of walking we finally made it to the cellar where I was tossed once again onto the floor. This going better than I thought. Now all I have to do is wait for a bit and the others to arrive to join me. After 2 hours or so the guards outside switched places and the new ones decided to come in. But they were quite disappointed as I quickly knocked them out using the chains I escaped from. One of the bodies died from the blunt trauma to the skull, so that left me with the other one to deal with. Delicious. After taking a quick drink I ran upstairs to do the next part of the plan, seeing, as we did not want to risk him getting hurt. When one of the guards was checking a corridor he was suddenly approached by one of his colleagues. That silver-haired girl went nuts and almost broke loose. We need to hurry. The guard nearly shouted, catching the first off guard for a moment. They pulled out their pistols and ran down to the cellar to find 2 bodies slumping against the wall. He did not get to finish his sentence as there was a sudden bang and someone tossed a match on them with the contents of one of their flasks. It was about 10 when the mayor heard a strange noise coming from his office. What the hell are those guards doing? What do they think I pay them for to be here this late? He scoffed and grabbed his own pistol from his nightstand to make his way to the sound's origin, his study. When he turned the doorknob and entered he saw the girl from earlier covered in blood. She was shifting through his files with a maniacal look on her face as she turned to grin at him. He quickly took shots at her as she weaved and ducked past them to reach him. Once she managed to close the gap she knocked him out and giggled before using his cell phone to call Mayhouse and let her know to tell the others. Moments later a portal opened up and the rest of the group came in, wearing tight-fitting clothes, along with woolen hats to make sure that they did not have loose hair and leave any trace of themselves behind. Mina, Yui, Dabai, and Izuku all came through the portal in similar outfits save for Izuku wearing the same as me. Sorry Izuku, but I may gotten desperate and accidentally killed a few guards, I stated as he patted my head. There is no need to worry, we picked up Smiles drunk off his ass and now we just have to set him near them. He said calmly as always. Though he does prefer to cover up a murder scene, some scum need to be murdered and realistically there was no way they could do this without killing people. Izuku and Toga, while still in disguise, took the hero away to the cellar while the others double-checked to leave the cabinet's drawers with the incriminating documents open. They also made sure to call the police so they would get here soon. They also informed the news outlets as well. Once Toga and Izuku returned they got out and knocked him unconscious in a corridor after they heard the police arrive. The guards outside were confused when they saw police and reported show up at 11 at night. Why the hell were they here? Nobody told them anything about this and looked at one another confused. This is the police. We know the mayor and pro-hero Smiles have kidnapped a young child. One of the officers shouted through the bullhorn. Everyone here is under arrest. Surrender peacefully and we will not use lethal force, the police officer said again. This was more than just confusing. Some jackass screwed up and got them all killed. The only thing left to do is basically to shoot our way through them and hope we can make it as criminals on the streets. The guards started firing back and so the police quickly fought back and wounded a few while killing a few as well. After the front was taken care of they made their way to the gate to break the lock. The pro-hero Vlad King they brought along, with Eraserhead made their entrance through the back, cutting off all escape. Vlad, let me go in first. If Smiles uses his gas quirk on you, you're done for, Eraserhead said, earning a nod from his fellow teacher. Smiles had a gas quirk that when inhaled temporarily paralyzed you and froze a smile on your face during said duration. Henceforth why he chose that for his hero name, as twisted as his quirk looked, it was effective at taking down criminals. And if this is true, countless innocents while they were unaware of it going on behind the scenes. Vlad normally would not have woken up this late, saying that Eraserhead was capable of doing this himself. But when he was told another pro-hero was assisting the criminals in kidnapping a child, he hurried to the police station. After being informed about who they were dealing with, he understood why Eraserhead needed backup for this opponent. If a hostage was involved, he would need a powerful long-range attack to swiftly finish the fight. As they were making their way through the manor, they came across a few guards and quickly knocked them unconscious. Along the way they found a young girl with white hair. On second thought maybe it was a boy. In any case, Vlad quickly picked her up and tried to wake her, fortunately getting a quick response. The child with white hair groaned as Vlad and Aizawa smiled, seeing the hostage they came to rescue was alright. Well, mostly alright by the looks of it. They will have to have recovery girl come by the hospital tomorrow to give him a once-over. Are you okay, young man? Vlad asked, unsure of whether or not he got his gender right. The basement, he said groggily, turning his head. It would seem they would have to risk invoking the angry old lady wrath by waking her up tonight. Be careful with her, I will handle Smiles, Eraserhead said, getting a grunt from his colleague and fellow hero. As they made their way down the steps they saw a gruesome sight, more than they were expecting. Smiles in a drunken haze was holding what looked like to be the pistol of one of the guards, laughing at their burnt remains, calling them backstabbing shits. It appears they may have tried to help the child. Perhaps they were the ones who gave us the antonyms tip as to what was going on. It makes sense. Stop right there, Smiles, and you won't die, Aizawa shouted as Smiles turned around to face them. Screw it, this is not the first time I had to kill a loudmouth, he said, charging at Eraserhead. He knew that if he closed the gap in this tight staircase he would have the advantage with his raw strength. What he was not prepared for was Vlad King being right behind him and launching a blood spear point blank at his chest. Vlad knew that they would not be able to bring him in alive and decided to handle it himself. "Duck," he shouted to his coworker as he produced a blood spear. "I know a hero is not supposed to kill, but this is the only way to protect my colleague, and as much I hate to admit it, friend." A few days later at Midoriya household. "I have planned to deal with this," Izuku said, turning to his friends as they perked up at his confidence. Izuku began to explain the plan as follows. "The first step will need Toga to change into me and thin out the guards inside a bit. Once that is done, we move on to step 2. Mina, Yui, Dabai, and me will set things up to be easy for the police. Third step will be for me and Himiko to switch places before we call the police. Once that is done, one of you knock me unconscious in a hallway away from the guards. When the heroes arrive with the police, they will see the proof before them and I will be written off as just another one of his victims. And to cover our bases, Ryuko and Setsuna will give Mei back up just in case they come for her. But remember, do not kill them unnecessarily," he said, earning a nod from them all. "It all for one's bar. Girls, kill those 5 men without reservation, even if you need to lie to Izuku." All for One said to the 6 girls gathered before him. They were either close friends of Izuku who ended working for All for One as his son's secret bodyguards. Some he met through the people who worked for him, the others his son brought to him after he helped them cover up some accidental murders. But in the end, for the sake of living and not having to separate from Izuku, they came to work for him. "We've been lying to him about you all this time, so no complaints here," Yui said nonchalantly as she shrugged. As always, she believed that no matter the situation you must remain stoic and steadfast. That being said, even she, like all the others, no matter how much she rationalized it, could not help but feel bad about lying to Izuku. But if one or rather several egregious lies is what it takes to protect him, then that is what they will do. At the hospital the day after the raid of the Mayor Manor, the plan went as planned and Izuku was in a hospital bed giving his statement to the police, though it was not too important overall considering all the other evidence they found. It was more so the police telling him the fallout of what was to be of his mayor and associates. "I apologize for what happened, kid, but fortunately the men who died tipping us off about you will not be in vain," the officer said, pulling to the next page in his notes. He felt bad for the kid but was glad that Yui was helping them make the media back off. Or rather, not Yui itself, but mainly Eraserhead and Vlad, as they were both used to scaring off the press. The pro-hero Smiles who abducted you was unfortunately killed, but the mayor and most of the security guards were caught, he stated, moving on to the next page. Several small and illegal businesses were caught and arrested with a dozen or so employees still on the run, he said, sighing in relief. Not at the fact that there were criminals on the loose, but because the child looked relieved to hear that a large amount of criminals were taken care of. "Thank you, officer. Is that all you needed from me?" Izuku asked, knowing that was most likely done. "Of course, I won't ask you to stand witness since you are still a youth and the evidence we have is far more than needed," he said, tilting his cap and letting the nurse come in. "You are all right, young man, and will be released this afternoon when your mother comes by," the nurse said, smiling as she gave him some painkillers before leaving. "My apologies, but is it all right if we speak to you, young man?" Vlad King said, walking in with Aizawa in tow. The second of the pair looking like he really a nap, either that or a cup of coffee. "Of course, sir," Izuku nearly shouted, barely managing to hold back the urge to ask for an autograph. "What exactly does your quirk do?" Vlad asked the young man, taking a seat by the bed. As he was about to attack Smiles, knowing he would not make it in time to save Aizawa, all three nearly collapsed, causing Vlad blood spear to pierce Smiles' head instead of his chest. "You won't like it if you hear what it is," Izuku said nervously, considering he also attacked them with it last time. "I assure you neither of us will judge," Eraserhead said, curious as to how his quirk functions. But judging by what he just heard, he had a feeling that Vlad and him would be able to feel mutual sympathy for him. "It is called bloodlust," Izuku said as Eraserhead tilted his head slightly. "Why does he call it that? Maybe it has something to do with blood like Vlad. I build up energy in the part of my brain responsible for emotions, the limbic system," Izuku said, making Eraserhead and Vlad confused even more than before. "Then when I consume blood, that energy gets amplified and dispersed in a radius around me, overwhelming electrical devices and other people's limbic system, causing them to pass out," Izuku said, knowing how people hated his quirk. "Though it has a side effect of leaving me an emotionless husk if I push the quirk too far," he said, slightly hating but acknowledging that weakness, as his brain needed a way to heal after getting directly tapped into like that. Hell, even the person his father Essential bought the quirk from hated it. Technically his quirk was to steal and transfer other people's quirks, but this quirk fascinated him when the drunk and disheartened former user told him about it. He helped the man into a hotel and asked his father if he could have money to offer the man in exchange for his quirk. His father told the man that he would arrange a sizable bank account and a new identity for him in exchange for his quirk. Needless to say, the man accepted right away, and a few days later Izuku took his quirk and the man went to the airport to fly overseas to America to start anew. Izuku, however, did not expect this kind look when Vlad King took his hands in his. "Your quirk is amazing, and never allow anyone to tell you otherwise," Vlad said with a steely look. He pulled out a contact card and handed it to him. "This is my email. If you ever wish to see UA campus, I will gladly set up a date to give you a tour," Vlad King said, nearly jumping for joy. As far as he was concerned, he would be honored to train the next blood quirk hero. With it, they left satisfied and made their way back to UA to finish the paperwork. At UA High, it was around the evening when All Might and Nezu were leaving the Mouse, Bear, Thing's office to get some dinner. When they made their way to the cafeteria, they got their meals and sat down beside Vlad, Snipe, and Cementos. It looked as though Vlad was telling them of a recent mission if his smile was anything to go by. He has been like that for 3 weeks now, Nezu said casually as they were still a minute away. All Might was wondering what could get the ever-stoic Vlad so happy that he was like this for weeks on end. Apparently he found a young man with a powerful blood quirk who wants to be a hero, he said as if he could read All Might's mind. Well, everyone was having more or less the same thought when they first saw this sight. Oh, All Might, you have to hear this, Vlad said, waving them over with Snipe and Cementos looking relieved. How many times has he told everyone here this story the last few weeks? I found a kid with an amazing blood quirk, the blood hero said, grinning like a child who just opened his Christmas present. It appears I am in store for a long-winded story, All Might thought to himself. Oh, is that so? I must admit even I am curious about how amazing this quirk is if he has talked about 3 weeks on end. Perhaps Vlad has found a successor before me. Impressive. It must feel great to have an apprentice of sorts. What does this quirk do exactly? I asked him, knowing he would explain it to me no matter what, even if I did not say anything. First off, the kid calls it bloodlust, and for good reason, Vlad said with a toothy grin as per usual. That is certainly a unique name, All Might said, trying not to offend his future colleague. I know you are thinking it is odd, but tell me, do you know the definition of bloodlust? Vlad asked. The symbol of peace. Not the exact definition, but I have the general idea of it, All Might said, not sure why he brought up its definition. An uncontrollable desire to kill or maim others, and desire is essentially strong feelings, Vlad told All Might, still only getting a nod to continue. The best part was about to come up as his explanation to the number 1 hero was about to go plus ultra. After consuming blood, his quirk uses it to amplify the energy in his limbic system and release it to overwhelm his opponent's mind as well as electronics, knock out both in the process, he said, taking a drink of his water and giving All Might the chance to respond. What exactly is the limbic system? All Might asked, getting a look from the others that told him he was not the only rusty with his biology. It is the part of the brain that controls your emotions and behavior, Vlad said, raising an eyebrow. Now I get it, he literally turns his emotions into power, All Might said, chuckling. How could he not find it humorous that a word like bloodlust, which is normally associated with villains, is used in such a heroic way? Like his former master always told him, it is ironic how justice is so very often born from evil. And little does All Might know that what he was thinking was so accurate, unlike us who already do know. In any case, the boy will be coming over tomorrow on Sunday for a tour of UA, Vlad said, almost giggling with glee. He held himself back better cause last time he actually did giggle, his colleagues had to vent to Hound Dog for 3 hours straight about how horrific of a sight it was. Plan on showing your new apprentice the ropes around here, All Might said jokingly as Vlad slammed his hands on the table, leaning forward with a serious glare. Do not jinx this for me, Vlad said in a low voice, scaring All Might a little even if the symbol of peace managed to hide it. My apologies, All Might said, hoping Vlad King loosens himself up before he scares off the potential new student applying next year. I understand you are worried about making a good impression on him, Vlad, but you will scare him off at this rate. You need to calm down, Aizawa said, sneaking up on the group. Everyone got a bit of a jump scare to say the least, but that was quite normal considering the man and his stealth skills. You are interested in him as well, are you not? Vlad King asked his colleague who he assisted the night they saved the child in question. There is no way the walking sleeping bag was not interested in the kid as well, considering how he appreciates quirks useful for capture more than raw power meant to beat the target to a pulp. Perhaps, but unlike you I have yet to chat everyone's ear off about it, Aizawa said, sighing as he sat down to eat before patrol tonight. Though I hate to admit it, he is right, I am just as interested in what this kid can do with proper training. That being said, I would never admit it out loud and give him the satisfaction, or Nezu. Could you describe what he looks like? All Might asked, wondering if he looked like a tough guy like Vlad. I can do better. I got him to send me a picture to give the guards. Nezu said the extra security measure was needed. Vlad King said, pulling up the picture for All Might. All Might nearly coughed up blood when he looked at the picture, and for good reason. Gran Torino was right, he looked just like All for One but as a young child. Nezu, noticing his ever so slight change in demeanor, spoke up. I just remembered me and All Might almost forgot to discuss one last matter. Let's go to my office to eat while we talk, Nezu said, walking away with his plate and All Might quickly following. The mouse, bear, thing once had closed the door to his office and they both took the seats at the principal's desk. He spoke. Why did that kid get you so startled? Nezu asked him, never before seeing the symbol of peace like this before. He looks exactly like All for One, All Might said shakily, getting for the first time in that animal's life a gasp. Understandable that even the unshaken principal of UA High School would be scared at hearing that name. Gran Torino told me about him about a month back. At first I thought he finally lost it, but it seems I was wrong. The symbol of peace said, looking back at the principal to see he has regained his calm. If I turn the child away now and it actually is him, he will know we are on to him, Nezu said, pinching the bridge his nose in worry. If we were to reveal that now, we would lose any element of surprise we have on him. and I want as many factors in our favor as possible if it is indeed the case. But at the same time, if we let Vlad roam around with him freely, then we might end up showing him something we cannot afford to show him. The principal said, sighing, caught in this conundrum. Can we not let Vlad know about it now? All Might said, thinking too easily diffuse the situation. Too big of a risk. Unlike us, Vlad is unable to hide his emotions and would give it away immediately. Nezu said, knowing Vlad King is unable to act his way out of a paper bag. The man simply wears his heart on his sleeve. It is what makes you feel good about teaming up with him. That trait that makes him such a great ally also makes it hard to keep him in the loop during times such as these. I will join Vlad and him on their tour and try to spot any odd behavior in the child, Nezu said, getting a nod of approval from All Might. Still, what would he be thinking trying to sneak into the heart of UA like this? All he realistically needs to do is tear the front gate down. As much as Nezu hates to admit it, the school defenses would be like paper to the villain with all his collected quirks. Perhaps he is weakened and unable to access his full power right now, Nezu asked, thinking that is his only possible explanation. But I would have spotted him right away and taken him down right away if that was the case, All Might countered, trying to poke a hole in Nezu's theory. Exactly, only you and Gran Torino would recognize him, none of the UA staff would, Nezu said, leaning forward. You have no reason to be here as far as he knows, since you graduated long ago and Gran Torino retired years ago, he said, getting an oh yeah look from All Might. His plan would have been perfect if All Might was not here today to speak with Vlad and see the photo. I have this under control, hopefully, Nezu said the last word purposely to scare the hero a little, chuckling at it. As always, you humans are way too much fun for me to tease like that, he thought to himself as All Might calmed down, realizing it was a joke. At MIDORIYA household, it was dinner time when my mother called me down to eat, and I just emailed Vlad King back to confirm the tour tomorrow. And it looks like I am in luck, as the principal himself is also going to be guiding us. Oh yeah, I better text Ryoko that now before she falls asleep. It would bad to wake her up if she went to sleep early. That is when the doorbell rang and Dabai answered it as I was making my way down the stairs. Ryoko, I asked, confused as to why she was here so late at night instead of at home with her mom and dad. The head of this house alluded to a deep slumber here so as to begin our journey tomorrow side by side rather than having us converge there, Ryoko said, bowing to my mother before handing her stuff to Dabai to carry upstairs. So my dad thought it would be easier for you to get a good sleep here, so we can take the bus to there together, I said, thinking how that made sense. Leave it to a businessman to think about punctuality before anything else. Oh Ryoko, you made it just in time for dinner. Come and sit while Dabai takes your things to Izuku room, my dad said, waving Dabai off before he bowed to us to go upstairs and complete his task. Yes, I will be sleeping on a futon tonight, huh? I said, not really caring that I gave my bed to her. My mother and father just gave me a strange look as we all sat down for some reason. What are you talking about? Your bed is more than big enough for the two of you, Inko said, smiling, waiting for her son's reaction. Share a bed, Izuku shouted, almost falling out of his chair, just like his mother expected would happen. Oh come now, you two are just gonna be sleeping. Inko asked, stretching out the last word to tease her son and Ryoko, both blushing fiercely. That being said, if you two do decide to make me some grandchildren tonight, do so as quietly as you can, she said, getting a dazed murmur from her son and his friend before they all went to eating, while everyone except Izuku and Ryoko, Inko and her husband were too busy chuckling about the scene before them. Perhaps you took your joke a little too far, All for One said before drinking his wine. What joke? I really would not mind if he took her as his bride, Inko said plainly. She was confused, not realizing that they thought she was making a joke about teenage pregnancy. Needless to say, Ryoko went completely red and the two men at the table did spit takes at what they just heard come from her mouth. Is there something wrong with the wine, vintage honey? It tastes quite good to me, Inko said, giving a slight hum as she took another sip. Having the most successful villain in the world as your husband came with quite a few perks. She thought this, finishing her drink in a single gulp before pouring more. How drunk are you women? All for One said, caught off guard by his wife's expectation. The child is not even in high school yet, at least give him another 10 years before you expect a grandchild. I am not drunk, you are, Inko said, giggling as a light tinge of red on her cheeks. All for One decided that since both him and his wife were done eating, he would carry her to their bedroom. You two enjoy your night. I think it is time for one of us to sleep, he said, carrying her up the stairs up to their room. Let's get changed and go to sleep, Izuku asked, getting a nod from Ryoko as his only response. As they went upstairs to his room, they found that there was no futon after all. Dabai, could you get a futon for me? I asked him, not hearing the response I was hoping for. Apologies, but your mother ordered me to not give you one, Dabai said, bowing before leaving me and Ryoko in our pajamas standing there. Izuku and Ryoko looked at each other and decided to not anything before going to sleep for the night. It was an awkward night to say the least, both children having a hard time going to sleep. Hey, sorry for what my mom and dad said before, he said, trying to cheer his friend up. Ryoko had no idea what to do right now, as Izuku's mother literally just told them to go at it. She was not expecting his mother to put such an expectation on her at this age, but considering this family, she was probably holding back. As Izuku apologized to her, she closed her eyes, trying to forget about what just happened. but in doing so imagined herself as his mother described earlier, her holding their baby as it smiled up at her with Izuku wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. He kissed her on her cheek gently, and on the verge of falling asleep she said thank you, getting a noise from Izuku before going to sleep. Izuku was shaking ever so slightly as she wrapped her arms around his waist and began spooning him in her sleep. Izuku tried to take his mind off of it but just ended up imaging her in a wedding dress at the altar waiting for him. The next thing he knew, he blacked out, feeling all the blood rush to his head in a certain other place, thus ending his supposed to be uneventful night. At UA High, it was nearly 10 in the morning as Vlad and Nezu were making their way to the gate. Once they were there, they waited about 15 minutes or so before the security guard let the young man and his female friend in through the gate. It was not the same girl that Gran Torino described to All Might. Perhaps they were worrying for nothing at all. Midoriya, it is a pleasure to see you are doing so well, Vlad King said, shaking his hand in a very welcoming manner. He could hardly believe that he was finally getting the chance to meet his future protege again. And it appears the friend he brought along, she was quite the opposite. Where he looked healthy, she looked quite sickly. What would your name be, young lady? He asked as he offered his hand to her. Ryuko Yanagi, I am honored by your grand gesture. You extend beyond the reach of social hierarchy, she said, shaking his hand back as firmly as she could. It was quite amazing that he was not acting so snobbish, but rather energetic towards her, considering Izuku was all he was interested in. Izuku noticed the look on the face of Vlad King and what he assumed to be Principal Nezu standing beside him. Allow me to interpret, Izuku asked as Principal Nezu nodded for him to continue. She said your greeting was quite energetic and that she is happy to see you are not conceited like a lot of other heroes, he said, getting a boisterous laugh from Vlad King. The principal just chuckled softly into his palm at the explanation, both good signs for her when she applies. She certainly knows how to string together a fine line words, doesn't she? Vlad King said, chuckling now rather than laughing. He really hopes that if she passes the entrance exam he will be the one to teach her. Nezu is glad to see such an interesting student apply for next year entrance exams. Tagata, Hato, and Amajiki were already quite amusing for him as far as Nezu was concerned. But with the dorm system he is implementing for next year, he hopes unique personalities like hers would be worth her weight in metaphoric comedy gold. Well, then, as you may already know, I am the Principal Nezu. With that said, let the tour begin, he said as he started to lead the other three around the class building. The building is structured like so. First floor is lecture halls, library, lunchroom, and support course lab in case anyone blows themselves up, Nezu said, laughing as he pulled a picture of a disgruntled, smoke-covered power loader to show them all. This got his intended laugh out of all of them and got Vlad to bring up the story behind that day. On the second and third floor are general education and business course students respectively, Vlad said as he pointed out the rows of countless classrooms to them. This part of the school, as much as he did not want to admit it, he did not care very much about as a hero course teacher. Finally, on the fourth and fifth floor are the hero course classrooms and our offices, Nezu said, deciding that it was enough and realized it was time for lunch. They made their way to the cafeteria and after that talked about their quirks in detail. Nezu was interested as the girl's quirk is quite adaptable once she gets her weight limit up. As for the boy, Nezu, upon hearing a more exact explanation from the boy, was quite impressed by his quirk's potential. At this point, almost all his doubt was resolved about the boy deciding they were just being paranoid and brought them to see the train grounds. As they did, they walking in on the big three about to spar until they were spotted. I have an idea. Midoriya, why don't you have a sparring match with Tagata? Principal Nezu pointed to Mirio. Now he will be able to see the boy's actual fighting abilities. Better to be safe than sorry. Is this a prospective new applicant for next year? Mirio asked, wondering if he was going to be the boy's senpai next year. Judging from how skittish he looks, he can already tell he is a quite sort like his friend Tamaki. Actually, I am considering of letting him in without taking the entrance exam next year depending on your fight today, Principal Nezu said after making the student bend down for him to whisper it. His quirk was already interesting for Nezu to take notice, like a certain Momoye Urazu. With this, Mirio knew he had to not hold back against him as they sparred. It appeared that Nezu was trusting him to test a student for him, but why? Was it because of my unique quirk? Oh well, if Nezu has high hopes for him, then let's see what he can do. The match would be a ring-out style bout, something that gave Mirio the edge with his quirk. As the match started, he phased through the floor to go straight for him in an uppercut. Izuku was getting ready to block when his opponent just disappeared into the floor. Deciding it was danger to stay still, he jumped and rolled left to him, hoping to avoid whatever was coming his way. As he did, he narrowly avoided a fist and went through his opponent's arm. What the actual hell was that just now? Mirio was quite surprised he was able to figure out his opening attack so quickly. This kid seemed to have some sharp instincts, but he would need more than that to beat him. Izuku decided to go for a throat punch, only for his fist to go through him but almost trip over his opponent's feet. Not bad, you know your stuff, trying to incapacitate me with a single strike, Mirio said, smiling. This kid is someone that Sir Knight I would love to train with how efficiently he tries to fight. Izuku noticed that when Tagata stopped phasing, or whatever it is called, his shadow returned to normal. I see, so that's how he would manage to land a hit on him. He quickly ran and jumped, aiming to kick him on the top of his head, cause his opponent to disappear again and his kick break off part of the cement floor. Not bad, but too slow to keep up with my quirk, Mirio said, trying to sound normal. What the hell is going on? This kid just made a really reckless attack instead of the calculated one he did earlier. Oh, looks like he is coming at me with a punch again. Izuku predicted his opponent correctly as he phased through the floor, and Izuku positioned himself to face him as he popped back up. Tagata ran up to him and he initiated his plan to beat him. Izuku threw the piece of floor he was holding, causing his opponent to phase through it again. He then slid between his opponent's legs, trying to then sweep him only to jump up and spin around. Izuku could not help but grin as his opponent turned around while he was crouched down. Izuku, seeing his opponent became completely physical again, knew he was about to get an advantage. The rock bounced off the railing above and cut the cord of a light, causing it to fall. When it did, landed and tied itself around the railing like he predicted. The light from the windows bouncing off the metal cover of it blinded Tagata. Izuku used this chance to grab and throw his opponent out of the fighting space with all he had. Mirio quickly passed through the floor as he was sliding to pop right back up, all his momentum being directed upward. This kept him from being thrown out, but barely. He could not believe this kid's plan. He now understood that his reckless attack earlier was nothing but a ruse to cover up his true intention. He used part of the arena itself to set up a blinding trap to catch me off guard in order to get a clean hit on me. Sir Knight, I would really like this kid's ability to strategize off the top of his head. Also the fact that after 1 or 2 attacks he had already figured out my quirk and its limitations. Alright kid, let's start fighting like we mean it. Mirio asked him, getting into a combat-ready stand. Last time on Nezu, Children version Fight Club Hour. With this, Mirio knew he had to not hold back against him as they sparred. It appeared that Nezu was trusting him to test a student for him, but why? Was it because of my unique quirk? Oh well, if Nezu has high hopes for him, then let's see what he can do. The match would be a ring-out style bout, something that gave Mirio the edge with his quirk. As the match started, he phased through the floor to go straight for him in an uppercut. Izuku was getting ready to block when his opponent just disappeared into the floor. Deciding it was danger to stay still, he jumped and rolled left to him, hoping to avoid whatever was coming his way. As he did, he narrowly avoided a fist and went through his opponent's arm. What the actual hell was that just now? Mirio was quite surprised he was able to figure out his opening attack so quickly. This kid seemed to have some sharp instincts, but he would more than that to beat him. Izuku decided to go for a throat punch, only for his fist to go through him but almost trip over his opponent's feet. Not bad, you know your stuff, trying to incapacitate me with a single strike, Mirio said, smiling. This kid is someone that Sir Knight I would love to train with how efficiently he tries to fight. Izuku noticed that when Tagata stopped phasing, or whatever it is called, his shadow returned to normal. I see, so that is how he would manage to land a hit on him. He quickly ran and jumped, aiming to kick him on the top of his head, caused his opponent to disappear again and his kick break off part of the cement floor. Not bad, but too slow to keep up with my quirk, Mirio said, trying to sound normal. What the hell is going on? This kid just made a really reckless attack instead of the calculated one he did earlier. Oh, looks like he is coming at me with a punch again. Izuku predicted his opponent correctly as he phased through the floor, and Izuku positioned himself to face him as he popped back up. Tagata ran up to him and he initiated his plan to beat him. Izuku threw the piece of floor he was holding, causing his opponent to phase through it again. He then slid between his opponent's legs, trying to then sweep him only to jump up and spin around. Izuku could not help but grin as his opponent turned around while he was crouched down. Izuku, seeing his opponent became completely physical again, knew he was about to get an advantage. The rock bounced off the railing above and cut the cord of a light, causing it to fall. When it did, landed and tied itself around the railing like he predicted. The light from the windows bouncing off the metal cover of it blinded Tagata. Izuku used this chance to grab and throw his opponent out of the fighting space with all he had. Mirio quickly passed through the floor as he was sliding to pop right back up, all his momentum being directed upward. This kept him from being thrown out, but barely. He could not believe this kid's plan. He now understood that his reckless attack earlier was nothing but a ruse to cover up his true intention. He used part of the arena itself to set up a blinding trap to catch me off guard in order to get a clean hit on me. Sir Knight, I would really like this kid's ability to strategize off the top of his head. Also the fact that after 1 or 2 attacks he had already figured out my quirk and its limitations. Alright kid, let's start fighting like we mean it, Mirio asked him, getting into a combat-ready stand. And now the thrilling conclusion. Izuku, seeing his chance, he tried to grapple him again but went right through. Keeping an eye on the ground, he saw his opponent's shadow disappear completely. Though what was to come, he jumped up, managing to block the uppercut with the side of his knee. Taking the advantage of his opponent's shocked face, he quickly punched downward. Tagata quickly phased again, however, and disappeared to only pop up at the other end of the fighting space. Mirio came back up, wiping the tiniest of trickle of blood from his nose. This kid actually managed to give him a bloody nose, something only Sir Knight I had ever managed to do. Though he was unsure, he was quite certain that he was doing this without a quirk yet. Somehow he had managed to predict his moves and plan accordingly despite the short time frame of a tell sign. Nezu and Vlad King were watching, impressed that Izuku was keeping up with Mirio. Vlad knew firsthand how strong the kid was, especially after Sir Knight I had started training him. This kid was looking like a greater successor by the minute, and fortunately he would graduate just in time to inherit his name. Very few people were aware of All Might's fight with All for One, and fewer actually took part. He was one of those few who helped to fight the villain. Granted, between the poison and head injury from that night he could not remember too much. Just like All Might, however, he too was poisoned to the point where he was on borrowed time. Granted, not as much as the symbol of peace, but still borrowed time nonetheless. According to the doctors, he had 10 years at most before his organs would give up on him. Due to his blood quirk, the doctors are unable to safely transplant any organs into him. Vlad King also put his career and students before his personal life, so he does not have a wife or child. Which means he did not have the good fortune of being able to train his child to use his quirk, unlike other heroes such as Endeavor, who had managed to sire a son to pass his techniques on to. This child would most likely be his only chance to make sure that the blood quirk users were represented by a hero. Nezu, while watching this, was amazed by the boy's ingenuity and was quite upset with himself. Not because he thought he showed All For One, one of the next greatest heroes, their weakness, but rather that this child managed to figure it out before Nezu, granted unlike the child who only had a few minutes. Nezu had a year and a bit to figure it out, but had not once even come across his mind despite the countless fights he watched him do. At this point, Nezu was convinced that the odds of him being All For One were quite slim, though if him bearing a resemblance was anything to go by, then the child may be related to him. Offspring perhaps, the odds were slim, but it is possible that he had a child they were unaware of. After all, the villain once controlled Japan from the shadows without the rest of the world finding out. So as far as Nezu was concerned, until actual evidence comes up, he would consider him just another talented young man like their Tagada. Izuku knew he would have to keep up the pressure if he wanted to land another hit. Though as far as he could tell, he barely managed to damage his opponent's nose, let alone land a solid hit. He tried to move in again, keeping his eyes not too obviously directed towards the ground. His opponent vanished once again as he dodged his punch, only to appear beside him. As he was about to get kicked, he saw the shadow of only his opponent's foot. What looked like a right-handed punch if one only used their eyes turned out to be a kick. Izuku could tell by his shadow that only his right foot was solid, meaning the punch was subterfuge. Knowing this, he dived right through his punch to grab his opponent's foot. He spun Tagada around using his opponent's own momentum to gain power, using this power to throw him up at an angle in order to prevent him from phasing through the ground to save himself. Mirio was worried, knowing he could not use his quirk to escape this, as him phasing through the ground. Going outside the ring would count as a ring out even if he used his quirk to go through the ground. Therefore, his only choice was to undo his phasing and spin in midair in order to change his directory. As he did so, Mirio, noticing that Izuku was ready and waiting where he was about to land. But if he used his quirk before landing in the ring, he would lose the fight as a ring out. So his only choice was to continue head on and meet him fist to fist, hoping to knock him out. Mirio thought he was going to take a standard punch, but instead the kid jumped up, tackling him midair. Unable to predict this despite Sir Night-Eye training, all he could now was take the hit and cushion his opponent's fall using his body. Izuku was seeing his opponent come his way on their falling, knowing he could intercept them. That being said, the odds of him winning in a direct clash were slim at best. Especially against this opponent, he knew he could not win, but he knew he could tie him if they both got ring outs. So Izuku decided to jump up, catching his body at the waist, shoving his opponent forward towards the outside ground. At UA High, Vlad King was left speechless as Izuku just barely managed to tie with the second best student in UA history. First, of course, being All Might himself, but that went without saying. Izuku Midoriya, a diamond in the rough, but damn the shine he will have once Vlad King shines him up. Though he was quite shocked at Mirio's statement, unsure of if he was just being modest or telling the truth. Nezu was quite happy with the result of the fight and this future prospect. Izuku Midoriya was like none he had ever seen. His strategy was quite amusing to watch unfold as well. But most of he was impressed with how the boy recognized his own limitations and abilities in compare to his opponent. Knowing he could not beat Tagada in a head-on collision, he decided to go for a tie, knowing he had a much greater chance at that. This boy has been quite impressive, and yet what Tagada said next would be outside even Nezu's realm of expectancy, for better or for worse. Hada was for once in her life unable to say anything at what just happened. She was unable to think. Which was odd, considering that normally the problem is that she is constantly thinking and talking. To the point where before someone can answer her question, she would already be asking them or someone else another question. But this kid was simply incredible. There's no other word for what just happened here before her. This is the first time that she had seen someone except the teachers put up such a fight against her friend. Most students were lucky to come close to hitting Mirio, let alone actually hitting him. Yet this kid had managed to do it multiple times throughout the fight, coming to a draw by ring out. Something that was Mirio's speciality, though what he said next was just like him and brought her down to earth. Hamajiki was completely shocked, thinking his friend untouchable until this day. This kid did not use his quirk, meaning it was something that would not affect Mirio while he was phasing. If anything, he was more impressed by how the kid managed to put up such a good fight despite the disadvantage. As he looked over, he saw Vlad King, their former teacher, almost crying his eyes out. Now it makes sense why Principal Nezu had told him to fight this kid instead of Vlad King. It seems the rumors were true. He really was doing less hero work than before. Though it makes sense since he is so focused on teaching the next generation, the other rumor might be true. So this kid is supposed to replace him one day as a hero. Does that mean he has a blood quirk? In any case, what Mirio said did as he usually does and break expectations. Nice job, kid, you won. Mirio said, posting with his fists on his sides, laughing joyfully. He saw everyone except Nezu gawking at him, something that now made him understand why Nezu likes messing with people. But what I said was the truth. If Sir Night-Eye were here he would agree with him and scold him. Given the rules he was given, this kid technically won, as unlike him, he never touched the ground. I mean it. According to the rules principle, Nezu said you won the moment I touched the ground before you did, he said, patting the kid's shoulder. Oh, okay, Izuku said, unable to process what just happened here. If he was understanding the situation right like he thinks he is, then, though even then it makes no sense. Why would one of UA Big 3, a person expected to become a top 10 hero as soon as he graduates, say he had bested him? It makes no sense. I mean, I barely won, and that was only because it was a ring out instead of a normal fight. If the fight was a normal fight until one person is knocked out or surrenders, then he should have lost. Come now, Midoriya, why so nervous? Principal Nezu asked as he walked up to the boy, breaking the silence. There was no way that he was going to let this gem pass him up, especially with how attached Vlad already is. Though he was hoping to see him use his quirk today, but he could wait a bit for when he starts his actual training. Vlad, he said, turning to the blood quirk user, seeing him stand at attention. Yes, sir, Vlad King said, standing straight in hopes he would hear what he wanted to hear. If Midoriya wishes for it, you have my full approval to train him here every Saturday, Nezu said, smirking at the sight before him. The boy looked like he was about to pass out from nervousness, while Vlad King looked like he was about to explode with joy. Are you sure, sir? Izuku, Midoriya asked, shaking in both excitement and fear. To be allowed to be trained by his idol at UA is like a dream come true for him. But at the same time he was worried that he was not good enough to be deserving of this. I assure you, you have more than proven that you have the abilities for me to allow his request, Nezu said, barely able to hold back his laughter at the absurdity of the situation. This kid has the skills to rival that of someone who is compared genuinely to All Might. Yet he gets so nervous when speaking to heroes. I am definitely going to enjoy this one in 10 months. Vlad King then made his way to Izuku and took hold of both his hands, snapping Nezu back to attention. Midoriya, I swear that if you put your faith in me, I will make you a great hero, he said, knowing that even if Nezu made him take the test he would be able to pass. Thank you, sir, Izuku, Midoriya said, on the verge of tears, happier than ever before. For the first time, people outside of his family and few friends believe he can succeed. After that day onward, Vlad King had trained me every Saturday and on occasion Fridays for UA. At Midoriya household, All for One was quite pleased with what he had been told by Ryuko after the two got home from UA. So he decided to call together a meeting between him and, well, everyone except Izuku and the doctor. He was busy keeping Izuku busy by giving him a rather thorough medical checkup. They all sat in All for One study, and the first to speak was Izuku, older, technically adoptive, but as far as Izuku knew, blood-related brother Tamura. So what the hell is so important that Ghost Chick here needed to tell us? Tamura, Shigaraki mused, earning a sigh from his father figure. Vlad King will be training Izuku himself at least once a week on UA grounds, All for One said, cutting to the chase as he knew Ryuko's way of talking often annoyed Tamura. Every either looked shocked or on the verge of laughing as he looked around the room. Not only will he learn useful secrets for the inevitable future of his, but this should help him master that blood quirk of his much faster, he said, slightly annoyed by the fact that blood quirks were the one thing he had trouble learning. Not from any lack of an effort, but more so from the fact that unlike Izuku he could not steal blood quirks. He could steal anything else, even mutation quirks. Granted, those killed the original user when he did, but he could steal them. And yet he could never properly interact with blood quirks, unlike Izuku who could only steal blood quirks at the moment. He discovered this when he tried to transfer a minor strength enhancement quirk to Izuku. The result was his child's own All for One repealed it back into him, so he tried with other types of quirks. The doctor concluded that Izuku quirk was not All for One exactly, but a mutation of it. To think a quirk that allows you to steal and transfer quirks, which was already an absurd concept, could mutate. It made him both incredibly and sad because unlike him his son was quite more limited in quirks he can steal. The doctor said the only upside was that blood quirks were rare and always incredible unique. To put it simply, Toga can transform herself into other people and store multiple transformations at a time. Other similar mimicry quirks like hers, which were already as rare, were much weaker in comparison. Look at Vlad King and his blood quirk. Though the base of it is not too crazy, the extra effects are quite useful. Vlad King can manipulate his blood and use it as weapons to attack enemies or shield his allies. As a result, his body is adapted to the point where fatal blood loss for a normal person would be barely enough to make him tipsy. His quirk makes it nearly impossible for him to bleed out. A useful bonus indeed if you are locked in combat and unlike your opponent begins to lose too much blood. Will I get to be the one to introduce him to Mr. and Mrs. Staby? Toga asked, grinning as she pulled her kukri knife seemingly out of nowhere. She started to drool slightly at the thought of tasting the blood of a pro hero with a blood quirk. Easy girl, as much as I like to party hard, even I know you need to hold back every now and again, Mina said, grinning like her usual goofball self. Though she loves Toga crazy energy levels, even she knew how carried away the girl can get. At least let me study his quirk so I can make a new baby based off it, May said, bouncing in her seat. If she could figure out how his quirk gives him such a large leeway in terms of blood loss, then she and the doctor could make some very useful medics and gadgets from it. Just the thought of making such a complicated new baby was enough to make have to choke back a squeal in front of her boss. If we get rid of him too soon, we may lose Izuku's last shield on the teaching staff, Yui said, sighing at their lack of maturity. The only things the others seemed preoccupied with were having fun and doing whatever they feel like. As a result, they are failing to see the big picture, which is Izuku's safety and information gathering. Oh come on, do I need to loosen you up from behind tonight? Setsuna said jokingly as she wrapped her arms around her from behind. Though she enjoyed the yelp she got from her friend with the following shove off, she could not deny what Yui was saying. If All Might's paranoia spreads to the other teachers, Vlad King may be the only one blind enough to protect Izuku. With how badly the man seems to be looking for a successor, it is clear that even if he has to stand up to the entire teaching staff, he will. As always, he manages to win over anyone he meets in a blink of an eye, Inko said with a small smile covering up her chuckle. Even though he is a nervous sort, he still possesses his father's naturally overflowing charisma. She really could not have asked for a better son. As kind as he was, unlike the normal heroes, he is willing to get the job done. One way or another, little bro is going to be joining our side soon enough, Tamura said, grinning at his current thoughts. He could already picture it, heroes and classmates alike staring at Izuku in absolute terror, when they realized that the person who thought was their ally turned out to be their greatest enemy. Standing by his side, him and his brother will cleanse the world of these hypocrites. This society overflowing with filth and greed over quirks, a gift they will pay for abusing. After all, when the doctor is done soon, he will finally possess his father's power to steal quirks. Izuku will make up for his quirk's blind spot and help him be able to take away the quirks of all their enemies, watching as they become powerless, one by one, just like he was the day this society and the heroes running it abandoned him. All for One called the meeting to a close as the doctor will be done with Izuku's examination soon. But before they all left, he said something to them as they were about to open the door. Good luck passing your test. Tell him I said hello before you. The life fades from his eyes, he said, grinning. Till this day he could still remember the look on the fool's face before he killed Nana Shimura. As much he wanted to do it himself, the doctor said he still needs another 14 months or so before he was fully healed. Well, at least his face is almost healed to the point where it does not need to use that illusion quirk around Yuga parents anymore. After they all left, Inko walked up to her husband and sat on his lap facing him. You know you are setting up Izuku for great heartbreak, she asked her husband as she looked into his eyes. As much as she does not want to hurt Izuku, doing this was the only way to open his eyes up to how twisted the world truly was. Though not directly, she knows from witnessing things in the past that her husband and technically adopted son are what the world needs. I know it will cause him pain, but in order to be uplifted by true hope, one must fall into depths of true despair. As annoying as All Might's presence is to me, unlike his master, he has nearly lived up to my brother's ideals. As such, the only ways he dies is by my hands, but only after he watches this society of hypocrites and fakes fall. Unless he realizes the fake heroes, no, the parasites he allowed to latch onto him, I will not allow him to die. All for One finished his rant and kissed his wife before they left the study. In HOSU, it was currently 11 at night. Gran Torino had increased his nightly patrols as of late due to the police saying night crime was on a rise. At first it was just some muggings reported by people dumb enough to be walking out this late at night. Then they began to get slowly worse as it turned to sexual assaults followed by murders and kidnappings. Though the kidnappings were only low-end thugs who only the police noticed due to lack of complaints about them. According to one woman, it was a group of 3 girls who sounded like they were still in middle school. They viciously raped, stabbed, and burned her until she nearly passed out. Her attackers were not merciful enough to let her pass out. The only reason she is alive is because after a few hours a police car came by and her attackers fled. I was going to meet with those officers as they were on patrol tonight and get any more accurate details. The women, unfortunately, was not much help except one of them had pink skin and looked insect-like. I knew there was something off about that kid, but a generic description like that was not enough proof for me to go after them. As I turned the corner, I saw the officer's car with the high beams on for some reason just parked there. I looked inside to see they have had their throats torn out by sharp fangs and melted by some sort of acid. Then, seeing a figure run at me from behind through the car window, I leaped up. Using my quirk, I got high into the air and managed to dodge their second assault. I, however, got large pointed wooden stakes thrown at me that appeared just a meter or two before me. I jumped up again, but this time my right leg got cut badly enough that now I cannot use that foot for my quirk. As I got up, I saw a figure in a white mask and black cloak with a hood who looked like to be the size of a middle schooler. The mask had a symbol that showed YXI. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Then she pointed down, and even though I could only see her eyes, I can tell from the look in them she was smiling under that mask. That was when I saw the stakes come back up as if they were able to follow me. I tried to go straight for her thinking she was controlling them, but I was wrong. She threw a few toothpicks at me and they became the wooden stakes I was trying to dodge. Now I realized they were not wooden stakes but toothpicks. She grew to massive sizes. Then that means someone else is using their quirk to move them. In order to avoid them from both sides, I used my left leg to dive down. The one with the knife was waiting down there for me, but I'd rather take my chancer with her than weave my way through those toothpicks. She jumped up at me wearing the same getup as the other villain I saw. I used my moment and quirk. In combination, I was able to spin forward into a kick, slamming her by her stomach into the wall. Then as she was trying to get up, I saw that on her mask the symbol was HXI, again with that weird symbol. Does the I stand for their group and the other letter a rank, or perhaps something to do with their names? As I was about to get up and try to take down the size-altering villain, a pair of arms shot out from the darkness of the night. They grabbed me by my throat and pinned me to the wall, then a floating head approached me. On it was a make with the symbol SXI, and the hair was a dark green or maybe black. It was too dark to properly tell which one, but either way I needed to get away from them with this information. Noticing that the wall was damaged where I was, if I wanted to escape this individual's grip I had to use both legs. I used the pressure from both to break a hole in the wall and somersaulted up to the roofs. In doing so I managed to break free and grab a piece of back along the way to throw. When I got up I threw it at the size-altering to distract her and escape the group. As I was making my breakaway I slammed into an invisible wall of some sort. I tried banging on it but it was futile. Someone walked by, but when I called out to them I got no response. Hello, old timer. Another one of them with the symbol MXI appeared before me, chuckling. What the heck was going on? Was this her quirk? No, my gut is telling me this is something else. You're probably wondering why that pedestrian didn't notice your fight. They asked me with a smug tone. Damn straight I want to know what bullshit you are pulling on me right now. We all have bracelets on, the criminal said, showing me her wrist. Alright, but what does this stupid piece of jewelry have to do with this? Right now they are all linked to each other, fulfilling two functions. They said, getting more giddy by the second. The first function emits a field of light and magnetic force hiding anything that isn't absolutely still from sight, as well preventing any matter from escaping or entering said field. The villain said, making sense as to why I was not seen earlier and unable to get out. The second function is to prevent any sound from being heard, as well as deterring any person or machine from wanting to come down this way. The villain said, cackling like a madman now. Oh, but not to worry, they use our brain signals as a power source, so if you knock us all except for one unconscious then the barrier will fall. They said, running back to their ally. If what they are saying is true, then I have to defeat them all within this limited space of 2 roofs and 1 alleyway. Bidding the metaphoric bullet, I dive forward towards the 2, only for one who explained the barrier to me to move them both out of the way. Did she just predict my moves? Damn, this is gonna be harder than I thought. After a few minutes of zigzagging on 1 foot around them, I managed to kick the neck of the size-altering villain, knocking them out cold. Unfortunately, the one who explained the bracelets was ready with a screwdriver. That must mean her main job is to make their weapons. Not much of a fighter, but good at dodging. But before I could move in on their support villain, the other 2 came back up. I was dodging slashes from the front while watching my back to make sure I didn't get pinned down again. After going back and forth with them, I hit my opening, be it a slightly perverted one. I stopped momentarily and then went up so that the arms going for my back would grab the one with the knife. When she did grab her throat, the knife one giggled and said something that disturbed me. Harder, mommy, she exclaimed, causing the choker to freak out a little. What the hell, we are in the middle of a fight right now, she said as I moved in with her, not noticing until it was too late. Does that mean she chokes the girl during sex normally? I did not need to know that. In any case, I kicked her floating head and put a spin on it, crashing it into the police car. When it hit, it rolled off and I assumed she passed out, when suddenly her arms went limp and both them and her head returned to her original body. Making sure I did not want to be followed, I moved in and swiftly took her down. Just in time too, as I was about to pass out from blood loss, but when I tried to leave I smacked into the barrier again. I thought she said I had to take them all down, then it hit me, there must be at least 2 more and hiding in the alley somewhere. No, was wrong yet again that night. The roof melted away under me and I fell through. Damn, that's right, the officers were burned by some sort of acid. I made a grave mistake. 2 more walked towards me, one with MXI and the other with RXI on their mask. The one with MXI took off her mask and cloak, revealing her face. It was the pink-skinned girl I saw with him. I knew it, there really was all for one in a childlike form. If I was gonna die, I may as well ask her. Why are you all helping all for one? I asked, getting a snarl in return. We are doing this for his son, not him, she shouted, agitated by my assumption. Most likely. Did she say his son? Dear God, if he gets into UA, they will not realize the danger until it is too late. You can never understand, to be treated like monster just because of your quirk, she said, her eyes going distant. As much as I hate to admit it, she is right. Mutation quirks like her gets mistreated quite often. And we heroes can never stop such discrimination. If anything, we make the problem worse. The current generation is arrogant and think that so long as you have a powerful quirk you can abuse anyone you want and still call yourself a hero. When I was a child, after my quirk manifested, I was getting beaten by the other kids at the park, she said, zoning out for a moment. Normally I would use this chance to run away, but I do not have the strength to move. But still, it takes more than a simple beating to turn someone into a villain. When I tried to defend myself, I discovered I secret acid and the children were. She did not need to finish her sentence. Holy shit, she killed someone when she was only 4 years old, by accident at that. But what does it have to do with this boy? Him and his older brother came to the park to play and saw what happened. They helped me dispose of the evidence and told me it was not my fault, she said, her voice getting so soft I almost did not hear it. No wonder she is so fiercely loyal to that man's son. He is the only reason she is not in Tartarus right now. It may sound extreme, but that is how our world, despite my hate for it, functions on a daily basis. If a case like hers where she possessed a dangerous quirk and the government could not actually arrest her, they would quietly have her taken to Tartarus to either be quietly disposed of or locked away for the rest of her life. I still remember that day 36 years ago when that 5-year-old girl awakened her quirk. It was a mutation quirk that turned her into some sort of humanoid slime woman. She was unable to control her quirk, and as a result she dissolved almost everything she came in contact with except people. So the higher-ups had her taken to Tartarus, still sealed away to this day. All because her quirk made her be perceived as no longer human, so even though most would eye her fear was ridiculous. It's so close to the truth that I can only silently agree with her, knowing what would happen if I poke out about it. The last thing I saw was a tear running down her cheek and her mouthing something. I believe she said thank you. That is when I realized I allowed my emotions to show. Oh well, better to go out a hero than a hypocrite. Sorry Nana, Chio, and Toshi. I think it is time for me to pay for not doing anything help that girl 36 years ago. With that last thought I was washed over with acid and died knowing I was at least able to help one last person, even if they were a criminal. 11 years ago. Tomorrow is my 4th birthday, which means I will finally get my own quirk like everyone else. My mother has a quirk that makes eyes pure black with yellow irises, and my dad lets him exude some sort of lubricant. Am I gonna have pretty eyes like you, mommy? I said, wanting to look like my mom. Maybe, sweetheart, she said, ruffling my short and straight brown hair, my chocolate brown eyes blinking exceedingly. After dinner that night I went to sleep. When I noticed my skin felt itchy. Oh well, if it doesn't go away then I can tell my parents tomorrow morning. When I woke up I ran downstairs. It was Wednesday morning, but my parents said my mom will take me to the quirk doctor today instead of school. I made myself a bowl of cereal and made my way to the living room while my mom was focusing on making my dad breakfast. I don't really like eggs, so she knows to just leave the cereal on the table with the milk, bowl, and spoon. After watching cartoons for about 15 minutes I was halfway done my cereal when my mother screamed. I turned around to ask her if she was okay when she started hitting me with a broom. I did not know what was going on and started crying for her to stop hurting. Mommy, I shouted through my sobs, when all of a sudden she stops. Mina, she asked before throwing the broom aside and running up to hug me. I pushed her away and ran to Dad as soon as he entered the room, only for him to also look shocked. Honey, that's Mina, she exclaimed as my dad hugged me and pulled my face into his neck. I do not know how much actually passed, but I kept on crying until I had no more tears and was asleep. After I woke I went to the bathroom to look for more bandages as my mom and dad didn't get all the cuts. When I closed the cabinet door above the sink I noticed my reflection in the mirror. I screamed and fell back, hitting my head against the bathtub and blacking once more that day as I saw my parents rush in. Waking up for a 3rd time that day I see that I am in a hospital room with my parents beside me. My mom noticed I had woken up and started hugging me while apologizing over and over again. When I hugged her back I noticed that my hands were pink. When my mom let go I looked straight ahead. Hanging on the wall was a mirror, and in that mirror was a girl my age with a head of fluffy pink hair. She had pink skin and the same eyes as my mother, along with a pair of antennae on her head. All of a sudden it hit me. This pink creature was me. Is this why my own mom and dad did not recognize me this morning? There are too many questions, and when a doctor came in I thought he would explain this to me. But he took my parents outside the room after closing the blinds. I ran up to the door after they walked out. I could not hear them too well, but then my antenna started to twitch as I pressed them against the door. All of a sudden I heard them perfectly, something I regretted until I met him. Your daughter's quirk is a mutation of your quirks. It was unpredictable, the doctor said, singing as my parents yelled at him. My daughter is a freak, a pink alien who will never be human, I heard my mother say. I was crushed. My own mother hates me for something I was born with. My dad did not do much better, though not as harsh as my mother. He was still cruel, nonetheless. Even if she is a bit unusual, she is still our daughter, Dad said, trying to calm my mother. I ended up returning to school the next week, with some rather expected and painful responses. When I got into class everyone was asking for my name and calling me new kid. None of them recognized me until the teacher came in and told them it was me. All of a sudden my friends started avoiding me and the class were calling me things like freak. The teachers did nothing but watch and allow it to happen. Whenever I told the principal and get the same. They always told me that I was at fault for ruining the other kids' normal school day. My parents either did not care, which was my mother's response to all of this, or my dad's words fell on deaf ears whenever he called the school principal. After a month or two my parents got divorced due to my mom quitting her job and becoming an alcoholic. One night when I tried to talk to her she was drunk and threw a bottle of booze at me, cutting my forehead. After the incident my dad got full custody rights and they split up. Since my dad inherited this house from his parents who were both passed away, he managed to keep it. 2 months later, after the divorce, 3 of the kids from school cornered me in the park. They started to throw rocks at me, saying that they were heroes defeating a villain. An actual hero came by but just made a disgusted look at me before walking off. The boys took this as a sign to continue what they were doing, as a hero deemed it right to do. All of a sudden similar liquid to my dad's came bursting from my hands and got all over them. However, this liquid was more thick and started to burn them as they withered on the ground. I think they tried to scream, but some of it landed in their mouths and down their throats. After a few minutes of crying quietly and watching them till they stopped moving, it set in. I killed them, and no one is going to let me explain myself. I will be treated like a criminal. Then 2 boys came forward, one had white hair and the other had bluish white hair. At first looked my age and the other was about 10, I think, maybe his brother. Then I remembered the bodies before me and started to panic as they were staring at me. While I was rambling incoherently, the white-haired one ran up and hugged me. I do not understand what is going on until he starts talking. I can see those bruises. You were defending yourself. It was an accident, he said quietly, rubbing my back. He just saw me kill 3 kids, and he was more focused on comforting me than his own safety. Then the older one took off his gloves and touched the non-acidic covered parts of the bodies. In an instant they started to fall apart, melting quicker from the acid than before. He then touched the ground underneath them, crumbled and collapsed in on itself. The bodies and the acid sunk to the bottom, and the older one put his gloves back on. His brother got off of me and made a quick call to someone, and before I knew it, some sort of butler maid of mist appeared. Let's get you back to my house and get you cleaned up, the boy with white hair said, extending his hand. I do not know why I took his hand, but all I knew what it was the right thing to do. After we went through the portal, we were in what looked like a mansion. He even had 2 maids there and an old man dressed like a doctor waiting for us. The man made of mist, who I found went by the name Obero, asked me for my father's number. After he grabbed a phone from his pocket and called my father and told him that I was attacked by some other kids. After I told my dad I was okay now and a doctor came to this kid's house to fix my injuries, he calmed down. The butler then told my dad what I assume is the address of this place and told me he was on his way. The maids took me to get cleaned up. They had to make do by giving me some of the white-haired boy named Izuku clothes. The doctor then treated my injuries, and unlike my dad already knew I killed 3 kids. He gave me a cream that he said would help to weaken any acid my hands produce. When I looked at the pile of my slime-covered clothes, I realized that they were in shreds. And with where they were burned, the 2 kids basically saw me bare naked. I got dizzy at the thought of it, and the doctor told me that by the time he realizes it, he will be panicking even more. And he was right. When I met them after, he started mumbling, looking away from me with a red face. It was really cute, and I do not know how I did not notice this before, but he had freckles on each cheek in the shape of a diamond. I then heard my father come in the front door and he hugged me, starting to cry. He kept on saying he was relieved that I was okay, and all I could do was cry a little as well as I buried my face into his neck. That is when a man with white hair like Izuku came in wearing a suit and extended his hand. Hello, I am Hisashi Midoriya and it is a pleasure to meet you, he said, shaking my dad's hands. I was happy to repoint and kept on thanking him over and over again. Afterwards he told my dad about my quirk and how his family personal doctor gave me medicine for it. At first my dad looked nervous, scared even. I thought it was because his daughter had just killed 3 people. Instead he was more scared about the man telling anyone and turning me in. Fortunately our fears were wrong, as Izuku's father said he understands how hard it must be for me. My dad was overjoyed to find someone who understands my situation and does not see me anything less than human like most in my life. Then the weirdest thing happened. He offered my dad a job working at a small clothing store. Apparently at his shop that sells suits and other European-styled clothing, so high-class stuff. My dad was shocked and asked why he suddenly offered this job and told him something. He refuses to hire someone who discriminates against quirks, as he was a quirk fanatic himself. And his wife had to recently fire a supervisor for insulting a customer with an odd-looking mutation quirk. So he was looking for someone who would not only avoid that mistake but crack down on anyone who does so in the future. He also told my dad that a house across the street was going to be on the market soon. He pointed to it from the window and it looked really nice with a big backyard. I do not know much about money, but my dad said that was cheap, and a month later he bought the house. We moved and I switched to a fancy, expensive private school. At first I told my dad he did not need to spend all that money on me, but he told me as a part of his job like the other employees his child's school fees are covered. It was then that I decided, even if I can never repay him for all that Izuku had done, I will always be there to protect him like he protected me that day at the park. Even if I have to kill somebody again in the future, so long as it is to keep him safe, I will do it. The Aoyama was just thrown across the room into the wall on the other side of the room. He heard a cracking noise and could feel his ribs bones digging into his lungs. He was unable to breathe and all he could see was Izuku struggling to stand up against his opponent. What if I did not insist on coming along to help him? Izuku would have been able to use his quirk to protect himself. Why is it I am unable to help my friends? Because they are far stronger and have no need for me. These thoughts and many were flowing steadily as the world had seemed to begun to slow down. Among them came the memories of how he met Izuku and the others all those years ago. 5 years ago, Izuku, Mina, and Ryuko were walking back to Izuku's house to meet up with the others after school. Then all of a sudden they heard kicking and familiar voices insulting someone. Limp Laser Bella Button Boy Sissy. As they turned the corner they saw the 3 biggest jerks of their grade kicking their classmate Aoyama. Izuku wasted no time in using his quirk to knock them out and rushed to his classmate's aid. "You two stay back," Izuku shouted, causing them to take refuge behind the corner they previously came from. All the bullies saw were Izuku running at them before they passed out from some sort of pressure. "Call my house and tell Aburo to open a portal for us," Izuku said, carrying an unconscious Aoyama on his back. A few minutes later a portal opened up and Izuku walked through with Mina and Ryuko, the doctor and maids all ready to take care of his injuries. While he was being kicked and mocked, he saw extending from the corner the shadow of people. Since only the school kids used this route at this time of day, he knew they were kids the same age as him. Aoyama, wishing with all his might that they were going to help him, gave a silent prayer. Then again, no one has ever helped him before. Nobody would raise an issue with the 3 kids before him. One of them was the son of a prominent government worker who was said to be the next right hand of the Prime Minister. Another was the son of a family who owned over half the docks in Japan. The third was a son of a police chief who was known to falsify evidence against people who got in the other 2 way. Anger the first family. Your future and anything involving the government is screwed. That includes hero work. The second one, if you angered them, then any company that brings in large shipments from overseas is done for. Incur the wrath of the third and you would be sent to prison, a place that would take you at least 10 years to get out of due to the lack of lawyers and also as a result a slow legal system. Anger them all at once and even the Aoyama family would not survive, as all 3 could cause immense trouble for them. Yet what he heard moved his heart, even though he could not make it out too well. All he could tell before blacking out was that a boy ran towards him while yelling something. Since his parents were from the second wealthiest family in the country, it was easy for all for one to find their number. After being patient while they screamed and panicked at the other end, they eventually heard him out. So they came over as quickly as their driver could take them. When they got there, all for one greeted them in his usual suit. The doctor explained that their son had fortunately no broken bones and a day of bed rest is all he would need. All of Aoyama cuts and bruises were already treated by him and the maids before lying him down in a guest bed. When got to the room, they saw Aoyama was awakened, laughing with another boy. Never before has his parents ever seen him like this before with another child, let alone one his own age. When the 2 boys noticed him, the white-haired one moved out of the way for them. After they hugged their son, all for one offered for them to come over for dinner tomorrow evening. Aoyama parents agreed readily as they were grateful for what he did and offered to pay for the doctor. However, they were surprised that the doctor personally worked for his family, so there was no need for them to do so. In any case, Aoyama was quite happy to be able to see Izuku again tomorrow. Once they were home, "Son, I know that boy is your classmate, but does he know about your quirk?" Aoyama mother asked as her son smiled. Normally such a question would make him sad due to him being unable to properly control his quirk. "I told him. He says he has a blood quirk, so that is why he never talked to anyone in class except for those 2 girls." Aoyama said, still remembering his conversation with Izuku. He understood how Izuku felt. People bullied him for needing his special belt. So if they knew he had a blood quirk, he'd be treated even worse than me, far worse. As a result, we naturally got along. In fact, he said my quirk was really impressive. He said it was a good quirk offensively and would be good for rescue missions as well. It was great to hear him praise my quirk. No one except my parents ever thought much about it. They all said it was too weak to be a hero quirk or a villain quirk, saying I was better off staying behind a desk my whole life. But All Might and that brilliant smile he shows everyone as pulls them out of danger. He overflowed with confidence and charisma. He was the kind of hero who inspired others. Be it through his physical strength or his shining personality, there was a reason he alone was the symbol of peace. It was because of him that I originally wanted to become a hero, someone who shines brilliantly in the spotlight. Then as I met this boy Izuku Midoriya, and he was unlike anyone I had ever met. While I was only looking at being a hero for the spotlight, he simply wanted to help those in need. It made me a fair bit shallow by comparison whenever I thought of our 2 reasons. The others were great. Even though we are only 10, he has managed to surround himself with so many cute girls. The first was Mina Ashido. She had pink. Well, everything about her was pink except her eyes. She was a bubbly and energetic girl who was always joking around, and with an impressive backbone to boot. The next was Ryuko Yanagi. She was a shy girl who kept to herself and had a quirk that was fun to play with. Though she was a bit long-winded with how she talked, she was still a great listener. Someone who you would be incredibly lucky to have as a friend, since she was always ready to lend you an ear. Then came Mei Hatsum, inventor and explosion expert. Or rather, explosion survivor. She made incredible inventions on a whim from any piece of scrap she could find. Granted, her inventions had an 87.5% chance of blowing on her. So much so that when he first introduced us, I got a face full of explosion when I opened the door to her workshop. Next came Setsuna Takage, a girl who loved to tease you to the point of mine failing to slap her half the time. She was a really kind person who worked well together with others, especially during quirk training. Though I will admit she took pranks a bit too far sometimes, like the time she detached her hands to pull down Mina pants. The next part I thought was dream until later that day when the others confirmed it did in fact happen. She ended up pulling down Mina underwear with her pants. Me and Izuku got dizzy and blacked out for a few minutes. When we came to, the first thing we heard and saw was Mina chasing Setsuna while screaming something about melting her clothes off. Finally, for their little friend group came Yui Kodai, a girl even more expressionless than Ryuko. At first I thought she was injured when I was first introduced to her, but the others just laughed at the idea. She was just someone who rarely showed emotion, as such you had to pick up on her subtle hints. Is usually the most you got out of her when she was happy, that and Izuku name. There is one more, though technically not part of the friend group. She often watches over us when we hang out. Himiko Toga. She was 8 years older than us, and was a personal maid for Izuku. Different from the other maids who worked at his home due to the fact that her one and only job was to make sure Izuku was stable around other people. Apparently his blood quirk is a bit unstable, and as a result his father had her on standby whenever we all hang out, just in case Izuku gets a random spike in his blood cravings. Fortunately, Himiko, also having a blood quirk, can tell the smallest of signs immediately. There was also their butler who personally served his mother, that was the same age as Himiko Toga. Though considering Izuku's friend was all female until he met me, he felt that having an older guy staring at them the whole time might make them uncomfortable. So he chose only Toga, as only one person to keep Izuku in check was necessary. Granted, his father said that as he gets older he will learn to control the blood cravings on his own. After a few days of hanging out with Izuku and the others, bullies approached me, or rather us again. "Hey you freaks," bully number 1 said, pointing at us, so we turned around. "That's right, 3, if you don't get on your knees and apologize, then our dads are gonna meet your parents' pay," he said, all of them sneering as they always do in school. Just as I was about to get on my knees, Mina put a hand on my shoulder, holding me up. She shook her head and Izuku and her walked up to them while Ryuko held onto me in Mina place. "All of you disgust me," he said in a harsh tone I would not expect from someone as gentle as Izuku. "What did you just say?" bully number 2 said, turning the skin on his arm into some sort of stone-like substance. Trying to punch Izuku and only getting a bite from Izuku as he bite the bully, judging by the sound all the way to his bone. He covered his mouth to muffle his own scream as Izuku was biting him at his wrist. He knew that if Izuku had enough strength to bite through his hardening quirk, Izuku could snap his wrist if he moved too much. Mina quickly transformed her head in a partial transformation to a dinosaur-like shape, headbutting bully number 3, causing him to pass out with a gash on his head. Izuku let the other child go and so he backed away. "We do not have to take crap from the children of arrested criminals," she said in her deep voice she gets from transforming. "What are you talking about? His dad arrests criminals, which are now going to be your parents," he said, pointing to Hi Friend, who she knocked unconscious. Even I did not know what she was talking about until Ryuko played the news on her phone. The audio was off, but you could clearly read what it said about all 3 of their parents. The police chief was killed and the other 2 parents were arrested after the emergency blackmail stash the police chief had was leaked to the public. As such, shortly after his murder the other 2 were sent to prison, at least they would have been. Angry mobs got to them first before the police could. The Prime Minister's right hand was dragged out of the government by some of his colleges. Their loved ones were taken hostage or killed by men he hired in the past to get to this point. Knowing this, no one had the heart to help security guards stop them as they used their quirks to blow their way past them. The shipyard guy was shown to have been working with black market gun dealers. The reason, at least one of them, for charging everyone so much to use their docks were to help hire bodyguards for the black market transactions. This caused all those who used them or those who worked for them to become enraged. Finding out that they were being essentially shook down for money every day to help fund their criminal lifestyles was the straw that broke the camel's back. As I mentioned, all the workers and companies, they were so mad they beat the man and his personal guards to death before chucking them in the water. "Oh yeah, also Ryuko was recording this since we heard you running behind us," Mina said, showing them there was a video file on Ryuko's phone. Then she grinned a cat-like smile before continuing her statement. "We are also sending this video to the school principal and police. Good luck getting even a desk job with heroes now," she said before hitting the send button. Never before have I seen someone stand so tall before that day. It was exhilarating just watching it up close. After that day all 3 were expelled from the school and the mothers of all 3 were fined. Not for anything they did, but for their husbands, as surviving family members of their husbands' crimes sued them. So heavily in fact that they all had to sell everything they had, including quite literally the shirts on their backs. All they were left with were a few sets of clothes, as they had to sell even all their expensive clothing to pay the lawsuits. The children were taken to an orphanage, but no one would ever adopt those brats, let's be real. After a few weeks I finally asked Izuku a question once we were by ourselves in his room. "Is it alright if I ask you something?" I asked him, unsure of if I should. "Fire away," Izuku said, making hand motions from his belly button in a joking gesture about my quirk. It was quite funny, but I had to steel myself for the worst case scenario of if I ruin our new friendship. "Why did you risk throwing it all away to help me?" I asked, still unsure as to why he did. Realistically, trying to help me like he did was plain reckless. We got luckily that the murder of one of them revealed the other 2 crimes. All he did before responding was scratch the side of his head and smile back at me. His response changed me. It lit a fire in me that I never knew was possible. "It is the purpose of a hero to answer a cry for help," Izuku said with a confident smile. A day before it, Yuga, Izuku, Mina, and Ryuko were walking home from school when they heard a child crying. When they rushed around the corner they saw that a child with a lizard-like mutation quirk was being bullied. The one who was bullying them was not a child, but a hero. Yuga and Izuku stood between the hero and the child while Mina and Ryuko went to check on them. The child had an adult-sized fist imprint on their cheek, making it clear that it was the hero who did this. "What the hell do you want?" He sneered at them before looking at me in a direction with disgust. Honestly, he was just doing a quick patrol in the area because the purse-snatching incidents here recently. It was to make it look like he cared about all the mutation-type freaks that are being targeted. Yes, that is right, whoever has been mugging people here has only been targeting mutation-type quirks. After all, some mutation-type quirks make them look nothing like a human. It was those freaks that no one cared for. Whenever they complained about discrimination, no one wanted anything to do with them on account of their appearance. He was just walking by when he heard some kids fighting. Since he was bored, he thought it would help kill a few minutes. A kid that was getting beaten up looked around 6 to 8 years old and had a lizard mutation-type quirk. He did not want to help, but the lizard brat noticed him as he was entering the park and ran towards him. Yes, he can't ignore the brat now. The other kids ran off and he figured he was done. The lizard boy, however, was clinging to him and crying with snot dripping from his nose. To add to that, his blood was also getting on his hero costume. He tries to pull the kid off, but he held on. So I was left with no other choice than to force him to let go, the hero thought to himself. He punched the kid in the face, and before he could move, 4 more brats were turning the corner. 2 boys and 2 girls, and it looks like they go to the fancy rich school nearby. One of the girls was a pink freak, the other one looked sleep-deprived, but at least she was normal. The boys with them also looked pretty normal, but the glare he was giving me was pissing me off. Where does a mutant-loving freak like him get the idea that he can look at a hero like that? Right now it looks like I'm going to have a couple of weirdo brats making this annoyance worse, he thought. The girls went to tend to the child, and the little pink demon was turned towards me to shoot me a look. The only reason she can act above her place in the world right now is because these boys. What the hell gives you the right to attack a child? Izuku shouted, uncontrollable rage in his voice. He was visibly shaking with anger but had to restrain himself as Vlad-sensei told him. Since he did not have hero license, he could only use his quirk out in the open if his life was in genuine danger. As far I am considered, the little bastard is not even human, the hero said, baring his fangs that came with his quirk. It was a hardening quirk, so his teeth were a bit sharper than most people. The next thing he knew, the pink-haired brat proved his point by getting in his face, or rather his chest, as he was a head and a half taller than her and letting out a low growl. "Keep your pet on a proper leash, brat," he said after kneeing her with a hardened knee. The plan was supposed to be simple: go in and mess his office up a bit for being a hypocrite. However, just to be safe, Mina and Ryuko were waiting outside and wait so they could warn them if he came by. What the 2 boys did not expecting were to see him and his secretary in the office still. It was nearly midnight, and no one should have been here for another 8 hours or so. He wasted no time in remembering them as soon as he heard Izuku's voice. "Breaking and entering, are we?" he said, sneering, knowing he was justified in beating the little shits to death now. Looks like he will be able to teach them a lesson after all, and his secretary is too spineless to do anything. Izuku could tell that his opponent was going to kill them. He could feel the bloodlust rolling off of him. They made a major mistake. Now they would be fighting for their lives, but he could not risk his quirk. If he used it and the secretary passed out but the hero was still standing, he might lose, and if he did, the hero may kill her to keep her quiet and blame her death on them. All he could do was fight him head-on with Aoyama as backup for him. Every time their fists clashed, Izuku could feel his bones break. Aoyama managed a few shots on the hero, but even with his careful aim, he ended up hitting Izuku once, giving the hero the opening he needed. Aoyama could not use his full unless he wanted to risk them getting caught trying to commit a crime. For their families, they had to find a discreet way out of this mess they were in. Izuku was punched in the gut after getting hit by a stray attack from Yuga and was sent flying into the wall, but he was still able to stand. Then came his friend as he tried to help him, but all he did was make himself a target. Yuga Aoyama was just thrown across the room into the wall on the other side of the room. He heard a cracking noise and could feel his ribs bones digging into his lungs. He was unable to breathe, and all he could see was Izuku struggling to stand up against his opponent. What if I did not insist on coming along to help him? Izuku would have been able to use his quirk to protect himself. Why is it I am unable to help my friends? Because they are far stronger and have no need for me. These thoughts and many were flowing steadily as the world had seemed to begun to slow down. Among them came the memories of how he met Izuku and the others all those years ago. In that moment he felt a surge of power and decided he knew what he had to do. Using the last of his strength, he got up and fired a laser at the fire extinguisher behind them. A laser bounced off the case and struck the hero with double the original power from behind. Unfortunately for the hero, he was turned halfway around and got his right eye blasted off. Yuga passed out after a rather round crunch was heard. He passed put but was still clearly but barely breathing. When the hero moved in to finish Izuku off, the secretary blocked it with her body. The blow went straight through her. It was clear she was going to die. Oh well, his head was a blood quirk that healed anyone she drank from, the hero said, sneering in disgust as he pulled his hand out. Izuku's blood felt like it had turned cold. This lady was somebody who he considered an ally in the struggle for equality. Who would want to be healed by a leech? The hero said, making Izuku's blood turn instantly from ice cold to boiling. This man had just killed someone who was supposed to be a comrade, and he could only care about her blood staining his costume. Izuku became enraged and grabbed a loose screwdriver he saw on the floor and drove it into the hero's heart. He coughed some blood before Izuku pulled it out, killing the man, and he could not care. He threw the screwdriver aside and went to her side before going on a rant. I can steal blood quirks. I can call my dad's butler and he can teleport you to our doctor to stabilize you. Once you stable, I can heal you, he said to her, crying at the loss of his friend Yuga. She took his hand and pointed to his friend and told him what he needed to hear. I am going to die in minutes. Take my quirk now and use it to heal your friend. Unlike me, is still alive and much likely to live, she said, gripping the side of the white-haired boy's face. Please, use my power and help not just him but others as well. Use it and become a proper hero, she said, crying with him as she pulled him close. Izuku, despite being saddened, knew that if he was going to help his friend and fulfill her request, he had to take it now. He bit his neck lightly and drank some of her blood, taking her quirk with it. He healed Yuga and called his dad. The others, also crying at her death, were teleported to his house. Their parents were told they were have a sleepover at his house, so they were not expecting them home. Dabai followed his dad's orders and burned the building to the ground, removing all evidence of them being there. Yuga and the others swore that her life would not go to waste. Yuga was determined now more than ever to make it into UA. For the person who gave up their life for him, he would succeed. Though he was shocked about Izuku blood-stealing quirk, he understood after Izuku explained the other person's quirk he took. He knew why more than ever the reason Izuku is trying so hard to be a symbol for blood quirk users. As one who can transfer quirks between them, he was the one most suited to give them another option. And, for anyone was getting frustrated with the long wait, my apologies. But as Aoyama is my second favorite character in MHA, I wanted to make sure I do him justice. All Might's apartment. It was late in the evening when I got the call from my friend saying he was coming over with some news in a few hours. Naomasa came by at around 10:30 at night and he was still unsure why. Normally, if it was ever about All for One or another dangerous criminal, he would have told him to come down to the police station. As I opened the door, he had a grim look on his face that said it all. Something horrible had happened. I suggest you sit down for this, Toshinori, the usual calm and go happy detective said. However, there was no hint of even cracking a joke in his voice, which he always did. No matter how bad the news, he could always put a light spin on it, said it helped him from going insane. Gran Torino was found murdered along with 2 other police officers, Naomasa said, sighing as he knew what would happen next. On his way to the apartment, a neighbor poked their head out to see who was coming. He told them that he would be informing the next of kin of their murdered father and that there would be a bit of a ruckus. The neighbor looked at the end of the hall where he was pointing and they nodded before going back in. It was apparently the right call to make as his friend reacted more or else how he expected. All Might, or rather as his neighbors knew him, Toshinori Yagi, began screaming his head off, knock over his couch and punching several fist-shaped dents in the wall, trying to let out his grief. One of his neighbors began shouting before the women who Naomasa spoke to before told everyone to forgive him, as he was receiving news about his murdered father. No one complained after that, only able to imagine the grief the man was going through at the sudden news. After 20 minutes or so he calmed down and regained his composure, face still slick with tears. Who? All Might said, looking towards his longtime friend from the police force. It was not a question but a demand to know the person he would be breaking over and over again. And what he heard come next made his blood run cold as he realized how wrong he was to laugh him off. We do not know who exactly, but apparently he was poking around for All for One, Naomasa said, slumping on the seat across for his friend. There were apparently rumors, according to some other criminals we caught earlier, saying that someone put a 1 million yen price on his head. The detective said, tempted to punch himself. Gran Torino warned them all this months ago and now he was dead. He was dead because they did not take him seriously. As a result, he had to do a risky solo investigation by himself, one that they ignored. All Might was pissed off at the fact that he saw All for One at UA and Nezu has been doing nothing. That monster was smiling and pretending to be a normal child this whole time. He was probably laughing his ass off at the news the assassin he hired just gave this evening. I looked up the description he gave, and I found no criminal fitting that description, Naomasa said, handing All Might the papers. There were a fair amount of civilians who had similar descriptions, but that was it. And since they were minors whom they had no hard evidence against, then they could not bring them down to be interrogated. Unfortunately, if they did have any evidence, they could not dig into their past on whim. To do so would risk the families suing for harassment and worse, defamation. The chief would never allow such a thing to sully his station's name, as such his hands were tied. Thank you. I will speak with Nezu and show these photos to him, All Might said after knocking back a whiskeys. Once they both had a decent mind-numbing buzz going, Naomasa called another cab to take him home and All Might passed out. UA. All Might had just walked into Nezu's office bright and early at his request since he was going to be busy today. Hello, All Might. If you want to talk about the photos, then I have some bad news, Nezu said, ushering him to the seat in front of him. After the symbol of peace sat down, he continued with his explanation. Only one of those pictures matched up to applicant student, Nezu said, pointing to the photo of Mina Ashido. Nezu showed him the part where her quirk was registered. It said it was a mutation, transformation quirk, and secret slime was a byproduct of it. The skin was already pink when transformed. It turned to a grayish red and transformed her into a large reptile of some sort. To be more precise, she had the appearance of a dragon, with her head and neck resembling that of a pterodactyl. She also possessed a spiked segmented tail with a hooked end and her eyes were solid yellow. And, for anyone who did not pick up on it, All for One gave her a transformation quirk. I based her transformed form off of Ridley because I want to give her the original hero named Midnight Turned Down. Also, I made it so that only Izuku and the others in their friend circle know of her acid quirk. Yes, even Aoyama, I trust him to keep her secret as he knows what it is to have others hate because of your quirk. In her file it showed she possessed a transformation type quirk, not an acid quirk. Nezu said seeing All Might stare so hard he was going to burn a hole in the paper. He understands that he is not thinking straight due to the loss of Gran Torino. It is because of that fact that he must prevent him from making a mistake by going after an innocent child. The UA exams will be happening in 3 months, he said, grabbing another paper. Unbeknownst to anyone except Aizawa, Gran Torino was supposed to teach the Hero Foundation course for Class 1, and Nezu said, pointing out the date. It was decided before Gran Torino even met the boy. He wanted a strict teacher this year to get some better results for last year. Last year Aizawa expelled his entire class on the first day of school, something he did not mind. But the Hero Safety Commission Board was quite upset about, so in order to get them off his back he had a plan. Demote Aizawa, technically, to Class 1B and promote Vlad King to Class 1, also making sure that Aizawa was not allowed to expel a single student without an extremely necessary reason for it. This should appease the powers that be. Besides, they had found 2 gems to allow in without the test. The first was a girl by the name of Momoye Irazu. Her quick allowed her to turn her fat into any inorganic matter she wanted. So long as she understood the chemical composition of it, she was good to go and make it. Then there was the boy, Izuku Midoriya, and his powerful blood quirk with essentially no drawbacks. I say essentially, but once he uses up all of his emotions he becomes an emotionless husk. But in terms of physical side effects there was none. As a result he could still continue fighting. His quirk allowed him to overwhelm the minds of people, knocking them out, as well as disable electronics. Well, I would be lying if I said there were no physical side effects, but only discovered that last week. It is a tad unusual but nothing to worry about as it only lasts for up to a few days maximum, give or take. We need to trust Gran Torino instincts, All Might shouted, standing up. No offense to Nezu because of the favor he is doing by letting him teach here to find a successor. But he was not going to allow someone else to die like Gran Torino did, simply because he underestimated All for One. I understand you are getting a little anxious, but I already contacted his backup and they will come instead, Nezu said, distracting the symbol of peace. He was then handed a form by the mouse and saw that on it Mirko was listed as the other teacher for Class 1. He was about to say something when Nezu held his hand up, stopping him from continuing. She will teach one of her Hero Course Foundation is to help Vlad King, Nezu stated, straightening his tie. Unlike Aizawa, Vlad will not go hard enough to push them to Plus Ultra. He stated the main fact as he originally planned this from the start. While Aizawa goes too intense with them, so I need you there to help balance things out for them, Nezu said, knowing how very opposite the 2 heroes can be. After All Might had calmed down a bit and they worked out his future schedule, Nezu turned on his computer. He brought out some still piping hot popcorn that he can put in a container in his lower desk drawer before All Might came. Then Nezu began playing the hilarious video of what happened that day. UA. It was a normal set as he made his way with Dabai to UA to train with Vlad King. Today they were following a suggestion from Nezu and had permission to use as many training robots as were needed. Power Loader was assisting with it today as they were training his EMP-like attack. As soon as it began they surrounded him with more robots at Arthur ranges to test his limits. The first was 5 robots at 5 meters away from him, all were disabled with ease. Second wave were 10 robots at 7 meters since that was the bare minimum distance they could do with a complete circle of 10. They all went down but used up a bit more energy than the first, as such it was discovered. And I would just like to state that I did a fair amount of research in my opinion. That being said, imp were a bit difficult to grasp, so if I got it wrong my bad. If so, let me know in the reviews if I screwed it up, but hopefully I got it right. Rather than act like an average EMP that uses an electrical or magnetic field, his uses electromagnetic radiation. If it was a simple electrical field, the machines as well as people would have a layer of electricity outside their bodies. A magnetic field would affect the neurons in the person's brain and the synapses along with them. On machines it would happen from the inside, much more subtly, stripping away the programming yet still causing their glass lenses to break from electrical surges. His quirk, however, did not destroy their glass lenses, or rather eyes. In fact, they were perfectly intact. Though the insides were burned and the programming information damaged, no major outward surge of power. Therefore Power Loader narrowed it down to one option as it was the only one flexible enough to do the damage he saw. A normal magnetic field with enough power and control could knock someone out in an instant. But it would have broken the glass eye of the robots. Microwaves, however, were able to damage the insides without breaking. The waves, however, would overwhelm the human brain in a way that knocks them and explains the hazy or missing memories of his targets. Therefore his quirk specifically takes the energy created in the limbic system of his brain, amplifies it, to then transform it into different waves of the electromagnetic field depending on the situation. When it came to machines, it would soon be discovered that those had some sort of physical side effect, be it brief. The test then went as followed. 5 robots 10 meters, taken down, some notable effort required. 10 robot at 10 meters, taken down, began to feel some strain. 5 robots at 15 meters, a little less strain than last. 10 robots at 15 meters, taken down, momentarily stunned but still standing tall. 5 robots at 20 meters, taken down, momentarily stunned but still standing. 10 robots at 20 meters, taken down, more clearly stunned but only lasted a second or two longer. 5 robots at 25 meters, taken down, stunned as much as previous time. 10 robots at 25 meters, taken down, went rigid and straightened up momentarily. 5 robots at 30 meters, taken down, went rigid and straightened up a few seconds longer. 10 robots at 30 meter, taken down, went rigid and face went completely blank. One of the robots, however, was not fully shut down and fired off a rocket at him. It was almost a direct hit, and the 2 teachers ran up to him to check if he was okay. He losing a fair lot of blood and his ribs were definitely broken, not fatal, but he was definitely in intense pain. The next thing they knew, his skin turned a pinkish tint, and steam began coming off his body in excess amounts. After a moment of screaming, his body was healed, but if their eyes were still working properly as she. And if this turns off anyone from the story, my apologies, but I assure I intend to keep smut to a bare minimum in the main story. Any exact smut details will be hopefully left in the side story I had told you about. As I touched upon in the beginning, for those who like to read smut, I do not plan to limit it for them. With that said, please deal with the little bit I have to put here for the setup and the other one. Though if I am being honest with myself, a sort of Fuda Izuku just feels like it will also allow me to write more comedic scenes, especially once I get to the dorms and Minta. Also, for those who do not know what Fuda is, well, I apologize for corrupting your innocent souls. The 2 teachers were rushing her to Recovery Girl as she was in a daze, and they were caught off guard by the gender change. Izuku was more in shock due to the fact that he had never healed a wound that bad before. This resulted in a bit of a strain on his mind, while the other 2 just want to make sure he was okay after the rocket. Recovery Girl went to work quickly and healed him up. Fortunately, his ribs barely punctured his lung, so he was still breathing somewhat okay. She then afterwards began checking every inch of him, explained to the 2 teachers as well as Nezu what was happening, obviously making sure he was asleep and resting comfortably on the infirmary bed. Listen well, cause I am not going to repeat myself. First off, it seems his quirk has some sort of healing factor, but the side effect is quite obvious. It causes his estrogen levels to rise when it is, causing his body to go under a drastic change. I do not know how long it will last, but obviously healing a rocket launcher injury just took a lot out of him, whatever they identify as. I will have to explain this to them when they wake up, so shoo, no more training for today. Recovery Girl said so, swinging her cane at Vlad, who tried to stay behind. As she walked back, and she quickly checked his pulse again and saw it was going well. That being said, note to self, keep him away from Midnight, especially until she confirms his gender identity. The last thing they need is Midnight making the girl, boy, whichever they are, sexually confused. Definitely should ask them when they wake up if they wish to speak to Hound Dog. This might be a bit out of his expertise, but better him than Midnight, cause I am definitely too confused about it to give advice. A few hours later, Izuku woke up and more or less was given the same explanation his doctor did a month ago. Of course less detailed, as she specialized in healing injuries, not quirk research. Once she was done, she took them to the cafeteria to get lunch, as it was close to lunch break for her anyway. But as they were heading out, she took her cane to the back of his head, making him turn around. We are not going out of this room until we take care of those, Recovery Girl said, guiding him to a seat. Take your shirt off and keep your arms raised, she said, with him complying without a complaint. However, before she could wrap the gauze around his chest, she had to kick the butler out of the room. He was quite embarrassed to have another guy stare at it. Well, at least she does not have to worry about him using it pervertedly. Though she did find how embarrassed he was quite adorable after she made a quick chest bind using gauze. Now that his chest was somewhat properly covered, they went outside, and the butler his dad sent to keep an eye on him followed. Oh yeah, the butler was not too happy that he was forced to leave the room and not be able to keep a close eye on his boss's son. Once we got there, the 2 idiots apologized over and over again for the rocket launcher. He was quite relaxed about it. In fact, their constant apologizing only seemed to embarrass them more. He also had to explain to them that he threw a guy all the way. Once that awkward conversation was out of the way, it was easy talking from there before the kid went home. But still, his genitals did remain unaffected from what I could instantly tell. Granted, the rest of him changed into a perfect hourglass shape. Midnight would definitely be jealous of that natural figure. Yue, Aizawa walked into the teacher's lounge, seeing Hound Dog lecture Vlad and Power Loader. Curious as to what it was about, he decided to ask about, considering he has never seen Hound Dog this angry before. What did these 2 knuckleheads do now? Aizawa said, sipping his coffee. Hound Dog turned to him and sighed, but was ready to explain why he was lecturing them. These 2 idiots almost blew up Izuku Midoriya with a robot stray rocket launcher, he said, exasperated at the absurdity. Honestly, why the hell did these 2 think it was safe to surround him with robots equipped with rocket launchers? Recovery Girl had already broken her cane over each of their twice each already. Nezu apparently bought her plenty of spares, as he enjoyed watching her hit people with her cane. I swear, Vlad, if you break him before I get a chance to train the kid, you will learn how brutal I can be in a fight, Aizawa said, glaring at them. This is why he did not want Vlad teaching the kid. He may push his students too far sometimes, but at least he is smart enough not to nearly kill his students during a training exercise. What Nezu did was bullshit. If he was allowed to teach the best of them, then he could at least deal with slow learners. But this year he will have to get Vlad scraps, and possible teach those who are not talented enough to survive. Well, as a teacher he has to make do with whoever passes the exam. Hopefully they will have some skill. With the exam only a month away, Nezu and the rest of the faculty are going to be quite busy. Power loader especially, as he has to double check and maintain all the robots needed for the exam. Everywhere you could see some staff member with their hands full, be it paperwork, machine parts, or lunch rushes case it was his food stocks. Seeing, as he will have to prepare extra food on the exam day for the only few to be students. Nezu told Vlad that he was not to train Midoriya for the next month so he can help with the prep work. As much as the Blood Hero disliked paperwork, he knew that they needed all hands on deck for this. So he begrudgingly told his protege to take it easy and only prepare for the written exam. Izuku was both confused and happy to hear Nezu already passed him due to all of Vlad King training. At the Midoriya residence, All for One was just told by his son that Nezu had already accepted him into the hero course, that the written exam was just used to gauge his current academic abilities, so they have something to compare to the midterm later. This was perfect, just perfect. Not only did his son already get into the course without the formalities of their ridiculous robot test, but his son and the girls would be living on campus. It will make information smuggling so much easier. To think that UA would be inviting their enemy to live in a home they built for them. It was too good to be true. They will be crushed when or if the truth is revealed before graduation. If anything, it will help the League immensely having them as pro-heroes to help sabotage future operations. Well, they technically already had that person working as a hero for them, but you can never have too many moles. He was barely lifting a finger from the shadows and he was still in full control of the situation. His criminal empire is far from fallen. If anything, they just gave him an excuse to make it over. But he could not help but feel insulted that they think All Might could have possibly killed him. As he was laughing to himself, he heard a knock at the door to his study. Fortunately, it was soundproofed, so whoever it was outside could not hear him unless he pressed the buzzer at his desk. He did so, telling them they could come in. Seeing a woman's outline from the shadow and a green eye, he assumed it was his wife. "Sorry, darling, did I make you all wait for me to start dinner?" he asked as he hugged his wife tightly. Though for some reason his wife felt shorter for some reason, he looked down to see white hair and backed away a few steps. "Izuku, why the hell did you change into your female-looking form?" All for One asked his son. "When I was showing them how I could disable their phones with my quirk, we passed by an electric car dealership," Izuku said, not needing to go into more details. All for One could more or guessed what happened. All the electric cars blew up and he got injured. They then quickly bailed the scene so no one would find out it was because of Izuku. "Son, I think you need to be more careful when you use that application of your quirk in the future," All for One said, sighing. It is definitely going to take him a while to get used to the new quirk Izuku had obtained. He pat his son on the head and wished him luck, as he knew Inko and the others would not miss the chance to make him try on girl clothes they thought would look cute on him. Later that night, as he went to bed, that was the only reason Inko decided to call it quits for tonight. As much as he felt bad for his son, he knew there was not much else he could do to stop all the 7 determined women in his son's life. Fortunately, it will only last for about a week, and a long week it will be for him. Looks like he will have to give the school a call tomorrow morning to let them know. UA. It was finally the day for the entrance exams, as everyone filled out the entrance of UA. All across, not just Japan but the world, students from different social classes, quirk classifications, and middle schools gathered. All for the chance to enter the greatest hero school in the world. Many are determined to be great heroes, and were better than the country where the profession of heroes began. Among the droves there was a rather large group that gathered the attention of those around them. It was made of one guy surrounded by 5 girls, all of which were quite beautiful. No matter what standards of beauty you used to measure, they would surely pass. Even those who hated mutation quirks like Mina's were at a loss for breath when they felt the air she gave off. It was one of confidence and seduction, compatible to that of the 18-plus hero Midnight. Many boys and quite a few girls could not help but stumble a bit as they looked her way for too long. Though the way she was dressed probably factored into it, considering how snug it was. She wore tight, stretchable black workout shorts under her white and green checkered skirt. In terms of the top, she wore a form-fitting black workout shirt that would also stretch like her shorts. Since wearing a bra gets in the way of her transformation, she decided to go without a bra, causing the 2 boys with her to blush. Needless to say, it left little to the imagination, but she insisted that she just misplaced a bar May designed for her. In truth, it was in case they were found out and wanted to leave May as a mole. So she had to pretend May made it for the first time after the hero course students picked their costume designers. Knowing how her outfit stimulated others around her, she gave a wink and blew a kiss towards a group of girls who were staring too long, who quickly blushed and looked away from her, deciding to look down instead. The others dressed much more moderately, except for Setsuna, who wore the same shorts but a bit higher on her thighs. Although unlike Mina, she decided to wear a bra. Only a bra, but at least it was a sports bra. Her excuse was that if she wore normal clothes they would get in the way of the test. Not a complete lie, but if Mina was gonna mess with Izuku, she wanted to as well. While 2 of the other 3 were acting completely nonchalant about this, the blonde boy was blushing hard. The white-haired girl was wearing walking shorts, red high-top shoes, and a white tank top which helped to show how well endowed she was. She loosely wore a light green hoodie so the sleeves of the hoodie went down to her elbows. Revealing her pale skin, she was blinking a lot and looked as though she could have used a few more hours of sleep. Izuku stayed up all night and fell asleep at his desk, henceforth why he was so tired. The reason he was in female form was a rather awkward one that earned him a lecture from his mother when he gets home today. While he was sleeping at his desk last night, he slid off his desk pulling his lamp light down with him. Even though he was asleep, his healing quirk kicked in as he cut his lip when he fell and drank his one blood. The electric shock from the lamp combined the supposed to be gaping head wound were healed. When Toga came to wake him up, she saw him sleeping with a large bloody shard of glass. It was positioned behind his head as though it popped out of his skull. She quickly woke the doctor and he said Izuku's healing quirk already repaired all the damage. The reason he was able to activate his quirk was because the shock from the lamp momentarily woke him up before knocking him out again. Nezu was watching the security feed of the front gate and was laughing so hard Aizawa decided to give to trying to ignore it. So the man in the sleeping bag stood up, while still in his sleeping bag mind you, and decided to see why the mouse was laughing and noticed how those girls were dressed. Great, now we are going to have 2 more midnights around here. The sleepy man groaned out as the principal finally stopped himself. To be fair, after looking at their quirks it makes some sense as to why they are dressed like that. Nezu said, showing Aizawa their papers. Mia quirk when transformed became at maximum a little over 3 times her height, which was quite large. She was 5 feet and 3 inches normally, so that meant her transformed height was 16 feet tall. This made her even taller than All Might and Endeavor if they ever stood on one another's shoulders. As for Setsuna, her quit dissembled her body, causing her clothes to tear or fall off easily if she used it. This means her hero costume would need to incorporate her DNA so it would split with her. So meshing that the school, or rather power loader, would have to take care of. Aizawa, however, still looked grumpy despite the explanation. Oh come now, Eraser, at least they will be interesting to watch interacting with their classmates. Nezu said, chuckling at the future entertainment he will most likely have to watch. Back to the students, they were all beginning to get to their seats in the large auditorium. Large being an understatement, as they had nearly 500,000 students applying this year. Nezu made it so that starting 3 years ago they would accept more student applicants from around the world. So long as their Japanese met a certain standard, they were situated in Japan, so it was fair. The auditorium became noisy as people started talking to the person next to them. Izuku was sitting beside a boy with red eyes and blonde spiky hair who was looking irritated. Even so, he felt awkward and decided to make some conversation with him, as they might be future classmates. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, good luck, he said in a half-yawn's hand outstretched to the other boy. The blonde boy lazily turned her way and looked her up and down before sneering. If either of us will need luck to pass, it will be you, he said as he went back to looking ahead of him. He propped his feet onto the top of the surface and sighed, bored out of his mind. He was surrounded by nothing but these damn extras, and this weakling was as extra as you could get. On top of that, the idiot actually thought she could get through this test half asleep. Yes, she is definitely not passing, he thought to himself. With his explosion quirk, he had this in the bag as soon as the practical exam began. As for the written, he was no slouch in terms of studying and knew he could pass it, though he could go through this experience without one little thing. The half-asleep girl beside him was definitely not going to pass this exam. Why the hell did someone as lazy as her apply here anyway? After a few more minutes of this noise, a loud shout caused all to go quiet, either to listen or to cover their aching eardrums. Quiet, President Mike shouted, using his quirk, reaching all the students at once. Everyone was starting to settle down except for one kid who looked half asleep, who seemed unfazed by his voice. For some reason the girl looked familiar to the sound hero, but he could not place it. Alright little listeners, I am only going to say this once, so listen up, President Mike said, grinning ear to ear. He went on to explain that they would do the written exam after this explanation in a different room. Or rather 50 smaller rooms with roughly 10,000 people per room for 2 hours. After 2 hours they would be given an hour and a half for lunch, and then the practical exam would begin. The examinees, this being them, would be split up from their schoolmates as much as possible. During the exam they will be facing 4 types of robots, and the 1 through 3 pointers were listed on the paper before them. They had to defeat these faux villains in order to get points, with 60 being the bare minimum needed to make it for consideration. Also, they were not allowed to attack other contestants once the practical begins, or else they may end up disqualified. As he was finishing the explanation, however, he saw a tall student with glasses stand up, waving his hand. Yes, you have a question number ####. President Mike said, wondering what he missed. My apologies, but the printout only shows 3 robots, but you have 4 on your overhead display. If this is a mistake made by the #1 hero school in the world, then the administration should be ashamed of themselves. Also, you there, if you are not taking this exam seriously, then go home and sleep so you stop distracting us future heroes, the boy with the glasses said, glaring at her. However, she did not seem to register what he said to her and just looked around before yawning again. Almost everyone there was thinking the same thing as they saw her, one less competitor. Now don't worry, there is no mistake here. The reason there is only 3 on your pamphlet is that one of them is 0 points and more of an arena trap. It is meant to get in your way and stop you from getting points, so I suggest you avoid it if possible. Present Mike said, getting the student to apologize to him and calm down. After a brief explanation on how the testers would be divided, he led them all to the testing rooms Nezu had Cementos help build. The students were brought to the test rooms and began with Izuku, Mina, and Yuga all in the same room. Tenya Hilda, the boy who got upset with Izuku earlier, was there as well among them. After 11 minutes or so, Izuku handed in his test and went to wait outside. Ectoplasm chuckled at first, thinking this kid was going to fail, but looked to see all of it done, including the essay portion, something he could not believe, but after looking it over saw it was well done. Tenya Hilda was starting to get really upset with the girl for mocking the exams even further, but only became more angry when two others handed theirs and at the 20-minute mark of the exam. Is no one here taking this test seriously? He was going to lecture them after this. Waiting outside for Mina and Yuga was Izuku as they all made their way to the cafeteria. On the way they got texts from the others saying they were done and going to the cafeteria. Once there they all sat down near the line area as Lunch Rush was still prepping food. He was quite surprised to see that people had already finished the written exam. Looked as though he would have to pick up the pace a bit, even though the 6 students were probably outliers. While chatting away, an hour had passed and more students were coming in. One was the blonde-haired kid with spiky hair that Izuku had spoke to earlier. He was looking as annoyed as ever, but that was more likely due to the screaming kid. The other kid who was screaming had blue hair and glasses. He was the one complained earlier, if Izuku remembered correctly. Then there was a boy with grape hair, and another with half white half red hair split down the middle. There is no way you finish the exam in 10 minutes, Tenya Hilda said, chopping his arms in a robot-like motion while pointing at Izuku. He then turned his attention towards the blonde boy and pink-skinned girl who finished after. And there is no way you two finished in 20 minutes as well, he exclaimed in outrage, beginning to lecture them. We have all come here to try and become heroes. How dare you take the job of saving lives so lightly? Your households must be truly lacking in discipline for you to have turned out this way. Unlike my family, who comes from a good standing, who made sure to teach me basic manners. You should leave now so you do not distract the rest of us who actually wish to become heroes. His rant would have gone longer if he was not cut short. That was when the other boys who arrived with his interrupted him by adding their thoughts into the mix. How do you know these extras didn't finish before you 4 eyes? Bakugo said, groaning at the lecture he was ginning these random people. Sure, he doubt they passed if what he said about their time was true, but they would not be chatting away so mindlessly like this if they did not answer everything except the essay. The essay was 30%, so even if they skipped it, so long as they get 50%, then all they have to do is kill it in the practical. Though he did not have high hopes for the sleepy girl with the disheveled hair. Pull that stick out of your butt and stop harassing these beautiful girls, Maida said, acting smug for some reason. He had a really creepy grin when he turned to Izuku before he said his next statement. If you get in trouble and I am in the same arena, just call for me, Silver. The name is Mina Raminta, he said, winking while clicking his tongue. He walked away thinking he impressed her by coming to her aid. Izuku, on the other hand, along with the rest of the people there, minus the shouting boy with glasses, were cringing hard. Izuku especially, as he just now realized he was form. It honestly amazed him some days. He was so tired that when Toga was helping him get ready today, he did not even notice her putting his bra on for him. And here he thought she was just tickling his armpit out of boredom while trying to wake him up. Note to self, he thought, go to sleep early next time he has an exam to do, also never fall asleep at his desk again. Lunch Rush prevented any further ranting by telling them they could start getting their food. Izuku got a triple serving of some sort of turkey dish. Lunch Rush quirk made appearances inconsequential. The others just stuck to rice bowls, knowing full well Nezu was trying to weed out the idiots by offering turkey. Even getting lunch here was a test in and of itself. He was really relentless today. But Izuku did not care about getting sleepy, as he was only here today for the written test. Looking at their group from far away was a certain set of boys who could not believe what they were seeing. She definitely has a healthy appetite, Katsuki Bakugo said, his spoon of curry still held midway between his plate and mouth. How unsightly, she is eating like a pig, she should know better. Tenya Hilda huffed at how ridiculous this girl was being. Her dates would have to take her to an all-you-can-eat buffet if they don't want to go broke after one date, Mina Raminta said, whistling in exasperation. Though a big appetite is also sexy in its own way. On top of that, 2 of her friends were wearing practically nothing. As far as he was concerned, this was right now a feast for the eyes, not stomach. Once they were done eating, the 2 hours for the test were up and people started to file in. So Izuku group quickly made their way to the rooftop and continued talking and seeing who was in which test area. Izuku promptly excused himself to nap in the principal's office once the others had to leave for the test. When he got there, he saw Nezu coming out and most likely going to the monitoring room. Hello Izuku, looks like you are going to take me up on my offer to nap in my office, Nezu asked, already knowing the answer. He was yawning and already tilting from side to side as he walked. Looks as though the boy had his fair share of turkey from earlier. Lunch Rush quirk was quite useful. Not only could he mix ingredients in an instant to create a hot and ready meal, but some ingredients, like turkey, were made more effective in terms of sleeping effects. He could not wait to see how many foolishly fell into his lunch trap this year. Yes, sir, the turkey was delicious, he said, stretching his arms out. Unfortunately for some of the applicants, they ate it not realizing the side effects and were about to find out. Then again, knowing Principal Nezu, this was another step to weed out the weak, or rather stupid. Even so, he promptly made his way to the couch and passed out on it, as it was quite comfy. Nezu almost sweat dropped at the sight he just witnessed and decided to call lunch rush. According to him, Izuku had 3 full servings of his extra potent sleep turkey meal. Looks like the boy might sleep all the way till tomorrow at this rate. Maybe he should have warned Izuku. Oh well, no use crying over spilled milk. He had some children to terrorize. He means test, yes test, and nothing else. And, just so readers know, this is currently at over 3,000 words. And keep in mind, I have yet to start the fight scenes. Though I will try to get through at least 2 of Izuku's friends in the next chapter, so I only have to dive the fighting into 2 chapters. That being said, depending on how I write, I might have to extend from 2 to 4 chapters. Students were gathering before their respective test gates, and many focused on preparing themselves, except for those who were situated in certain arenas with a pair of utterly scandalized dressed girls. Tenya Hilda was in the same group as Mina, who had her eyes set on a girl with vines for hair and one with earphone jacks. As she was walking up to them to wish them luck, however, a certain annoying boy whose face she wanted to melt off grabbed her shoulder. "How dare you try and distract other competitors?" Tenya Hilda said, shouted, turning her around. Not only did this girl hand in her test before she finished it, but now she is trying to mess with people's heads even more before the test started. You would bet his quirk on it that her outfit is just a way to shamelessly distract everyone around her. Mina was getting rally annoyed with this guy now. She has never met such a hypocrite before. Honestly, he talked down to others, constantly lecturing them, always taking about social etiquette. Yet he was as rude as they got. He was constantly sticking his nose into other people's business. He was complaining about her distracting someone by talking to them, yet he was doing the same. On top of that, he just randomly grabbed her and forced her to talk to him. What he was doing was far from proper. If anything, what he was doing was far more criminal than heroic. As such, she felt not bad in the slightest. In fact, she happy to do what she was about to do. She quickly transformed into her full height to stare down at him as menacingly as she could. Seeing this transformation caused everyone else to give her a wide circle. She picked him up by his shoulders and tossed him into the wall beside them. "Hey now, little listener, did you not hear what I said earlier?" President Mike said, wanting to break up the fight. "Yes, I did. That is why I am allowed to do that," she said in her transformed form very smugly. "Say what? So you wanted to get disqualified?" President Mike asked her, confused as to what she meant. "You said once the practical exam starts we are not allowed to attack one another, correct?" she asked, knowing his answer already. "Well, yes I did." President Mike was about to respond but was cut off by her. "They have yet to start, therefore you cannot legally disqualify me," she said silently, thanking all for one for telling her to pay close attention to wording in terms of legal matters. President Mike looked confused and unsure of what to say before he got a call from Nezu in the observation room. "Mike, she is unfortunately correct. Due to your earlier wording, we have to let this incident slide," Nezu said, chuckling a little. The other teachers looked annoyed, as they knew so long as she got the 60-point minimum this violent girl would get in. Besides, he picked a fight with her when she was just trying to be friendly to other people, he said, playing back the tape for them all. It clearly showed how the Hilda boy randomly assaulted her while she was walking in a direction. No matter what your reason, if you grab someone so suddenly, be prepared for them to strike you. President Mike acknowledged Nezu's decision and reasoning, especially since it was clear she threw him lightly. "All right, but let me make it clear then, do not assault any of the other students." He waved his finger, getting a nod from the girl. He checked and saw the glasses-wearing kid was already dusting himself off and fixing his glasses. "And I hoped you learned to not go around starting a fuss," President Mike said, getting a disgruntled nod from him. In another testing site there was Setsuna and Minoru Mineta, with him trying to chat her up. It was quite the one-sided conversation, but in the end she put up with it for appearance sake. He was trying to sound tough, but then again she really could not care for anyone but Izuku and her friends. "Yeah, I am totally going to surpass everyone else with my score, just watch it, hot stuff," Minoru Mineta said, grinning. He was already imagining it. This girl gets in trouble during the exam and calls for help. Then on cue, her knight in shining grape-colored armor comes into the rescue. They both pass and she will be totally begging for a date along with the rest of the girls here. He had this in the bag and no one was going to stop him from passing it, even if he had to get a little dirty. Setsuna was bored out of her mind waiting for the go signal when this grape-themed gremlin came up to her. He was saying something about a top. Oh well, she just tuned him out and continued to nod her head. Oh, she is gonna enjoy killing this idiot, especially for what he did to their Izuku. How dare he make a pass at their slightly blood-covered cinnamon roll? She should rip out his genitals with her bare hands. With those violent and delusional thoughts spinning some wheels, the other test sites were a bit more peaceful. Yuga was stretching his stomach muscles a bit by practicing his posing and downing some apple juice. Then a girl with short brown hair came up to him with quiet the plump cheeks. Though many people found a trait like that embarrassing, having those pinchable-looking cute cheeks will be quite helpful in interviews. "What are you doing?" she asked the blonde boy who was stretching one minute and posing the next. At first when she saw him she was curious about the support item, but then he was posing like a model. Perhaps that is something he does when he is nervous. "I am stretching my stomach muscles for my quirk," Yuga said as he began posing again. Not only did he have to keep his stomach acid levels high, but he also had to make sure his stomach muscles would not cramp on him. Him and the girl started talking some more before he was done, and he took his position at the front of the pack. Ryuko was doing some stretches as per Izuku's advice and got ready to run in a moment. Due to her uneasy social skills, she just remained silent the whole time, no one approaching her. Same thing was apparently going on with a boy who had the head of a falcon, was the best she could guess. Yui was as stoic as ever, ignoring the cat call she was getting from the boys. She stretched herself a bit and looked over to the boy beside her as he was doing much of the same. His muscle volume was quite something to say the least. It appears she may have an opponent yet. In a single instant, all students are told to go and began running into the foe cities. This is where the true test begins for most, if not all of them gathered here today. Yui exam ground A. The test had finally begun. Yui Kodai wasted no time and charged forward towards a group of 2-pointers. Using her quirk to alter the size of her pole rather than the whole thing, she used it only on the end of it, causing the pole to extend, skewering the 2-pointers before returning it to normal and moving on. Those who were behind her were jealous, thinking she brought a support item with her. However, there were those who knew better and had assumed that she was using her quirk. Among them there was Rikido Sato, the future pro hero known as Sugar Rush, who was impressed. Unlike him, who needed to consume sugar for his quirk to work, she just had to touch an object. Her quirk was much better suited for hero work than his. Perhaps he should have just took over his parents' bakery. No, he came here today because he wanted to be able to help people. He may be average in terms of grades, but he still had his strength so long as he had that he could do it. He continued moving forward, consuming some sugar, and began punching the robots. As Yui was taking out 4 1-pointer robots, bringing her score to 10 points, she noticed him. Though his punches were taking them out in one blow, he had no technique. As a result, he was taking damage each time he confronted a new opponent. There was no way this kid was going to make it to the 60 points minimum required to pass the exam. It was 4 minutes in and Rikido was already starting to feel the effect of smashing into the robots. He had only reached 10 points so far and was already starting to feel exhausted. It was no good. No matter how much strength he had, explosion after explosion was too much for him. When he heard a scream, he saw someone was cornered and rushed in, trying to help them. With the two of us, we should be able to reduce these things to scrap, he said, turning to see the boy running away. The robots, knowing designating a new target, closed the gap he made before and surrounded him. He saw some were getting their rocket launchers ready, so he had to grab a large chunk street and hide behind it. Though the blasts were not that strong, his makeshift shield would not last him long. Looks like he was going to fail the exam, all because he tried to help someone. As he was thinking such things, a metal pole skewered some of the robots out of nowhere. After Yui reached her 10 points, she turned down a street and saw several more robots. She dodged a few rockets and ran to pick up some of the rubble before throwing it at them. The rubble grew incredibly large, become a shield and then a smoke screen as the robots blasted it to bits. With the dust covering her but showing off the robots' bright red eyes, she was able to take them down. She extended her staff once more, piercing 3 and the following explosions catching the others. That last attack made for 5 3-pointers taken down, bumping her score to 25 points. Using the momentum from her current victory, she hurried further down the street. Seeing 7 more 5-pointers, she swiftly got in the middle of them all. Extending her pole at the last second, she was rocketed upwards, avoiding all the missiles, causing them to blow each other up. With that, she gained another 21 points, boosting her to 46 points. Yui exam observation room. Instead of fighting with him to take them down, he ran off and left him behind. Vlad King stated as he watched the screens. Him and the others teachers in the room could not help but sigh at the display of cowardice, though he was quite happy to see how brave the young man was, rushing in to help the other competitor, the person he saved. The last thing he did was impress them. If anything, he was out of the running. Even so, he got himself into that mess, so he needs to get out of it himself. Eraserhead stated gruffly as the others, everyone except for Nezu, just gave him an awkward look. Though he was harsh with his students, it was only because he did not want another Oboro incident to happen. A hero should not enter a fight he cannot win. Fools who do that die an early death. I think you are being a little harsh on the kid, Midnight said, unsure if her response was the right one. I mean, sure, the kid was in over his head, but risking your life is part of being a hero. Besides, he thought the other guy would cooperate with him to fight them off. It is not his fault the other kid was more of a coward than he expected him to be. It looks as though someone else got what he was thinking, Nezu said, pointing out the girl helping him. She decided to give him most of the points and help him. Is it because she felt bad for him? Even so, both of them understand the value of teamwork and seem to work well with others. Oh my, this year is going to be quite interesting indeed, Nezu said, sipping his tea as he saw an unpredicted show. Midnight chuckled a bit before going tisk and saying one of her usually outrageous comments. He probably should have asked her out before offering to help her measure, she said, cackling like a mad woman. Most of her colleagues joined her, with them ranging from chuckles to full-blown laughter like hers. Yui exam ground A. 4 minutes into the exam and she heard someone shouting about working together. She went towards the sound and on the way she saw a kid running past her crying like a baby. When she got there, she saw that someone was pinned down underneath a piece of concrete and a barrage of rockets. Feeling bad for the guy, I skewer 3 more 3-pointers and halted their barrage to vault over to him. Her current count was 55 points, just a few more kills and she is good. What are you doing? He said, not able to understand why she was helping him. Now they both are pinned down like idiots unable to escape. He should have just left the kid by himself. But he just had to save him, and now some else threw their chance away to help him. Is your strength quirk still able to work? She asked him, causing him to shake his head vigorously. So long as he could still use it, there is a way for them to force their way through. After I catch a few of them on my pole, I need you to grab it and swing it side to side. Got it? She asked, getting a thumbs up from him. She extended her pole and got 3 more 2-pointers, aiming forth their midsection so they would remain stuck on it. This attack got her to the 61 she needed in order to pass the exam. She handed the pole over to him and he did what his strength quirk could do. Using the bulkier 2-pointers, he smashed all their comrades into little pieces. Lifting up her pole because how long it was, he was about hand it back to her. But one of the 2-pointers were still stuck to it, caused it to fall beside them. The oil spurting out in a perfect angle covering only her from head to waist, he tried to wipe it off in a panic. In doing so, grabbing her chest, the world was silent and still to him until she slapped him. Yet he deserved that. After she wiped her face off on his sweat jacket, they went to help other people and him collect points until their time ran out. At some point near the end, they saw a rainbow light surging into the sky. Looks Hyuga did something stupid again. Hyuga exam ground B. Ryuko Yanagi, making herself float, was able to move swiftly and dodge the first few, moving toward a group of 3-pointers. She also dodged the rockets from these ones and getting behind them. Using the rubble from their failed missile attack, she struck them from behind. She then used it to take down 3 more 2-pointers and 5 more 1-pointers. Her score was now at 20 points, but she had to get more ammo to keep up with everyone else. She also made sure to help anyone who seemed they needed it, as the test was difficult even for her. Fumikage Takoyami used his dark shadow to destroy the 2-pointers in front of him along with a 1-pointer. Getting 5 points out of the gate, he quickly caught up the girl who sped past everyone, only to see her surrounded by smoke and a total of 11 destroyed robots. Wondering how a simple speed quirk could give her so much power, he was almost caught off guard by a 1-pointer. He destroyed it in a counter-attack only to not see her there anymore. Following the other examiners, he continued to plow through them. Hyuga exam observation room. That one is using her telekinetic quirk quite well, Ectoplasm said, looking closely at her screen. She was using her quirk to dodge 3-pointers, then turned the rubble they created into a weapon. In doing so, she had a perfect balance of offense and defense. Her strategy was quite sound. She will definitely be getting some rescue points, Nezu stated, putting down his cup of tea. Whenever she came across someone stuck underneath rubble or a robot, she would move it for them. Anyone who was unable to move, she moved them into one of the buildings where they would be safe until the test ended. She also made sure the buildings she chose were safe before leaving. She is definitely a good fit for the hero course. Take a look at that kid with the shadow. I think it just winked at her, Snipe said, making everyone realize that it did. It has been a while since he has seen a quirk with a mind of its own. A rare one indeed, but for some reason the kid who was using it seemed anxious when they were covered by a building's shadow. Well, whatever, it will be interesting how he will deal with the paintball event if it happens this year. Hyuga exam ground B. Using her quirk, Kanoko Komori was causing small mushrooms to grow on the insides of the robots, causing them to eventually malfunction, earning her points. They also made for good defense, using her mushrooms as a shield as well when she made them grow large. On occasion, she would use them to help cushion people's falls to help them avoid serious injury, just like she did with this one kid with black skin and white hair, who for some reason was muttering to himself before deciding to run off, telling her to keep focus. Shihai Kiwaro used his quirk to slip into contestants' shadows and steal their kills at the last second. This allowed him to let them weaken the robots for him so he could end each in a single strike. And the best part, no one could hit him unless they want to get disqualified. One person, however, forgot that rule and sent him flying with a punch to the face. As he was falling, he noticed there were no black surfaces for him to use his quirk on. With all the competitors beginning to avoid him, he could not land in someone's shadow. As Shihai was bracing himself for a hard landing, the ground felt incredibly soft for some reason. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful girl with brown hair asking him if he was okay. Did she seriously fall for him in the middle of the exam? He needs to make sure she focus on it or else she will fail. Quickly telling her to focus on the exam and not him, he went off to get more points after thanking her. Hyuga exam observation room. Normally I would say getting a hot date is more important, but I think he might want to focus on the exam more, Midnight said, grinning. Oh, she is definitely going to have some students asking her for her expertise out of this year group. She could not help but go red in the face and lick her lips at the thoughts of hearing of their exploits. Oh, how much she was trying not to rub her thighs together and maintain her posture. Nezu, I think she is in horny mode again, Cementos said as he and the others moved over a bit to give her room. No one wanted to be near her in the case that she decided to take her whip out. Nezu looked over, seeing her with a look on her face and rubbing her thighs together. He sighed before turning back to the screens and asking Recovery Girl for help. Recovery Girl, would you mind getting out a sedative? Nezu said, knowing this was going to happen at some point today. I am already on it, Recovery Girl said, getting up and taking out the syringe she prepared this morning. She shuffled over to Midnight and gave her the shot to calm her down before retiring to her seat. Hyuga exam ground B. Ryuko was at over 50 points now. She had lost track at one point but kept going. While she was looking for more points, she saw a tower of rainbow light piercing the sky. It looked as though Hyuga might be in a tight spot. Too bad they are not together, or she could be helping him right now. She heard a scream and saw that the shadow user had his quirk suppressed by the sudden light. She rushed in and pulled him out of the way of the attack just as the rocket hit the spot where he used to be standing. Fortunately, she thinks she managed to finish the exam with the points she needed. Your exam ground C. Setsuna Takagi ran the moment the buzzer went off, but for some reason she was the only one. Oh well, she quickly used her quirk to split her body so she could float past the robot. Getting behind them, she was able to punch and kick them in their red glass eyes as soon as they turned around. By striking there, she managed to grab hold and rip out their wires, shutting them down instantly. In the 7 or so seconds it took her to reach them and attack them, she had already gotten 12 points. Ectoplasm Clone was just staring at them in disbelief, wondering why they were not starting. Then he overheard a few of them say how she was gonna fail for staring before he said so. What the hell are you waiting? You heard the buzzer, go, go, go. The Ectoplasm Clone shouted in frustration. Hopefully this group is the only one dumb enough to not realize the buzzer was the start signal. After he shouted, they all started to run like hell was on their heels. The girl who ran already had a 20-point lead on them due to them waiting. Your exam observation room. Nezu almost face-palmed with the rest of the teachers when they all saw C group. Setsuna Takagi ran the moment the buzzer went off. The others kids, for some reason, did not realize what the buzzer meant. Either this group were idiots, or they are to rule-abiding for their own good. Looks like this group might be boring. And it looks like a similar situation was happening in D group, Nezu said, gathering a large sigh from the room. As far as I can tell, only that first girl from C group has any real potential. Eraserhead stated, pinching the bridge of his nose. If anyone passes from this group except her, he will seriously lose his mind if this is what he has to work with. Well, on the bright side, he can hand them off to somebody else for year 2, so it should not be all bad. If you are thinking you can hand them off to someone's for year 2 and onward, think again, Nezu said, sipping his tea. He could see Eraserhead glaring at him from the corner of his beady little eye. If Aizawa thinks he is going to get away from this, that he had another thing coming. No way he would waste the chance for this much entertainment to pass him by. You are evil, you know that. Aizawa huffed and slid down in his seat. Well, this is just great. Vlad said he would pay for his stunt from last year, and he did. Goddamn public. Thinking they know more about his job than him. What is the point of training someone if you are going to send them to their deaths? That's why he refuses to talk to reporters and the public in general. They think being a hero is as easy the pros make it look. You exam ground C. Setsuna managed to get herself 8 more points, taking out a group of 2-pointers. As she got to her 20-point mark, she could hear Ectoplasm yelling at the others. Afterwards, she heard running and looked back to see the others finally entering. Rounding the counter, she found a group of 5 1-pointers, dealing with them swiftly. She easily destroyed 3 of their eyes and got 2 of them to destroy each other. With 25 points, she was on a roll. If she kept this up, she would pass in no time. Itsuka Kendo made swift work of any robot that stood in her way due to her quirk, using it to make her hands larger and combining it with her martial arts made for some seriously powerful attacks. All the 2 and 1-pointers were crushed instantly, while the 3-pointers required 2 or more hits. Using her hands' large size, she was able to grab the rocket and spin around to hurl them back at them, this causing her to rack up large amounts of points at a pace on par with this other girl. She had some sort of physical mutation type quirk that caused he to look like a frog. With her strong legs, she was kicking the robots to pieces and quickly hoping to her next target. Sui, using her quirk to her fullest, would grab onto a group of robots by wrapping her tongue around them. Then, using them as a weight, she pulled her tongue and jumped up, causing her to ascend. Then when she descended, she would the momentum along with her leg strength to crush 4 of 5 at a time. By the 1-minute mark, she was already at 22 points, allowing her to make good time. Of course, whenever she saw someone about to get hit by a rocket or piece of rubble, she would use her tongue to pull them out of the way. She even saved a few girls from falling, who for some reason, they were blushing when she caught them. Sue could understand that being carried princess style was dreamed for most girls, but she was a girl herself. As always, she has no idea what she did in a past life to have the boys look at her with disgust. While the girls would blush whenever she helped them, her mother always joked about her being gallant, a selling point. But come on. You exam observation room. They were all watching C group with quite a bit of interest, thought it was mainly for only 3 students. Setsuna Takagi was quick to react and able to think on her feet from what they were seeing. Then there was Sui, who made full use of her quirk and used skillful acrobatics to get the most out of those strong legs. Itsuka Kendo, though her quirk was a subpar size enhancement, when combined with her martial arts training, it allowed for powerful attacks. These thoughts floated through Nezu's mind. Similar ones were in the minds of the others. Looks like we got a few gems this year, Nezu said, smiling as he took a bite of his cheese tea biscuit. They really were an impressive lot, to say the least. They either had powerful quirks, or they used their quirks very effectively to the point where their technique made up for a lack of raw power. Those 3 are definitely going to be in 1A, Vlad said, grinning at Aizawa, who was beside him. Granted, he got an angry look from Aizawa, but anything he did next year to him was worth it. Even if Aizawa gets first pick next year instead of him, being able to gloat to him now would be worth it. Hell, given how his successor was in this group, he might request that Nezu lets him teach them through all 4 years. After all, though, it was considered an extreme rarity for a teacher to teach the same class for all 4 years. It has also been 50 years since someone got into the school without taking either exam. And it was 2 of them to boot. No matter how you looked at it, this year had a lot of talent. UA exam ground C. Setsuna Takage had reached 55 points and managed to avoid the 0-pointer. Then out of nowhere a tower of rainbow light cut through the sky like a hot knife through butter. It was an incredible sight and was most definitely Yuga doing, though she could not understand why he was shooting up into the air. A distress call perhaps. Doing that in the exam would cost you a lot of points, so why risk losing out on points? Oh well, knowing him he had a good reason for it. At least I hope so. UA exam grounds a sea-like pillar reactions. What the hell is that? A boy with an insect-like mutation quirk said as he had to resist the urge to climb over the exam wall and run towards it. Is that from a 0-pointer? A girl with a telekinetic-based quirk said with her mouth agape, unable to believe that was the result of a quirk. What kind of quirk-enhancing drugs did that person take? A boy with a dog-like mutation said, covering his sensitive eyes. Chapter 10. UA exam ground D. The test had finally begun. Mina quickly rushed forward, causing all the other contestants to hit the ground. She flew forward and grabbed a 2-pointer in each hand and foot as she flew by. She sped upward, then swooped down, throwing the 2-pointers into groups of 2 or 3 robots. One group consisted of 3 pointers, 3 of them in total, making that group 11 points. Another was a group of 2, both being 2-pointers, making that group 6 points. The next group was another 3-pointer group, making it 11 points in total for it. And the last group was 2 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer, adding to 10 points to the score. All 4 groups combined gave her a total of 38 points within the first 10 seconds of the exam. Unfortunately for other people, she ended up stealing their targets due to her size and her flying abilities. Many yelled out cheater until other people with flying quirks told them to get over it, as they adopted a similar, be it slower version of her strategy, so unlike the others they could not complain. Or rather, anyone who complained was only a few and they were idiots. Everyone knows not all quirks are equal. UA exam observation room. Nezu was chuckling as he heard the students complain about Mina's Shido quirk. Sure, she stole their kills, but it was a free-for-all and it was clear by her attack she was aiming for them already. It made the quirked animal look too all-might to ask him if he could wing against her in an all-out fight. It seemed that the symbol of peace read his mind and simply shook his head in a maybe gesture. Nezu turned back to the screen, enjoying this even more. Well, he tried anyway. Noticing the glare All Might was giving her was ruining the mood a bit, but oh well, hopefully he will get over his paranoia. Still, her quirk may be a bit too powerful, Nezu said, getting a look from everyone. He then pointed out the tremors she caused when she landed, shaking those around her off balance. They all realized what he meant. She would have a hard time working with others at first. Still though, once she learns to control that power and temper, she will be quite the useful hero. Aizawa said, regretting that Vlad would probably end up getting her. Though she may be rowdy, she at least has the skill needed to back it up in the field. Though it seemed like a simple plan, it was a tad more complicated than it first appeared. She clearly understood physics to a degree, well enough at least that she calculated the distance and angle they would go once she let go. UA exam ground D. Before the test had even begun, someone already picked a fight with someone else. Unfortunately for him, the lightly dressed girl with pink skin was Stringer. With her quick, she essentially bitch slapped him into the concrete wall. Note to self, do not piss her off. Kyoka Gyro thought this to herself as she saw these events unfold. When she started the exam, however, her takeoff caused all of us to hit the ground, just so we would not get sent flying by her. Ibara Shizaki was quite appalled by the pink-skinned girl dress attire and behavior. Her clothing was purposely worn to bring out the lust of everyone else. Was she a succubus? Also her quirk. She understood how she felt about the glasses boy and his unsightly pride. But smashing him into the wall was a bit much, even if he did deserve it a bit. In short, she was a high-tempered temptress who did not think twice about using violence. She really hoped she did not get put in the same class as her when they passed the exam. Then just as the test started, she got in everyone's way by causing us all to fall to the ground. If we did not do this, most of us would absurdly get sent flying back. Gyro was going to target a group of 2-pointers when they were suddenly smashed by the pink-skinned girl. Gyro just barely avoiding the hit. Though it was probably accidental, it was still rude to take someone else's kill. Also, how the hell could she fly despite her size? It should be impossible for a creature that big to fly so fast, though her landing made as much noise as you would expect. Ibara was about to attack some 3-pointer robots when suddenly she destroyed. That pink-skinned succubus who was trying to tempt her with her outfit earlier was now stealing. This is ridiculous adultery, violence, and now theft. Was there no end to her sins? All she can do is pray that the other contestants are not to become even more of her victims. UA exam observation room. She is tearing them apart, Vlad said, astonished at the rate she is gathering points. Her score had already reached 71 points and there were still 4 minutes left in the exam. She is definitely going to his class, no doubt about it. Her quirk is too good to not become a hero. Though he might to ask Hound Dog for help in terms of nipping her temper in the bud. Not just her, that Gyro girl and Shizaki girl are doing pretty well themselves, Cementos said, nodding. He was right, of course. Shizaki used her vines to attack and defend all around her. Not to mention she seemed like she was also saving the other students when they needed her. Then there was that Gyro girl. Her quirk was not only able to one-shot the robots, but she was also able to detect them as well. Her quirk was quite versatile. Is it just me, or is that Shizaki girl praying in the middle of a battlefield? He asked everyone else. They all agreed they were seeing the same thing. Odd, it appears she the religious zealot type. Oh joy. Alright, time for the 0 pointers and the sleeping princess to be released, Nezu said, pushing a button for the 0 pointers and another for Midoriya. The teachers freaked out when they saw him appear in the way of the 0 pointer rampage. They began yelling at him, which made the Muse laugh harder before putting up a paw to silence them all. He turned on the microphone for D group and began talking, getting all their attentions. Oh no, an unconscious contestant is in the path of the 0 pointer. Whatever will you do? Nezu said in a sarcastic voice. Despite the obvious hint in his voice, everyone except 3 ran away from the robot and student. It appears those girls will be passing after all. Good, good, all the more entrainment for me. You exam ground D. Mina was about to fly past the other students and leave them all to the 0 pointer. Then suddenly she heard an announcement from Nezu and saw Izuku sleeping away in the path of the 0 pointer. Oh no, an unconscious contestant is in the path of the 0 pointer. Whatever will you do? Nezu said in a sarcastic voice. That mouse was gonna get her future husband killed. As she was running, or rather flying towards him, she saw that the earplug girl and the ones with vines for hair were going as well. What are you two doing? I shouted, unable to control myself at the moment as Izuku was in danger. I am trying to help that girl, Ibara Shizaki said, upset by this pink demon trying to stop her. Same here, don't get in my way you two. Gyro shouted at her, ready for fight. I am trying to save my friend, you dumb assess. Mina Ashido shouted, not wanting to waste time with them trying to stop her. Huh, all 3 girls said in unison, realizing that they all shared the same goal here. You are trying to help her. Ibara Shizaki was confused as to why a demon was trying to help someone. You have friends, Gyro said, surprised that someone as violent as her his friends. Insult me again and I will throw you 2 at it as a distraction instead of me, Mina said, annoyed by this slapstick comedy gag. Now, you are going to distract it, the 2 said in unison, surprised by the pink-skinned girl. Yes, I am trusting you 2 to save my friend, now go, Mina shouted at them as she flew straight to the machine. Crashing into the head, she was able to knock it off balance and stop it from moving for a moment. Using this chance, the other 2 managed to get in and grab her friend before leaving her with it. Will she really be alright? Ibara Shizaki asked the other girl that was with her as they ran. Though the girl who told them to help this girl was a pink demon, she was still no match for the machine. Was she really worried for her? She will be fine. Besides, if she did not stay behind to distract it, it would have followed us, making the rescue harder, Gyro said, feeling bad for her. But what sadly they could only buy her a few seconds at best. She might be able to buy them a few minutes, maybe more. You exam observation room. It looked like she plans on distracting it for them, Nezu said, pleasantly surprised by this. He figured she was the type to refuse to work with other based off what he saw before and during the exam. Yet she used herself as a distraction to guarantee the chances of the other 2 girls. With her self-sacrifice, they have a chance of saving the unconscious individual who cannot save themselves. Even so, will she last long enough? Aizawa stated, making everyone look at the screen. She may have size and power, but that size and power also made it harder for her to fly out of the way of attacks. The best she could do was block a few attacks before being taken down from the sky. However, he could be wrong, but it looked as though she planned to fight it head-on. You exam ground D. Yes, I am trusting you 2 to save my friend, now go, Mina shouted at them as she flew straight to the machine. Crashing into the head, she was able to knock it off balance and stop it from moving for a moment. Using this chance, the other 2 managed to get in and grab her friend before leaving her with it. With Izuku and the other 2 out of the way, she had to hold out until the test time is up. She was no fool, however. With her size, she would not be able to dodge its attacks. Doing so would last her maybe a few hits before she took a direct one, knocking her out of the fight. If she could not dodge it, then she was left with one option. She had to fight it. Taking off, she narrowly avoided a punch and flew directly under its chin, uppercutting it. She then somersaulted midair and changed it to a double kick, making it fall back. Grabbing hold of a building, she quickly climbed to the top and began tearing it apart. Once it was upright, she started throwing the large pieces of rubble at it, annoying it. When it punched the building, she took a leap off of it and used her stronger legs to run across its arm. Once she reached the shoulder joint, she started tearing out metal plating and wires. When landing near the end of the arm, she jumped, making an indent where she landed. Then pulling back some metal plating for cover, she was able to prevent it from pulling her out. Using her claws and teeth, she quickly got past the metal plating and began spitting out wires instead of metal chunks. It was unable to reach her due to the fact that she burrowed a crevice where she made her landing indent. In doing so, she was able to go deeper into the machine and disable the left arm. When she reached the midsection, she hit an oil pipe and got blasted out as it ignited. The explosion was neither enough to destroy, but also was strong enough to close the wound immediately. Having only one arm left functioning, it struck her with a side hook from above. Hearing it creak as she held onto it, pushing back, she realized it was stronger than before. Whoops, looks like she may have done a little too much wire pulling. Though all she can do is one thing. You exam observation room. Is she holding it back? President Mike said, unable to believe what he was seeing. This thing was already powerful to begin, and for some reason it seems intent on crushing her. At this rate it was going to overwhelm her if she did not figure how to get the hell out. Power loader, is it just me or is this thing even stronger than it was before it started? He asked, getting worried for the girl's safety. I think she is going to die, Power loader said nonchalantly as he stroked his chin, thinking. Due to his comment, President Mike began screaming incoherently into everyone's ears as a result. Everyone, including him, took their headsets off for a moment, and Nezu gestured for him to continue. When she tore out all those wires and made the explosion, it caused a surge in power. Due to that, the robot's AI was mostly damaged and was stripped of its restrictions. As a result, it is overclocking itself and now is ignoring the no-kill rule I put into it, he said, seeing even Aizawa turn pale. Perhaps he should have phrased that a bit better. Oh well, it is not his fault, she reprogrammed it by accident. I am destroying that thing now, President Mike shouted at the top of his lungs. The explanation he had just heard was quite dire. If he did not intervene, it would kill her. As he prepared to attack it, he stopped as he witnessed something incredible. Why, he shouted with joy and similar shouts from his colleagues as they saw the video. Your exam ground D. Mina was cornered and there was only one thing left to do. She had to take a page from All Might's book, sadly. She had to smash her way through this hunk of junk in order to win, as she could not use her acid ear. Using her elongated pterodactyl-like head, she wedged her chin into the ground and used her face to hold it back. With her head in place, she let go and began punching the arm with both hands. Over and over she struck it, allowing her to eventually pop the arm right off, sending it crashing a bit behind the rest of it. The hands were bloody, yet she felt incredible. Half her bones were broken, but oh well. She passed out and transformed back to normal, vaguely hearing a golden yellow-colored rooster ask her if she was okay. Your exam ground A. Everyone had set off running, and Yuga Aoyama wasted no time in getting ahead of everyone else. Using his quirk, he rocket past the other and propelled himself into the air above multiple robots. Using his belt and training, he concentrated his quirk's power into a thinner and more powerful beam. Using it, he struck each robot in the center of its head, shutting them down instantly. In doing so, he managed to hit 5 3-pointers, 8 2-pointers, and 13 1-pointers. This totaled to 44 points within the first 15 or so seconds of the exam. Achako Uraraka was impressed with how he was fighting. That belt was a really good booster for his quirk. Trying to get points in about a minute, and she was barely able to get 10 points. This was due to her weight limit and the 1-pointers being the only ones she could lift. Half the time, someone with a long-range quirk would hit them in midair, talking her points before she could drop it. Deciding she needed a new strategy, she saw a girl jump from one to another, getting the 3-pointers to blow up other robots for her. And, for those who do not know, Kazuho Hanyama is a vigilante. For those who know about her and the others, I decided to alter their pasts a bit, as well as her age, so she is the same age as Class 1A. Kazuho Hanyama was worried a bit when she saw a boy with a laser-type quirk get ahead and take out a lot of targets instantly. She definitely had to stay away from him if she wants to be able to get enough points to pass. Her quirk was not suited for combat, but that did not matter to her as she noticed some of the robots had rocket launchers. Deciding to test her idea out, she jumped onto one robot and waited to get shot at. Her plan worked, and she was able to get it to destroy its own brethren one by one. One day she was going to work for the Crawler and his hero agency. He saved her when she was little. Though most other girls gave her weird looks when she said he was her favorite, she did not care. Yuga Aoyama was trying to rack his points quickly, as the number of contestants would make it harder to get points later on. With the sheer number of participants, it meant that the number of possible points that can be obtained as a whole throughout the exam will be limited. With over 40 points, he just needed to get a little over 20 more to secure his standing. Still, he felt bad as he noticed that girl with brown hair and a levitation-type quirk struggling. So he made a conscious effort to avoid hitting the ones she made float up high. He even intercepted a few long-range blasts for her while he was at it. Still, he had to pass. Achako Uraraka noticed a torn-apart 3-pointer on the floor and quickly examined it. It turned out they are wired similarly to the robot her dad uses on construction sites. Knowing how that one was fixed, she set her eyes on her new target, a 3-pointer. Floating above, she quickly dropped down on one and began pulling out wires and rewiring the 3-pointer robot. Within a minute she was set and began using it to destroy other robots, racking up her points. Exam observation room. That girl seems to be struggling with her quirk, Hound Dog said, looking at her closely. Her quirk seemed perfect for rescue missions, but not so much for combat, as she had a clear weight limit. The only robots she seemed to be able to target were the 1-pointers, and half the time someone shot them down before she could finish them. It really was a shame. This test was really more tailored for combat quirks, otherwise she would ace it. One moment she was stock still watching someone else, the next she was staring at a trash 3-pointer. As she ran towards it, Power Loader was wondering what she was doing in the middle of the test. Then when he saw her exam the wiring, he had realized what she was planning, or at least hoped so. What are you chuckling like that for, Power Loader? Cementos said as he moved his seat a bit away from him. Power Loader only chuckles like this when something involving a weapons test occurs. The fact that he was having this fit of his now of all times, Cementos had a bad feeling about the test results. She is going to be my best student yet, Power Loader declared as he began fidgeting in his seat. While all the other teachers were confused, Nezu seemed to understand and told him sure, it will be fun. Then as he was hearing the others question what he was talking about, she managed to shut them all up for him. But she is applying to be in the hero course, Aizawa said, unsure of why he was calling dibs on her. Then he noticed how she was rewiring the robot and put it back together again. Using it, she blew up other robots with the rockets and was running around on it back. She was suddenly getting a steady stream of points. With this static, he may have a worthwhile student yet this year. Everyone except for him, Power Loader, and Nezu were completely caught off guard by her decision. However, it did not last forever as she fell into a trap Nezu set, known as the Robot Hive. It was a trap that once the exam reached the 6-minute mark would open up and catch students. They would then be dropped off at a different part of the arena that started off walled off. This would help to reveal any real heroes among the candidates, or at least help the ones struggling to get points to collect them. Though it seems only she fell into, that is until another boy jumped in to help her. Perhaps he will show some talent, Nezu said, but judging by the boy shaking legs, he did not have his hopes up. Even so, what he said and did next stunned them all, Nezu himself, as he was sure he was too cowardly to make it as a hero. Yet he showed his fighting spirit and possibly the most important trait of a hero to inspire others. Hero exam ground A. Yuga Aoyama was nervous, but after reaching 58 points he just needed 2 more to pass. As he was about to find another target, he heard someone call for help. He was torn. Does he pass the test, or does he save someone in trouble? What would Izuku do? As soon as he asked himself that, he knew his course of action and ran towards the cry for help. Achako Uraraka had run out of ammo and was looking for another 3-pointer to hijack, when suddenly she fell through the ground and went through a winding tunnel before falling back down. When she opened her eyes, she saw she was surrounded with no way out, the small army ready to move in. She did the only thing she could do, even if it could cost her the exam. She screamed for help. As the robots inched closer, she realized this was it. Then suddenly the boy from earlier dropped in. When he did, bent backwards on his hand and feet, firing his bell button laser upward like a rainbow sword cutting through the sky. The light drew in multiple contestants who began taking out the robots while he had them distracted. Unable to believe someone answered her call for help, she asked him what was on her mind in that moment. Why did you risk throwing it all away to help me? I asked, still unsure as to why he did. If he simply used her as bait, he could have gotten all those points for himself and passed. In that moment where Yuga Aoyama heard the exact same question he asked Izuku when they were younger, he could only say one response. It is the purpose of a hero to answer a cry for help, he said, remembering what the kind of hero he wanted to be was. He wanted to be a hero who could stand alongside Izuku as an equal in every sense of the word. And in order to become that hero, he would have to follow those ideals of Izuku he admired. To never hesitate to save someone in need of a saving, he would inspire them like Izuku does him. Chapter 11. An Aoyama acceptance letter will be next chapter, along with All Might Little talk to his new successor. Sato household. It had been 2 weeks since the exam and he was helping his parents clean up the bakery for the day's end. That was when the mail came and went to grab it. That is when he found Yue's letter. Hey son, your letter is here, he said, putting his son's letter on the counter. Was worried about her son's results, not because of his results themselves, but how she feels conflicted. Part of her wanted her son to pass the test and become a hero like he wanted to. But another part of her wanted him to fail and take over their bakery, a safer occupation than a hero. Rikido Sato nearly tripped over the mop bucket he was using when his dad said the letter from Yue came. He was hoping that he had passed and ran to the counter to open the letter right away. When he managed to open it up, he saw a small metal disc and pressed on it, causing a video to play. The person who he knew from past Yue press conferences named Vlad King appeared in the video and began to speak. Greeting, I am the homeroom teacher for 1 of this year. I am Vlad King. Your total Villain score was a result of 43 points, not the 60 required to pass the exam. Rikido slumped where he stood and was about to cry when Vlad King broke his silence. However, we look at more than just your fighting skills. There are also points for saving people, Vlad King said as the video changed, but his audio continued. What you did stepping in to help that young man when he was surrounded, and the teamwork you pulled off with that girl to escape earned you points as well, he said as the video showed him getting surrounded. Ricky, how could you be so reckless? Yelled at her son in worry for his reckless action. The total rescue points you obtained was 15, making your total score 58. Vlad King said with a stern look. Looks like I only ended up getting an invitation to general education, Rikido Sato said, falling on his knees. His parents, both looking at him with pity, placed a hand on each of his broad shoulders. But right as they were about to say something, Vlad King said something unexpected. However, the following action made us decide to give you some leeway, Vlad King said as a video with the audio this time showed up. You after the exam. President Mike was just exited the observation room and was about to go to the teacher's lounge to get a coffee. This was when he suddenly saw a rather large student come up to him with a worried look. Hey there, little listener, how can I help you? He asked with his usual upbeat radio show host persona. The kid then went on to explain about how he wanted to give some of his points to the girl with the extending pole, saying how he only got all those points were because of her, and that he wanted to make sure someone as heroic as her passed. Mike was impressed with how he admitted his own shortcomings and admitted that he needed her to pass. And he was willing to throw away his chance to make sure the person who helped him earlier passed. Don't worry, little listener, I am sure she passed, so just run along now, President Mike said, going back into the observation room. And the rest of this section was not recorded onto the video. President Mike, after seeing the student, had walked quickly his way into the teacher's lounge. Everyone except Recovery Girl was still there, so he managed to tell them what just happened. Hey Nezu, we need to update the score of the boy the pole girl saved, just like with the big three, he said as everyone nodded. I had us watching the security cameras out of the room the whole time, so we all know, Nezu said, showing him. He was quite happy that he was able to pass that boy. Looks like Mirko will have to teach him some martial arts basics. This year had plenty of teen romance drama waiting ahead for him, just another 3 weeks. Sato household. Due to this, I can say with great joy, welcome to UA, this is the start of your hero academia, Vlad King shouted as he began to laugh. The rest of the information about how they would move into the dorms a few days before the semester began and the temporary ID were included in the envelope. Rikito Sato was so shocked he almost did not believe what he was hearing right now. He made it. Even though he failed to get enough points, he made it into the school of his dreams. And according to the video, he would be able to thank the girl who helped him pass. Jiro household. 2 weeks had gone by, and one day while practicing her guitar, Kyoka Jiro heard her parents call her downstairs. As she went down, she saw her father was holding a UA envelope in his hands. She slid down the railing and jumped off the end. Using her quirk to snatch it from her father, she tore it open. As the metal disc fell on the table, it turned on, showing a hero in a red jumpsuit with fangs. Greetings, I am the homeroom teacher for 1 of this year. I am Vlad King. Your Villain score was a total of 55 points, not the 60 required to pass the exam, he said with a stern look. Jiro knew she was at a disadvantage with a non-combat oriented quirk, but still. She came so close. Just as she was about to smash the metal disc, Vlad King continued. That being said, fighting villains is not the only job of a hero. You also got 30 rescue points, resulting in a total of 85 points, Vlad King said, grinning. Kyoka Jiro could not believe what she was hearing right now from the UA message. Here she thought she was going to fail the exam for foregoing points and deciding to rescue that person. Not that she regretted it, however she did regret showing the video to her parents as the next part came up. Because at first, you were fighting with the other people trying to the unconscious examiner, you would normally lose a few rescue points. However, what you did afterwards made us decide to let you keep the whole 30, he said as a new video without any audio cut was played. You after the exam. President Mike had just started the coffee machine when he heard knock on the teacher lounge door. Hearing a student on the other side, he made his way to speak with another one for a second time that day. Hey there, little listener, how can I help you? He said, opening the door to a punk-style girl. Now this student, he definitely agreed with her fashion sense. Maybe she also wanted to her points away. No way. What were the odds of that happening twice in one exam? I was wondering if I could give my points to the badass who held back the 0-pointer. Kyoka Jiro said, stuttering a little. Damn it, she made a mistake. Well, at least she made a quick recovery before he could say anything about it. Still though, that girl may have been rude, but she was really brave to stay and fight that thing. Unlike her, the pink girl was able to fight the enemy. All she was able to do was run away. It did not feel right for her if that girl failed to pass after all that hard work getting points. President Mike was at a loss for words. Not once but twice did someone try to give their points away. This year was even more shocking for him than the big three when they took their entrance exam. But still, he had to admit, nice save there if he says so himself. Much better than Midnight's, at least, when she tried to make a move on Izuku Midoriya. Do not worry, little listener, I am sure she did well without your points, he said in an exaggerated fashion. Is it so? Thank you. Kyoka Jiro could not help but shout the second half in joy. She was glad that her strength and bravery were noted in the exam. At least someone she knows as hero material will get in. And the rest of this section was not recorded onto the video. Hey Nezu, I need you to update the points for the punk-styled girl who helped with the rescue, President Mike said as he dialed Nezu's number and connected to him. Looks as though his expectations were blown right out of the water with this year's group. And it looks as though Midnight might be able to make use of her Yuri advice for this group of students. What was the name of the girl she dated in high school again? Mistuda? Mitsuka? No, not those. Oh right, it was Mitsuki. Oh, is that so? Nezu asked, amused by what he was hearing from Mike today. It appears UA had a new record for point-giving requests in one exam period. I will see to it that she is properly re-evaluated, he said, chuckling at the thought. If he was lucky, he could see not just angsty teen romance, but sexuality-confused teen angst romance. Jiro household. The video clip ended and it returned to Vlad King as he gave her one final message. Welcome, Kyoka Jiro, this is your hero academia, he said, grinning as the message came to its end. Her parents were both looking at her smugly, clearly wanting to say something. This something was already predicted by her, so she quickly tried to stop them before they spoke. I know what you are going to say, Kyoka Jiro said, covering her face in her hands. So honey, when were you going to introduce us to your new girlfriend? Asked her daughter with a thin smile. She was quite happy to see her little girl growing up, and this had definitely confirmed her suspicions. From what I can tell in the video, this girl has a seriously rock quirk, shouted before playing the loudest chord he could on his guitar. He was happy his daughter passed, but he is not sure if he should be more worried or less worried by the face that his daughter likes other girls. I hate you too, Kyoka Jiro shouted as she ran upstairs to her bedroom with a red face. Her parents just chuckled at the scene and started looking up a moving company for her SHIOZAKI household. 2 weeks had gone by, and one day while she was reading a passage from the Bible it came. Her mother told her to come downstairs and showed her an envelope with the UA initials on its seal. Quickly running down the stairs, she went to the living room where her mother handed her the letter. When she opened it, the metal disc fell on the table. It turned on, showing a hero in a red jumpsuit with fangs. Greetings, I am the homeroom teacher for one of this year. I am Vlad King. Your Villain score was a total of 35 points, not the 60 required to pass the exam, he said with a stern look. Ibarra knew she was at a disadvantage because she was focused more on rescuing others. She did not come even remotely close. Just as she was about to throw the metal disc, Vlad King continued. That being said, fighting villains is not the only job of a hero. You also got 70 rescue points, resulting in a total of 105 points, Vlad King said, grinning. Ibarra Shizaki could not believe what she was hearing right now from the UA message. Here she thought she was going to fail the exam for foregoing points and deciding to rescue the people around her. Not that she regretted it, however she did have a small feeling of regret showing the video to her parents as the next part came up. Because at first, you were fighting with the other people trying to the unconscious examiner, you would normally lose a few rescue points. However, what you did afterwards made us decide to let you keep the whole 30 from that one rescue alone, he said as a new video without any audio cut was played. You after the exam. President Mike was halfway done his coffee when he heard knock on the teacher lounge door. Hearing a student on the other side, he made his way to speak with another applicant for a third time that day. Hey there, little listener, how can I help you? He said, opening the door to modestly dressed girl with vines for hair. Now this student was defiantly a reserved kind of person, judging by her clothes. Maybe she also wanted to her points away. No way. That already happened twice today. A third would be impossible. Right. I was wondering if I could give my points to the demon-looking like girl who held back the 0-pointer if possible, Ibarra Shizaki asked as she was trying not to bother him. Damn, to think she would owe a brute like her a favor, while she did risk her life for some else. Still though, that girl may actually be a nice girl that was led astray, but whoever taught her such violence. Unlike her, the pink demon girl was able to stand her ground against the enemy. All she was able to do was run away. It did not feel right for her if that girl failed to pass, especially after how selfless she was when she stayed behind for them. President Mike was at a loss for words for a second time that day. Not just twice, but a whole 3 times did someone try to give their points away. This year was definitely going to be a bigger handful than the big 3 when they took their entrance exam. But still he could not help but think, why are you still calling her a demon if you already acknowledge her as better than you? Do not worry, little listener, I am sure she did well without your points, he said in an exaggerated fashion. That's so. Thank you for letting her pass. Ibarra Shizaki could not help but bow to him as she thanked him. She was glad that her strength and bravery were noted in the exam. Perhaps she will be able to become a proper hero after all. And the rest of this section was not recorded onto the video. Hey Nezu, I need you to update the points for that praying girl with the vine hair who helped with the rescue, President Mike said as he dialed Nezu's number for a second time that day. Looks as though he was quite wrong earlier, which for this year's group was a good thing. And it looks as though Midnight might be getting lectured by a student this year about her behavior. Sweet. He was definitely going to need to get some popcorn to watch this new reality show Nezu unfold. Oh, that makes it what, 3 times today now? Nezu asked, amused by what he was hearing from Mike. Despite the call coming in as he was enjoying his grilled cheese sandwich with extra cheese. It appears UA had a new record for point-giving requests in one exam period. I will see to it that she is properly re-evaluated as well, he said, chuckling at the thought. It is going to a circus to watch someone who looks like a demon from folklore interact with a devout Christian girl like her. SHIOZAKI household. The video clip ended and it returned to Vlad King as he gave her one final message. Welcome Ibarra Shizaki, this is your Hero Academia, he said, grinning as the message came to its end. Her parents were both looking at her with calm looks, clearly wanting to say something. This something was already predicted the moment the clip of the rescues was shown. Mother, father, I can explain this, I swear, Ibarra Shizaki said, trying to steel herself for a scolding. So honey, how long do you think it will take for you to teach her the Lord's way? Asked her daughter with a smile that meant she was expecting her answer to be soon. She was quite happy to see her little girl trying to save those who have strayed from their Lord's and Savior path. From what I can tell in the video, this girl was given quite the trial from God, said, folding his newspaper up properly. He was happy his daughter passed, but he is not sure if he should be more worried or more happy that she will have to try and convert this devil spawn. I will save her soul, Ibarra Shizaki said as she ran upstairs to her bedroom with a determined look. Her parents gave a quick prayer once she left the room, hoping that she will be safe near this strange girl. URARAKA household. A whole week had gone by, and one day while finishing up her maintenance on her father's tool he called her down. As she went down, she saw her father was holding a UA envelope in his hands. She ran down the stairs, tripping over her own feet and almost falling down the steps. Ochako Uraraka used her quirk to make her float to avoid falling and deactivated it once she reached her father in order to grab the envelope. As the metal disc fell on the table, it turned on, showing the construction hero Power Loader. Greetings, I am the homeroom teacher for support course. I am Power Loader. Your Villain score was a total of 31 points, not the 60 required to pass the exam, he said with a sympathetic look. Uraraka knew she was at a disadvantage with a non-combat-oriented quirk, but she had no idea why the support course teacher was the one trying to break the news to her. She came far from passing the exam. Just as she was staring to cry, Power Loader continued. That being said, fighting villains is not the only job of a hero. You also got 25 rescue points, resulting in a total of 56 points. Power Loader said in a happy tone. Ochako Uraraka could not believe what she was hearing right now from the UA message. Here she thought she was going to fail the exam for foregoing points and deciding to rescue the other applicants. Not that she regretted it, however she did regret the part of the video that her parents next as it came up. Because of what you did after the exam, Vlad King, the homeroom teacher for one, wanted to let you pass, he said as a new video without any audio cut was played. You after the exam. Present Mike was washing his coffee mug, that is when he heard knock on the teacher lounge door. Hearing a student on the other side, he made his way to speak with another one for a third time that day. Hey there little listener, how can I help you? He said, opening the door to a puffy-cheeked girl who was dressed in a worn-out tracksuit that barely fit. She was also holding some sort of belt. A support item perhaps. It looks like it belongs to the Naval Laser Boy. Now this student is definitely going to struggle to pay the school fee for even the general education course. Maybe she also wanted to her points away. No way. He would just give up on calling it an amazing thing at this rate if she say what he thinks she will say. I was wondering if I could give my points to the blonde boy who gave up all those points to save me from the pit of robots. Ochako Uraraka said, stuttering quite a bit. Pull yourself together, Ochako. Just make sure he passes the exam despite what he did for you. Also, this is his support item. I fixed it as best as I could for him, she said, handing him the belt to give to the boy. Still though, despite the fact that he was a bit odd, he was really brave and strong. Unlike her, he was able to come to someone rescue, and unlike her who needed to call for help. It did not feel right for her if that boy failed to pass after all that hard work he did to pass the exam. President Mike was struggling to maintain a smile. For once the sound hero was out of energy trying to figure why so many people with top hero potential showed up today. It was not only 3 times but now 4 times today did someone try to give their points away. This year made even less sense to him than the year when the big 3 took their entrance exam. But still, he had to admit, he was just shocked, plain shocked at how many times he had to have this conversation today. Do not worry, little listener, I am sure he did well without your points, he said, barely able to do in his usual exaggerated fashion. Is that so? Thank you very much, sir. Ochako Uraraka could not help but shout the second half in joy. She was glad that his conviction and bravery were noticed by those evaluating the exam. At least someone worthy of being a hero will get in. And the rest of this section was not recorded onto the video. Hey Nezu, President Mike said as he dialed Nezu's number for what he hoped would be the last time today. Looks as though his expectations were a lot more than just blown right out of the water with this year's group. And it looks as though Midnight will definitely be having students come to her for advice this year. Did something happen to you since you last called? At 2 hours since you called me, Nezu asked, wondering why Mike sounded so drained of energy. Today he had 3 students break records. Was there a 4th one today? That would be. Not, it cannot be the case. Did another student show up saying she wanted to give her points away to someone else? He asked, getting no response from the other side. Oh God, this is just insane to hear at this point even for him, and he knew insane. Describe her to me, Nezu said as he was given a description of the girl. In fact, Mike told him her name. Drop off the belt here at my office and I will deal with the other 3 while I have Power Loader handle her from here on. Nezu said this in response to Mike. All he got was an exhausted grunt before he ended the phone call with Mike and called Power Loader. URARAKA household. The video clip ended and it returned to Power Loader as he gave her one final message. Next, here is another clip to show why instead of Vlad King hero course, I fought tooth and nail to get you into my own course, he said, playing another clip. This one showed her hot wiring a 3 and using it to destroy other robots. Ochako exclaimed as she saw her daughter do something incredible dangerous, causing her to pull her daughter into the tightest hug she could. What the hell? You could have gotten seriously hurt. Also exclaimed as he followed his wife's lead. As a support item expert, I cannot ignore such incredible skills. As you know, I own several support gear businesses. I have a main branch in Hasu where I gather the best people from around the world for the top tier hero gear jobs. As such, Nezu agreed that he will provide you the same scholarship the hero course students get. That means dorms, food, uniforms. And in exchange you will be given a job at my main branch in Hasu upon graduation. There are 2 hero course students who got in without having to be tested. They along with you will move in a week from now into the dorm, and in 2 weeks from now you will begin class. The reason I invite you a week before is because students who usually apply to UA support course have to turn in an item to help them with making support gear. As such, I am allowing you to use UA facilities to make it as others probably started a month to 3 months before the exam. Power Loader said, crossing his arms under his chest but above his stomach. She could not believe what she was hearing right now. She was going to be given a scholarship and a job. This was so out of the blue she was unsure of what to do with this, as her plan was to make money as a hero for her parents. I'm sorry I did not make it into the hero course, Ochako Uraraka said in a hollow voice. Welcome Ochako Uraraka, though this was not how you probably imagined it, this is your hero academia, he said, grinning as the message came to its end. Her parents were both overjoyed what they heard. Their daughter had a guaranteed future with this. There is no need to apologize, we are so proud of you, said, crying tears of joy. There was no need to worry about her daughter was no longer. With this news, her daughter now has a ticket to a better life. I am so much happier than you can imagine, to know that you have such a prosperous future ahead of you, said with no lie. He true to his words, instead of a dangerous hero job, or inheriting this barely succeeding construction business. She has got the chance to be more successful than they ever could. Unlike him, his daughter was going places. Thank you, Ochako Uraraka said, returning her parents' hugs fully without hesitation. She thought a hero was the only path she had available to her in terms of making large amounts of money. But she now no longer needs her quirk to succeed. She can move forward using her own skills. And this was the longest chapter so far, counting at nearly 4,600 words. Chapter 12. Aoyama Household. It had been a week since the exam, and he was in the middle of writing down some hero name ideas to bounce off of the others. That was when he heard a knocking on the door to his room and told them to come in. A maid was standing at the door holding a rather large package with UA seal on it and bowed before speaking to him. Your parents wish for you to relay the news to them as soon as you possibly can, she said, reminding him before stepping out. Yuga Aoyama was worried about his overall results, as had done something most would call incredibly stupid. But then again, he did not regret it for an instant, as he lived up to his expectations. Though if he ended up failing due to it, well, that would be quite ironic, would it not? Very hesitantly he reached for his box cutter and began opening it, to reveal his broken belt and a letter. This confused, as he had no idea why they would bother mailing him his broken support gear back to him. Deciding to read the letter first, hoping it had an answer, he grabbed his letter opener next. When he did, a small metal disc came rolling out onto his desk and it began to glow. Yuga Aoyama nearly fell out of his chair when the video started to project from the disc. It bounced off his mirror and half of his room was filled by the video, and taking center stage was his favorite hero. A person who everyone could recognize in an instant due to his title as the symbol of peace and #1 hero, a man named All Might appeared in the video and began to speak. I am here. Young Aoyama, it is my duty today to tell you the results of your exam. Your total Villain score was a result of 58 points, not the 60 required to pass the exam, unfortunately. Yuga sighed, choking back tears, as he was expecting to hear bad news already. But to think he would hear that he failed from the #1 hero, the man he inspired to be like. He was unable to say anything, about to fall to his knees, when All Might broke his silence. However, we look at more than just your fighting skills. There are also points for saving people, All Might said as the video changed, but his audio continued. What you did jumping into that pit and throwing away those points to call for help for that young lady who was in need, he said as the video showed them surrounded and him shooting his belly button laser into the air. The total rescue points you obtained was 80, making your total score 138 points, All Might said, laughing with a thunderous joy. However, the results of your overflowing heart resulted in this little scene here. But right as he was about to say something, he noticed the girl in the video. The video showed her speaking to present Mike and telling the hero she fixed his belt. And on top of that, she even offered her points to him because she wanted him to pass. He could not believe what he was seeing before him. He managed to inspire someone like Izuku would. What makes a person a hero? Is it strength? Is it courage? What do you think it is? All Might asked him before continuing. It is the ability to inspire others, and that is exactly what you did that day. Me and Nezu wish to speak to you before the term starts. In the letter there is a date and time to come to UA. If it does not work for you, then call Nezu number that is written in the letter and rearrange it if need be. Also, you along with the other test applicants who passed will move into the dorms a few days before the semester. I say this with great pride and joy, young man. Welcome to UA. This is the start of your hero academia, he said, laughing loudly with a big grin on his face. Yuga Aoyama was unable to hold himself back and began sobbing tears of joy as he laughed. I did it, he shouted at the top of his lungs as he was unable to contain himself at this moment. His hero, All Might, acknowledged his abilities. He was told how he would be able to continue standing beside Izuku. On top of that, All Might wanted to speak to him about something. This was the greatest day in his life. Aoyama household. Several maids and butlers were standing outside the door listening into the conversation. This also included the maid who brought him the package, as she was the first to be standing outside the door listening. All were crying small tears of joy for the young master as he had started on the path towards his dream. Not to mention he was praised by All Might himself for his abilities. One of them ran off to tell the chef to prepare a cake tonight for the occasion. The maid who brought the package to him was crying the most naturally as she interacted with him the most. Not only did he have great friends, but now the hero he admired more than any other was in his corner. "I knew you could do it, young master," she said, wiping her tears away with her handkerchief she always had on her. "UANEZU office." In Nezu office he had just hung up with Mike a third time that day and awaited him. Shortly after the belt the student gave him was dropped off, All Might came in clearly wanting to talk about something. "You look serious, All Might," Nezu stated as the hero had a fire in his eyes, something he has not seen within the last 5 years of him receiving his parting gift from All for One. "I think I have found my successor, thank you, Nezu," All Might said, bowing to the bipedal rodent. The reason he allowed All Might to teach at UA was so he could find a successor amongst the students. He thought it would take him at least a few months, but surprisingly he found them as they were applying. "Sit down, I think I know who you are talking about," Nezu said, gesturing to his 2 couches where they sat across from one another. He knew full well from the look All Might had in the exam observation room who the student was. Nezu had to make sure that he did not make a hasty decision he would regret later on. "I know you are in desperate need of a successor, but perhaps you should spend a few months observing him and his behavior and abilities at school first," he said, trying to help the symbol of peace protect the future of Hero Society. "Nezu, I could feel it," All Might started to say before looking down at his own hands, remembering what his master told him before she gave him the power, how it responded to him when they first met. She told him how she could feel it trying to pull itself out of her body, and to him it had deemed him a worthy vessel. A quirk responded to his spirit, it has deemed him worthy of its power, he said, looking Nezu straight in the eyes. Just like how his master was unable to choose someone herself, the quirk had also chosen for him as it did for him. Nana POV. It was a usual day for her, stopping a few robberies and chilling with Gran Torino in the air. After a while he left to go home and do some paperwork, so she was now by herself. It has been a few months since she had abandoned her son, and as much as it hurt she did not regret it. Even though she should have still tried to raise him, after her master the previous user passed away she changed her mind. She already lost her master, as such she could not allow her precious family to be targeted by All for One as well. That is when she suddenly heard some noise from below and saw a kid in middle school was getting ganged up on. She quickly landed and the other kids ran away so as not to get in trouble. Nana turned to the boy and noticed he was carrying first aid supplies in his school bag. So she helped him clean and cover his cuts as best as she could, though it appeared he was an expert at it by this point. "Hey kid, what the hell did you do to piss them off that much?" she asked him as he looked down. He mumbled something she could not make out and asked him again, this time turning him towards her. The response she heard made her disgusted with those children and their parents. "It was because I was born without a quirk and I always say I to be a hero," the blonde boy with blue eyes said to her. "Why do you want to be a hero so badly?" she asked him, now wanting to hear his reason for this determination. Any normal person would just give up and move on from this dream long before middle school. And yet he has not. Speaking of moving on, she felt as though her quirk was moving around inside her right now. "The world needs a symbol of peace above all else right now," he stated boldly. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused by what he was saying. "People are scared right now because they have no one to turn to, no one to give them hope for a better tomorrow. That is why I want to become a pillar of peace, something that can inspire them and drive this society forward," the blonde-haired boy said with a fire in his eyes. Though it did not say it in any words, One for All was telling her that this boy here, he would become the next vessel. Though using One for All came naturally for her, she did have the same drive as her master did. Perhaps the reason she was given the quirk was to pass it on to the true person meant to inherit it. His desire for justice, it is just like the first user, it may be a mistake in the end, but she decided she would trust the future of the world to this young man before her. UANEZU office. Nezu knew One for All was a unique quirk to say the least, but never did he thought this unique. It was astounding to think there existed a quirk with such sentience. Granted, there are a few records of this, but it was extremely rare as quirks that generate items, and even blood quirks. "I understand, All Might," Nezu said, knowing now why he was determined that he was the right choice. All Might thought it would take more arguing, but to his surprise Nezu had backed down quickly. He assumed they would be here till late into the night, going back and forth till the mouse gave in. As if reading his thoughts as per usual, Nezu reminded him of why he was helping All Might in the first place. "Nana Shimura was a mentor to me as well, not as much as you, but still, I learned a lot from her," Nezu said, sighing at the wave of memories. She was the one that brought him to UA and had managed to persuade the principal to make him a student. Though his name itself came from someone else, he hopes that Ray can hold out a little longer. "Very well then, let's decide the day we will ask him," All Might said as they talked about the ideal time. They decided to schedule it on the day that Izuku and Momo would be moving. All Might was also surprised to hear about the brown-haired girl, despite proving she belonged. Power Loader decided her talent would be much better suited to the support course. With that, All Might made his recording the next day, and a couple weeks had passed by the time the meeting came. Yuga Aoyama had just gotten through the gate when he was told to move to the side by the guard. Doing so, he saw a large moving truck come by and towards what he assumed was the dorms. It appears some people are moving in early. He wondered why before he heard the UA principal. "Hello there, Yuga Aoyama, follow me to my office," Nezu said as he began to walk. When he got there a minute before, he saw the boy was spacing out at the sight of the moving truck. Perhaps he was jealous that they were getting to move in earlier than the other students. Depending on his answer, they may ask him to move in as soon as possible. He was quite enjoying the ooze and how the child was letting out when he was being shown UA. After a while they got to his office and he told him to take a seat by the couches while he made a call. He called All Might to let him know it was time for him to come and join them, as he was here now. Apologies for the call, but I was just letting All Might know you were here now, Nezu told him, enjoying his reaction. The boy practically had stars in his eyes, despite the nervous sweat he was starting to get. This is one of the reasons Nezu loves his job. Getting to mess with these kids is quite entertaining. Yuga Aoyama was feeling boy joy and fear at the same time as the principal just told him the news. Even though he knew this was coming, he could not help but be afraid about embarrassing himself in front of his idol. Still, whatever it was they wanted to talk about, it will definitely be important news. As such, he had to calm down, gather himself. That being said, it took everything he had to resist asking All Might for an autograph when he entered. I am here. Opening a door like a normal person, All Might shouted as he swung the door open. Nezu told him that the kid was looking nervous, so he thought this little joke would ease his tension. However, only Nezu laughed it, making sure to point out how a normal person did not have to say they were normal. After a few minutes of Nezu being unable to stop himself from laughing, he finally decided to let him ask the boy the question he wanted to ask. Young man, why do you want to become a hero so badly? All Might asked him, seeing his determined look. It is as though a different child than the one from before was sitting there now. I know what it is like to be in despair at your own helplessness, being unable to see any hope, desperately wishing for someone to help you. I want to become a symbol of hope. I want them to know that when they need a guiding light like I once needed, I will be there for them. Yuga Aoyama shouted the last part and grew nervous, realizing the embarrassing speech he just gave. Nezu was taken aback quite a bit, yet he did not mind it at all that he made a miscalculation this time. All Might was right. This boy is ready for one for all, just like the hero beside him. He also is willing to take on the burden of becoming a symbol for the people in need. All Might was shocked when he heard the response from this child, and how similar it was when he first talked to Nana. Just like him, this boy understands society needs someone to rally behind in these times, and he is more than willing to become that person. Now he knew why One for All was drawn to this boy as well. He was right to choose him. This boy is indeed worthy of the power, just as much as he was when he received it so long ago. I think it is time to show him your true form, Nezu said, giving All Might a small nod. In the next instant, the symbol of peace deflated and seriously confused the boy before them. 5 years ago, he fought a powerful villain who poisoned him and gave him this injury, Nezu said as All Might lifted his shirt to show the injury. One moment he was quit, and the next thing he knew, Yuga Aoyama began asking if it was a villain that quite frankly most people probably do not remember. Yuga Aoyama was able to relax a little bit after seeing the number one hero joke with him. However, when Nezu said his true form, what does he mean? Does that mean All Might's quirk was transformation type of quirk? In any case, one moment he was the buff hero he always is, and the next he was practically a skeleton. Then they started talking about powerful villains and injuries as All Might lifted his shirt. There he saw a scarred and purplish spot where his stomach was supposed to be. Unable to process all this, he was silent for a brief moment before thinking of who it could be and asking him if he was right. Was done by Toxic Chainsaw, Yuga Aoyama asked, knowing that was the most powerful poison type of quirk he has fought in the last 5 years. All Might was impressed that the kid actually remembered that fight. Granted, he thought sadly he and the villain, they would be the only ones to remember that fight, as coverage of it died down in less than an hour. Granted, it was a one-shot fight, but still, he made it a policy to remember every villain he defeated. I am impressed that you remember that fight, but no, this was from a different villain, he said, sighing as now came the most crucial part of the conversation. Young man, no, young Aoyama, there is something important I need to ask of you, All Might said, bracing himself. He will not be surprised if the young man says no right away or says he needs time to think about his offer. After all, it is a heavy weight he is passing on to this young man's shoulders, for better or worse. I have deemed you worthy of my power, as such do you wish to inherit my quirk, he said, getting what he expected, a confused look. Yuga Aoyama could not believe what he is hearing right now from the symbol of peace. Is something like that even possible? He asked, getting only a simple nod from him. Okay, so he did hear right, but what All Might is saying right now does not make sense. It goes against all known quirk logic that he learned from Izuku. Then again, he can steal blood quirks from others, so what does he know? All Might got a question right back and just nodded, but this for some reason caused the boy to go silent. Seeing as he was confused, he went into some detail on the subject before he got more confused. It is a quirk that grows stronger with each new user. In order to inherit, the previous user must wish to give it to you, and you must swallow some of my DNA. All Might explained, getting some of the boy's attention back. Now I will ask you once more, do you wish to inherit my quirk, young Aoyama? All Might asked him once again. This boy had doubts like he did when he was first given this power, but that was all right. For it was not him but One for All who chose him as the next user, so he knew this was right. My apologies, but I cannot accept your quirk, Yuga Aoyama said, seeing the shocked face of All Might. It was not that he did not want it, but more so he was not worthy of such an important power. When I first wanted to be a hero, it was not to save people but to become famous. The only reason I am trying to be a hero now to save others was because of my friend. He saved me and showed me what it means to be a hero. If I am unfit to be his equal, then how can I possibly be worthy of accepting such a responsibility? He asked his hero, turning to him, surprised that he saw not disgust but empathy. Nezu was surprised when he turned down All Might's offer after the detailed explanation he just got. But then he continued to explain why he felt he was unworthy of this gift he was offered. Nezu was surprised that he admitted to originally wanting to be a hero for the wrong reasons. Still, he felt as though the boy was not giving himself the credit he deserved here. It is true that he needed someone to show him he was wrong, but he changed because he wanted to become a proper hero. All Might was well beyond surprised to hear his offer rejected a second time. But when he heard his explanation, he understood now the reason for his self-doubt. He was comparing himself to this friend and ignoring the good parts about himself. It is true his original reason was selfish, but he would not be able to change himself like that if he did not have the potential in the first place. All Might felt not the moment of doubt he had before, but felt a sort of kinship with him. Just like him, this boy just needed to be pointed down the right path so he could walk those steps. The boy was indeed the person he thought he was, a hero just waiting to take the necessary center stage, just as he did. Young, I too once needed a push, so will you trust my judgment of you? All Might said, extending his hand. The boy took All Might's hand, and so he decided to ask about this friend he was talking about. If you do not mind, could you tell me the name of this friend? Nezu asked, curious if it was who he thought it was. The response he gave made Nezu quite happy. It looks as though All Might will no longer have doubts about them. Yuga Aoyama was unsure for a moment of whether or not to give them Izuku name, but decided that despite him not wanting to stand out, it would be helpful for his friend. His name is Izuku Midoriya, Yuga Aoyama said with a determined look. All Might was ashamed, not because of his new apprentice, but because of himself. This whole time he was treating him like a criminal, and yet it was because of him that he was able to find a worthy successor to One for All, even if he did not say anything hurtful to his face. He will make sure to give the kid a fair chance like Nezu was doing right now. I see, now there is only one thing left to do here, All Might said as he plucked off a strand of hair. Eat this, he said, holding out a single strand of hair to him. It was supposed to be a normal day, minus the move-in, but hey, he had to do it eventually. The four maids that accompanied him along with Dabai and Toga began bringing things up to his room. According to the note, Principal Nezu left with the front gate guard. Both him and one other student had rooms a bit larger than the others. She too was apparently let in without having to take the practical exam either. When they entered, he saw her drinking tea on a stool in the open space kitchen. She looked at him and his servants with a curious look, so he thought to say hello. Hi there. Izuku Midoriya did not get to finish his sentence as she interrupted his greeting. You are the movers, correct? My room is open already. The girls' rooms are on the 3rd floor. Momoya Urazu said to the boy who she assumed Yue had, guide the truck and some of her family's servants here. He was dressed just like a regular kid in an oversized hoodie, even though she did not recognize the maids. Who else could they be working for? However, instead of following her orders, they just glared at her except the boy. In fact, the blonde maid with the messy buns had started to growl and bare her literal fangs at Momo. Oh, no, I am a fellow student. These are my family's servants that came to assist me, Izuku Midoriya said, unsure of what to say next. It is true that he dressed like a normal kid despite his family wealth, but still, it feels a bit awkward having to explain to someone else. But first he had to calm down Toga. After a few minutes of calming her down from a growl to a quiet glare, he tried to introduce himself. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said, laughing lightly as he rubbed the back of his head. Momoya Urazu was so embarrassed to think she mistook another student as a worker. Not to mention they seemed to come from a fairly high-class family as well. This did not look good. I am so sorry for treating you like that, Momoya Urazu shouted, unable to do anything else but bow. Great, now she had to figure out how to make it up to him. She was unsure as to the person's gender. Though they were wearing boy clothes, they had a very gentle aura about them. They also had delicate facial features that usually boys his age, from what she had seen, usually do not have. Their curves as well, though hard to make out, from she could tell they had an even better frame than she did. My name is Momoya Urazu. It is also a pleasure to meet you, Momoya Urazu said, trying not to sound nervous. Here she was just standing there and staring at them, trying to analyze their gender, when instead she should have been apologizing and introducing herself to her new classmate. She then noticed the butler give her the maid's orders to bring their things to the 3rd floor. Yes, that meant the person in front of her was also a girl. That is when it happened. One of the maids tripped and the contents of a box spilled, revealing underwear and bras. She looked incredibly embarrassed and tried to stutter out an explanation. It is all right, they are really cute, I said, blushing, understanding why she would feel embarrassed. But still, I meant my compliment. She really did pick some cute designs, though it looks as though her sweater was more baggy than she thought. She could not even see her chest, even though she should have been able to base off the size of her bra. Even so, she quickly retreated upstairs to her room, and the maid quickly put it all back in the box and hurried upstairs. It was only an hour when her servants were done setting up her room and left. The butler and the maids gave Momoya Urazu a courteous bow before leaving and apologized for earlier. Honestly, she was the one who needed to apologize to her, not the other way around. But before she could go upstairs, the movers came, and so she had to stay down here and make sure they unloaded everything. It took them 2 hours since they needed to put her bed together as well, then came her part. It took her an hour to organize all her clothes and her other stuff before she noticed the time. It was almost dinner time, even though she never cooked before. How hard is it to make rice? Izuku Midoriya was in the middle of burying his face into his pillow as he wailed in embarrassment. She was going to think he was a pervert now that she saw those spill out of the box. And he could not even explain himself, not that it would have probably helped him. She was going to think he was some sort of cross-dressing pervert. This was a great start towards knowing his classmate. Why did his mother and the other girls insist he needed more design options to choose from anyway? Izuku Midoriya was getting hungry and decided to go downstairs and make himself something to eat. When he got downstairs, however, what he saw was nothing short of a kitchen-turned-war zone. Water and rice were spilled everywhere. It smelled as though it was burning, which was not pleasant. There was charcoaled meat in a now unusable frying pan beside it, filling the kitchen with smoke. The he spoke to before was in tears and was crying her eyes out, saying she was only trying to make rice and hamburger steak. Momoya Urazu had never cooked before, but how hard could it be to make rice and pan-fry some meat? She put some rice and hot water in a big pot and closed the lid, then she turned that part of the stove on high. She then grabbed the hamburger from the fridge for both her and the other girl. Hopefully cooking this dinner would make it easier for her to open up to her as a classmate. She set the meat on a frying pan and, like the rice, set it on high so it would cook quickly. While they were cooking, she decided to make some tea to go with the meal. She decided to make it in the dining room part of the kitchen so she would not have to bring it back over here after. However, after about 10 minutes she was done with the tea and went to check on the rice and meat. When she did, smoke was starting to fill the room, and that is when she noticed it. The meat looked like a lump of coal, something she knew was not right if they wanted to eat it. The rice was boiling and overflowing from the pot, going everywhere on the floor. She tried to stop it but spilled boiling water all over herself when she did. That is when they came in. "I was just trying to make rice and hamburger steak," was all she could say as they came to pull her out. The smoke made it hard to see and was beginning to sting her eyes, so she shut them as she was carried to the living room. Izuku carried her into the living room and said sorry before stripping her and shredding her clothes. She then felt a biting sensation before the pain faded and she opened her eyes to see all the burns were gone. Izuku said that part of her power was healing anyone whose blood she drank. They then explained that they needed to get the clothes off her before the hot water and them might burn her again. After that, all she could do was watch Izuku clean her mess in embarrassed silence at the trouble she caused. But judging by what she can see, Izuku is between a C or D in terms of bra size. Also, they were clearly not wearing a bra right now. Was that normal for girls from average families to do in their own homes? Izuku Midoriya decided not to waste any time and ran in picking her up. She had her eyes closed, probably due to the smoke. It is times like these where he was glad that training with Yuga made his eyes so resilient. He rushed her to the living room and set her on the couch before getting to work. "I'm sorry," Izuku Midoriya said before he started doing something he might get slapped for later. He began ripping her clothes off for 2 reasons. One was to see the whole damage the boiling water did. Recovery Girl once told him that the more he knows about the injuries, the easier it is for healing quirks to fix people. The second was that so she would not get burns again after he healed her. "If I do not remove your clothes, the hot water in them might burn you even more," he told her, hoping to lessen her anger. When he healed her, he noticed she had 3rd-degree burns, probably due to how thin her clothing was and how hot the water was. Healing such burns caused him to change back into his female form. Just great, now he needs to explain that. UANEZU office. They had just started moving in and Nezu was already dying of laughter at this stuff. Not only did embarrass herself in front of her classmate by looking down on him, but Midoriya made had spilled his bras and female underwear everywhere for her to see. Both of them were clearly freaking out on the inside and the outside. It was the greatest show he had ever seen. That is until later when it got to the really good part. Fortunately, Aizawa was there to join him. Aizawa told the other teachers he would go to see what had Nezu laughing so hard. He could not stand there complaining and decided to get this over with, since he was the only one brave enough to approach. When he walked in, Nezu ushered him to his desk to look at the screen, to see the chaos. "What makes you want to bet she will mess it up?" Nezu asked as they saw her pull out ingredients and pots. Nezu did not need his quirk to know that rich girl who probably never cooked before. Plus, a kitchen would end in some form of disaster, be it big or small. There is no way he can mess up Rai. Aizawa's voice trailed off as he saw the scene before him. She somehow managed to screw up rice in a skillet fried burger. She actually did. He thought for once Nezu would be wrong, but as it turns out, he was too right. She destroyed half the new kitchen power loader built, and managed to cover herself in boiling water. Fortunately, Izuku Midoriya came down and started to strip her, for some reason. Obviously he looked away for the student's sake, but then the kid explained why he did it. Even if he tells her that he will definitely get slapped later, but then it happened, he healed her. But the next instant he was a girl. It looks like Nezu and Vlad decided to hide something about his quirk. He glared at Nezu, only getting who knows motion from his shoulders. So he decided to hide this. Well, this explains why Recovery Girl tried to insist on having him help her, only to get her idea shot down. Normally Vlad would never speak up against her, but if the gender-changing side effect lasts more than a few hours, he understands why Vlad managed to put his foot down. "Alright, you don't know cause you were not watching the earlier events, but she seems to think Izuku is a girl." Nezu said, seeing Aizawa's mood change. Most would completely miss the slight change in the corner of his mouth and the shift in his eyelids. But he and Aizawa had enjoyed enough chaos together for him to easily notice these things. Just like he predicted, lots and lots of drama for them left to watch this year. UA student dorms. First, Izuku Midoriya had to take care of this mess, so he grabbed a vacuum and mop and got to cleaning. He threw the burned meat in the garbage and soaked the pots so he could scrub them after. Then he mopped the floor as best he could before vacuuming the rice that was on the floor. He sent a message to Principal Nezu and was told that Power Loader will fix it the day after tomorrow. All he could on such short notice was prepare some rice balls and instant green tea. Momoya Urazu kept on apologizing to him over and over. It was quite embarrassing, especially when she said something as outrageous as offering to wash his back. Momo tried her best to make it up to the girl, only for it to backfire and cause her more trouble. There had to be something she could do, but what? Oh yeah, that is something even she could not mess up. How about I wash your back after this? Momo asked her, getting a disappointed look in response. Did she not trust her after before, or was it some other reason she is hesitant to respond? I know I messed up before, but as one girl to another I will make it up to you, she said, determined to help her. He took a moment to realize why she had asked him something so outrageous. But now it made sense. She had mistaken him for a girl because of the clothes incident and his quirk. He needed to correct her at once, before she said anything else. I am actually a boy. My quirk just alters most of my body a bit as a side effect when I use it to heal, Izuku Midoriya said, awaiting a slap to the face from her. She could not believe what she was hearing for a moment. This beautiful girl was actually a boy. Then that means a boy saw her naked. She offered to wash a random man's back like it was nothing. She could feel her face turning red. But wait, you moved into the girls' section, not the boys'. Momoya Urazu yelled, hoping she had just heard her wrong before. But alas, she received a response she did not want to hear. It really made her come back down to earth. Principal Nezu said that due to my quirk side effect, I would be in some danger in the boys' section. Izuku Midoriya said with his eyes embarrassed at the fact that he was not safe around other guys. He felt like the moment he opened his eyes he would see a disgusted face. But when he opened up his eyes he saw a look of pity on her face, not a look of disgust he was expecting. You aren't mad? He asked her, surprised he was not slapped across the face yet by her. What he said about him being in danger made sense, so she was not mad at him at all. In fact, she is the one who assumed he was a girl, plus he healed her third-degree burns. Despite putting him in this awkward position, he clearly feels uncomfortable now. So long as you keep your lower half covered, I can pretend you are a girl, she said, bowing slightly to him. She knew her face was as red as a tomato right now, but she has to try to bond with her new classmate, especially since they are in the same boat, so the others might take issue with it. Izuku felt like he would faint any second. Was this what others girls his age are normally like? He always figured that his friends were just all exceptions to the rule and were naturally abnormal. Perhaps they were the normal ones and he was the unusual one the whole time. Unable to say no, or rather unwilling, as he figured she would just end up saying something ever more risky, he agreed. Though he had to admit to himself, it hurt when she basically said she did not acknowledge him as a guy. And I would like to point out that this is not a midnight-approved scene. Momo is literally just going to help wash his back and hair. Nothing dirty will happen here. It is still somehow wholesome, I think. Momo and him went to grab their spare change of clothes from their rooms and went to the bath. They both turned their backs to each other before putting on their towels. Momo said they only needed to cover their lower halves, as from the waist above he was basically a girl. So once they were dressed, he followed her into the bathroom where they would rinse off. She had him sit down on a stool as she began scrubbing his back with her hands. Momo said that using a towel will damage your skin, so she used her hands to wash his back. It still felt incredibly awkward, but said it was all right, so he tried to relax as best he could. After about 5 minutes she said she would do my hair. It took about 10 minutes. But the longer hair time was more due to how many knots I had in my messy hair. That, and with both she seemed to be taking her time washing them. She then asked if I could do hers. So I tried to do what she did for me as best as I could. I just hope I didn't do it too hard. After that we went to the shower separated by cubes to finish rinsing off. Despite how nerve-wracking it was at first, it actually quite nice to bathe with someone like that. Alright Momo, you can do this, you have come this far, she thought to herself as they undressed. She made sure he was looking away when she got undressed and quickly put the towel over herself. She only felt like her lower half needed to be covered due to how his quirk worked. Apparently, despite having some sizable breasts, he still had, you know what, down there. Trying to hide her own nervousness, she dragged him into where they were going to wash off. After sitting him down, she went to work washing his back and really took notice of his body. Despite being a guy, it was small like a girl. That much she was sure his quirk did not do. But he really did have all the curves in the right places. It was hard to believe he was actually a guy. However, she lacks the courage to find out the direct way and remove his towel. Before she realized it, 5 minutes had passed and she had taken longer than she intended. She covered it up by saying she was going to do his hair next and switched to shampoo. His hair was white like snow. It was really pretty. His emerald green eyes also went with it quite well. Unlike his back, she really did need 10 minutes to shampoo and condition his hair. It was so naturally messy that it was filled with a lot of knots, so she had to be careful. Granted, she combed her hair every day so as to make sure it did not happen with hers, but it was more due to the length of her hair rather than the volume of it. In any case, once she was done with him, she asked him to do her back, hoping it would help him be less nervous. He was doing to her exactly what she was doing to him before. Now she felt awkward. She should probably tell him she just did it for too long by accident, but she was too embarrassed. So after a total of 10 minutes her hair and back was done, so they moved to the showers. Fortunately, the wall separating them went from their ankles to up to his neck. They talked a little before continuing their conversation in her room afterwards. She left first to get changed and he would go to her room after he got dressed. After a few minutes there was a knock on her door and he asked to be able to enter. "Come in," she said as she sat down on her bed cross-legged. He was still a bit sheepish but has seemed to have gotten used to her already. She could not help but smile as he sat down across from her wearing that rather feminine combination of sleepwear. Izuku waited 10 minutes before walking out to get changed. Fortunately she was done. So he put on his boxers and put on the oversized t-shirt he liked to sleep in. Whenever he was in female form it was preferable to wear a larger and more loose shirt when he slept. His normal t-shirts would be too tight in female form for him to sleep comfortably in them. So instead he had a handful of shirts like this for whenever he was in female form. When he got to Momo's door he knocked and asked her if it was okay to enter now. She told him to come in, so he did, and he was surprised. Her room was as big as his. Judging by the larger space of wall between their doors and the others, it was clear they got bigger rooms. They were clearly getting preferential treatment than the other students. This is definitely going to cause some friction between them and the others. He noticed she was sitting on her bed and was smiling for some reason. Maybe this was the first time she has done something like this with a friend. He has had sleepovers with the others plenty of times, with Yuga especially. Whenever they would train late into the evening on their quirks, he would stay at Yuga house. Him and Momo talked about a lot of stuff for what felt like hours. Eventually he was getting sleepy. But he did not notice until after he was on the verge of passing out on her bed. Oh well, they already washed each other's backs. What harm would sharing a bed for the night do? Right? Momo had never in her life had a friend to talk to like this before, and it felt nice. Izuku told all about how he accidentally injured himself falling asleep at his desk the night before the exam. Even though they did not do the practical, they still asked them to come in and do the written. He told how he finished so quickly that it made someone mad, saying how he didn't finish it. She could not even begin imagining a person doing that to her that day. Before she knew it, he fell asleep right there on his bed. She was panicking for a moment but remembered what she said earlier. She will just pretend he is another girl, so she helped him under her covers and they went to sleep. URARAKA household. It was about noon as her father had to take care of some work in the morning before driving her to UA. Her father was loading her 12 boxes into the back of his pickup truck using his gravity quirk. Achako was wearing the fireproof uniform she was given by Power Loader Sensei in the package. She was brushing her teeth before they left for the UA dorms she would be living in for the next 3 years. Her dad was calling for her to hurry, so she quickly spit and rinsed her mouth before running out. He was happy his daughter was getting such a bright future laid before, unlike he had when he was her age. But he was also a bit sad to see his daughter grow up so quickly. Did he remember to give her the paper spray and taser? He looked through the care package he put among her things. Yup, he definitely remembered to give her what she needed to keep the boys off her. His wife said that he was being overly protective, but he was once a boy himself. That is why, unlike her, he knows what thoughts are going through their perverted heads. For all he knows, they might already be infesting the girls' half of the dormitory. Achako, you ready yet? We need to hurry, he said, wanting to get there and warn any of the boys there to stay away from his little girl as soon as possible. UA dorms. Momo had woken up next to the face of a sleeping Izuku. He really did look too gentle to be guy sometimes. She stretched her arms wide as she yawned. As her hand came down on the sheet she felt something hard. Looking to where her hand was, she lifted the sheets to see that Izuku was indeed a healthy male. She removed her hand and slapped her face a few times to get her thoughts together before her face became as red as a tomato. She looked at her phone to see it was about 10 in the morning, shocked she was asleep that long. Then again, she had never talked that late with someone before. Usually she goes to bed early. While Izuku was asleep, she decided to get dressed so he could sleep some more. Last night they decided that since it would be 2 days till Power Loader could fix the kitchen, so they were going to go to the mall to get lunch and buy some instant noodles so they can have a hot meal tonight. Also a new outfit for her, as her other one was in a somewhat unusable state. So today she went with a white blouse and a black ribbon around her neck to complement it. She had ankle-high socks and some black loafers to go with a black knee-length skirt to her side. As she was about to put on her skirt, Izuku woke up and looked at her as she was bent down. Oh, looks like somebody is awake now, Momo said, trying not to think how she was getting changed in front of a guy. Come on, Momo, you know he does not look at you that way. He is just a friend with an unusual quirk, she thought to herself, keeping a calm face. You should go to your room and get changed now, Momo said, with him nodding in response groggily and getting out of her room. Once he was out of her room, she let out a sigh of relief that she could now relax. She can't blame him since she is the one who made him take a bath with her and let him sleep in her bed. Still though, hopefully the other girls can come to accept this easily for his sake. Not that they could deny an order from the principal, especially since it is a valid fear for his safety. Even if they avoid his crotch area if someone broke into his room at night when he was in this state. he would still get sexually assaulted to the highest degree, so it really was a necessary precaution to separate him from the boys. UANEZU office. Aizawa had decided to ask Nezu something he felt he already knew the answer to. Nezu, why did you say that bullshit about separating him from the guys for his own safety? Aizawa asked, not wanting to deal with any more angry parents this year. Last year's were annoying enough and he knew Nezu would ask him to be there to nullify their quirks if they got too upset. Whatever do you mean? Nezu asked to race her back as he drank some tea. Aizawa watched Izuku training footage and knew full well what the kid was capable of. So Nezu was not surprised he saw right through his plan to mess with those children. We both know that all he has to do is drink a small drop of blood and he can knock out anyone who tries to force themselves on him. Aizawa stated. All the kid would need was a split second to bit his lip and drink his own blood to knock them out. He was more than capable of taking care of himself, and besides, if he really was in any danger, they could just install several locks on the inside of his door so none of them could get in at night. All right, the truth is, this drama I am witnessing so far has definitely been worth it, Nezu said, stopping for a moment to sip his tea again. He only has 2 of them so far and the drama is already more than he expected. Between her loosing to a kitchen and her inviting Izuku to bath with her, he was practically dying from laughter. And that is only with 2 students. Once the others arrive, it will be a full-blown circus. He cackled as his master plan was already coming together. Aizawa gave up and prayed for the kid that Nezu would take it easy on him for a bit. That is when he noticed some papers that said gender-neutral uniform. Oh god. Nezu went so far as to design a personal uniform for him. Forget prayers. He will need a miracle to survive the next 3 years. UA dorms. Izuku was slowly waking up from his sleep when he opened his eyes and saw Momo changing her clothes. It looks like he slept in. Hopefully he did not inconvenience her by doing so, since she is probably hungry. It like she is wearing black panties today. If you recall correctly, Mina said something about them being bold. In any case, she told him he should go get changed as well, so he did, and when he got to his room he realized. He had morning wood. Does that mean she saw it? His face felt as though it became as red as a tomato in that instant. From now on he had to remember to wear proper shorts when he walked outside of his room. He quickly put on a light green bra and wore a dark green shirt over it to make sure no one would see it. Naturally, he wore his always bright red high tops wherever he went. That is something he would never budge on unless school rules forbade it. Then grabbed a pair of black hiking shorts that went just above his knees. He also wore some thigh-high stockings, not wanting anyone to give lip at the mall because a girl was walking around with slightly hairy legs. The last time he went out as a girl without making sure his legs were not covered, a random lady started yelling at him. She gave him some stupid speech about him how his lack of femininity was corrupting her daughter. So ever since then, he decided to wear stockings whenever he wore his shorts when he was in female form. He made his way downstairs to see that Momo was waiting for him already and gasped. According to her, this look of a slightly feminine tomboy suited him well. At least he thinks there was a compliment. Honestly, ever since he got this healing quirk, it was hard to judge whether a fashion compliment was actually a compliment or not. He should tell Hound Dog about this at their next session tomorrow about his adjustment. Even since the gender aspect of his quirk came into play, he has been somewhat confused. So when Hound Dog found out about this quirk's side effect, he made it a point to talk to Izuku regularly. At first he was not too sure, but talking about it with the hero school therapist was really helping. Though he said it would be bad if Izuku started to blur the lines between gender for social reasons. He also told him how if he did not need to identify as either, as it would be okay, as he knew if a hero would agree with him. Apparently a friend of his who belonged to the Wild Pussycats identified as the gender they were not born as. So he knew the socially awkward hardships he would face from the less tolerant individuals. Still though, despite his embarrassing circumstances so far with Momo, she has made it less blurry for him. Unlike the others who do not treat him differently either, except the girls making him play dress up for them. Momo is constantly reinforcing the fact that he is a guy for him in his mind. Ironically, her constantly skewering his male pride by calling him a girl all the time is actually making said pride even stronger, despite how painful her comments can be at times. I don't really pay much attention to that stuff, he said to her, despite that being a lie. He really did feel awkward about receiving attention, despite his goal to become like Vlad King. A symbol of strength for blood quirk users everywhere, so he had to get used to it eventually. Momo could not stop herself from gasping when she saw how Izuku was dressed today. It was a simple combination of clothes, yet it suited him well enough that it was breathtaking on him. I must admit, the slightly feminine tomboy look works perfectly for you, she said, unable to speak nothing but mine due to earlier today. But despite her compliment, he was still knocking himself down, despite choosing such a cute outfit. He made a great choice, yet would not allow himself to take the compliment easily. Looks like she is not the only one who needs to try and be more confident around here. They can work together to improve on that. The mall. After they left, they went to the mall but realized they were not hungry yet, so decided to shop first. They first went to get Momo a replacement for that outfit and then went into the dollar store to buy those instant noodles he mentioned. They got some strange looks as they were much more well dressed than most people around them. It was a tad embarrassing, but Izuku whispered they were just jealous of her style. It was close to noon when we got to the food court, so we sat down to decide what to get. Then all of a sudden Izuku sneezed an adorable little sneeze. She really would doubt his status as a guy if she did not see it already. Izuku was talking with her one instance, then out of nowhere he was sneezing the very next instance. "Are you coming down with something?" she asked her friend in concern for his well-being. The last thing he needed was to get sick before the semester started, especially since they already had a reputation to prove. "Yeah, I'm fine. I think someone is just talking about me." Izuku sniffled as he grabbed his handkerchief to wipe his nose quickly. Still though, who could it be? According to the girls, they were going on a celebration trip with his mom to a fancy spa, and Yuga said he was doing some sort of intense training to make sure he does not fall behind the others who passed. Oh well, if it is not someone he knows, then he should not be worried about it. URARAKA household. He was stopped at a red light when he got a sudden feeling that someone was underestimating him. Could it be a boy was already at the dorm and waiting to put the moves on his daughter? Good thing he brought his 5-ton hammer with him in its gravity nullify case. Normally a person with his body would not be able to lift it, let alone make it budge. But it was a custom-made support item in the case as well, so he could store and transport it easily. Since his quirk nullified its weight, it was easy for him to swing it around and intimidate any boys that ever asked his daughter out. It was thanks to this baby that he managed to scare all the boys at her old school from making a pass at her. Most if not all lost their courage immediately when they saw him lift this huge hammer. The many used by him won the job when the jackhammers needed to be maintenances, so he would go around swing it with his quirk. By releasing his quirk at the last second, he could easily destroy old concert floors with it. So it came quite in handy for work. It was also why no other competitor ever dared to try and intimidate him from backing off from bidding for a project. It was the greatest birthday gift he ever received from his daughter, to think she would win a street lottery, where the grand prize was a coupon for a support item made from Power Loader personally. Ochako was enjoying the view of the car window when she got a chill down her spine. When she turned, she could see her dad was the source of the ominous aura. Great, it seems like he remembered someone pissing him off. Why now of all times? It is moments like these where she kinda regrets getting him that hammer from the lottery machine. She was walking home one day when she was about 10 years old, when she noticed one of those spinning lotteries. Her dad's birthday was coming up soon and she wanted to get him a really nice gift. The guy running it offered her a free spin and called her over from beyond the crowd. It seems he wanted to use her as publicity stunt, but still, she would at least get free tissues or a handkerchief out of it. However, when she spun it, she won the grand prize. At first she hoped she won a trip to a hot spring, but instead all she got was a coupon for some hero named Power Loader to make her a custom support gear for free. Then she realized her dad could use it to get him to make some sort high-quality multi-tool. It was perfect. He could use his gift at work to help him get his job done faster, that way he could move on to the next instantly. However, all he got made was a ridiculously large hammer, but oh well, it made him happy. Momo. After looking at everything, they decided to get a meat lover's pizza with extra thick crust. For Momo, eating heavy and greasy meals like this was normal for her as her quirk required it. It burned through her quirk fat stores, which meant she also needed to eat much larger meals. These meals were more than most girls her age, not just in general, but in her social class group considered appropriate to eat. So finding someone from that upper class group who did not admonish her for it made her meal outside of her house much more relaxing. Ever since her quirk manifested, she was unable to eat a proper lunch at school. So every day she would go home starving, which made the second half of her school days uncomfortable. But with Izuku she could eat without worry, and though SH was worried when he did not eat much of it. "Do you not like meat that much?" Momo asked him, worried she was forcing a vegetarian to eat a meat pizza. "Oh no, it is not that, I just do not have much of an appetite to begin with," Izuku said, succeeding in calming her down. What he told her was true, he did not have much of an appetite, his body was quiet fuel efficient. Though in this current situation it was because she ordered a large 14-slice pizza for them. He was almost done his second slice while she was on nearly done her 5th slice and eyeing the next. Though he thought her quirk would give her a large appetite, he did not see this coming. But she seemed to be enjoying herself, that is when he noticed that some wannabe thugs eyeing them. They were probably thought of as easy and rich targets by them. Unfortunately, he did not hide his emotions well as had to motion subtle for her to not turn around. Momo was happy to hear that he was enjoying the pizza, but a thought crossed her mind. Guys from what she knew usually ate more than what he has eaten so far. She knows his quirk can, according to him, make him more prone to things like depression. But did it also give him eating disorders as well? Her fear was immediately dashed away as he started his 3rd slice happily. As she was eating her 8th slice, she noticed for a moment a look of concern came over his face. He leaned in. She then saw him was his index finger side to side so as to say, "Do not do something." And then he pointed behind her. She thinks he was telling her to not look behind her. He then pointed to the store across from them and said to look at the red dress in the far of the window. There she saw the group of guys staring at them. She disgusted, not enough to stop eating of course. So she moved on to her 9th slice as she responded with a "Yeah, I see what you're pointing at. What should we do about it?" She was unsure if they could hear them, but she decided to follow his lead and be cautious. Also, she felt as though someone had just said something rude about her. Oh well, it was probably just her imagination. "You see that red dress on the far left?" he asked her, trying to discriminately show her their pursers. It seemed she had caught on and was acting nonchalantly while giving her response. She asked him what they should do, knowing his bloodlust quirk would affect her too if she was right beside him. So he came up with another idea. He told her his plan subtly through emphasizing certain words in his conversation. His plan was simple: have Momo duck for cover in the washroom after making it clear she was giving her wallet to him. With both their money on him, it will make him much more alluring bait for the creeps tailing them. Then he can lead to a secluded part of the mall with no security cameras and take care of them there. As long as they did not discover their identities, they were fine. All of a sudden he got a chill, like someone was tempting fate to screw them over right at this very moment. UA dorms. Ochako and her dad had just arrived at the dorms, and yet despite it being midday, the other two applicants were not here. "Hello, anyone there?" She called out but got no response from anyone. Then she noticed the kitchen. It had looked like a fight had broken out in there, if the destroyed stove was anything to go by. Or is it possible that someone screwed up cooking bad enough to destroy the kitchen? No way anyone would be that bad at cooking. If so, then wow, she was impressed, but not in the good way. She hopes the other two students are not getting themselves into trouble before the school year even begins. Well, it cannot be helped. They say the more talented a hero, the more eccentric they are. Oh well, so long as they do not get in trouble and people find out they are UA students. So long as they can manage to keep that a secret, then it should be fine if they cause a small disturbance or two. "So no boys are here yet, huh?" said as he was bringing in some paint. He also brought some brushes with them so he can help her paint her new dorm room. When they called, the principal gave his approval and told him to make sure he cleaned up afterwards. "Let's get started, baby girl," he said, trying to enjoy the last bit of quality time he will get with his daughter for a while. As always, she complained about how he talked to her, but as far as he is concerned, she will always be his baby girl. "Don't call me that where the other students might hear you," Ochako yelled at her dad. She puffed out her cheeks, embarrassed that he still calls her that in public. Oh well, at least no one was here to hear him call her by that overly gushy nickname. "UANEZU office. You should not be relieved just yet, Ochako Uraka," Nezu said, sipping his tea. "They are getting more entertaining and quirky every few years when a new one, a divided by one B, come into the school. The big three alone were more than entertaining enough to make up for their boring classmates. Though he must think of a way to show off her new dorm to her classmates. Perhaps a contest to have them vote for the best decorated room, but what prize to entice them with? Oh well, when in doubt, go with the human's most classic and overdone desire: money. At the very least, it will guarantee to get her to join the contest as well. Note to self: finish work quickly that day so he can make sure Izuku avoids embarrassment. Also, so they do not find out he permitted him to have a mini fridge in his room. Though the main purpose is to store his blood reserves, they will still complain if they find out. He cannot really do anything about the room sizes for him and Momo, as those will be obvious. But seeing as they were specially invited, he could always say that it was a stipulation their parents decided on. Yes, he will blame everything on their parents and avoid having to explain himself. UA dorms. Ochako and her dad had brought out the dark pink paint they planned to use for her walls. This, of course, after they moves out the small bed, a medium-sized study desk, and dresser. All of which were provided by UA for all the students apparently, and it looks like both the students the principal mentioned were female. Looks like they can have a girl talk when they get home and eat dinner together. The mall. It was time for the plan to start, so Momo made a big show of giving Izuku her purse. "It is too much trouble to find my wallet in there, so go wait for me at the bus stop and find it for me," Momo said, going into the washroom. With this, all she could do was wait for her to get the call from Izuku saying it was taken care of. Izuku started to make his way to the construction site where they were expanding the mall. Today it was empty as they were stopping construction for some reason. But it does not matter, as it will suit his needs well enough. The best part is that they will not be discovered until most likely the next day. Once he walked in deep enough, he stopped, waiting for them to say something to him. Well, look what we got here," the leader of their group of delinquents said, sneering at the girl. Though he would have preferred the other girl, the tomboy here looked decent enough. Who knows, they might last longer than her girly girlfriend. "So you two are UA students," he said, holding up Izuku entry ID card. "When did you?" Izuku stopped his question when he saw a person come out from behind the leader. It was the scrawny, nervous kid who bumped into them earlier. How did he miss them before? No, this guy was keeping his distance from the rest of the group as soon as possible. It was his own fault for not realizing it was taken out of his pocket earlier by them. "It would be really bad for you if UA found out you used your quirk to on us," he said, giving the signal. His boys went around her sides and surrounded her for the next part they are going to enjoy. "If you want this back, then I expect the finder's fee. Everything you have in your wallet and purses, plus some special service," he said, air quoting the last two words. She appeared to be terrified as they had managed to grab her without her fighting back. "You better be entertaining like the other girls we had before," he said, going to undo her shorts. They were surprised to see a pair of boxers, and were more shocked by the contents of said boxers. Before they could do anything else, they all suddenly felt overwhelmed for some reason. "Now, since you already confessed doing this to other women, prepare yourselves for what is to come next," Izuku said, overflowing with rage. Though he did not realize it, he was not using his quirk to immobilize them right now. He was doing so with his pure rage right now, and to them he looked like the devil to them right now. After about a half hour of shoving tools up, where the sun does not shine, he got dressed and remembered to tell them one last thing before leaving them there. Not my kind of piercing, but good enough for you guys," he said, giving them the sweetest smile he could ever muster. Once he was done, he gave Momo the call and was received to find out she did not call Nezu or the police. If she did, he would have definitely gotten in trouble for what he did to those guys. After they met up again, they went to the bus stop for real this time and went back to UA. However, Momo was too quiet, so he decided to ask her what was wrong with her. Momo had followed Izuku's instructions and locked herself in the bathroom stall of the women's washroom. She sat there waiting anxiously for his call, and about 45 minutes later she got it. He called her to tell her, and she felt like she could breathe again knowing he was okay. They met up and went to the bus stop to head back to the dorms for what would end up being dinner time. However, she could not say a thing to Izuku afterwards, as she felt a bit guilty about it all. While she was hiding safe in a bathroom stall, he was fighting off a whole group of people, and most likely had to do so without his quirk, as healing quirk would be of no use in combat. She really was useless. Even with her quirk, she was nothing but a burden to him. Then, before she realized she had given it away, he asked her what was wrong with her. "Hey Momo, is everything alright with you?" Izuku asked her, concerned about her. Dealing with people like that was a normal thing for him, as it did not even faze him much. For someone like her who did not even seem used to going to the mall, that was probably nerve-wracking. However, he was shocked by the response she gave him, making him realize how off the mark he was. He asked me if everything was alright with me. Everything was far from alright. My parents were right. I am not good enough to take over the company, let alone be a hero. I was useless and had to leave everything up to you, she said, sighing before continuing. The last thing I am is a hero. Momo looked down at her feet, unable to look him in the eyes. That was when he suddenly turned her around and pulled her gaze up from her feet. Izuku was shocked that she could ever think of herself like that. Her quirk was far more useful than his. True, he could have multiple quirks, but none of his current ones were nearly as versatile as her quirk. Hers was perfect for both defense and offense, as well as immediate on-site repairs. "You are not useless. Never say anything like that again," Izuku said, looking her in the eyes. At first they were scared, but then turned happy and calm. Looks like he managed to get through to her. Still though, there was nothing she really could have done in this situation today. "I simply had more experience dealing with people like that," Izuku told her, despite how careful he is to never commit a blatant crime. Granted, he has killed criminals before, but that was only when he could not risk them going back to crime. Most of his prey were for the most part either killed or had a lesson beaten in them if their crimes were not so severe. Very few actually were turned into the police after he and the others crushed them. Momo was shocked. This is the first time someone in her life did not scold her for not being able to do something. What he said also made sense. Compared to a sheltered girl like her, he actually goes out to experience things. He has seen the world with his own two eyes rather than through a computer screen. Does that mean she will one day become just as capable as him once she experiences more situations like today? She should not help but let go of her fear and embrace a calmness, as well as joy at what he said. According to him, she can still become more capable. All she needed was time to learn how. "You're right, I will become a hero. I just need to be more patient," Momo said, amazed at this. If now was anything to go by, he will be a great. Inspiring others just seems to come naturally to him. UA dorms. However, when they got to the dorm, they were surprised to see a girl with brown bob-cut hair sitting on the couch. She was wearing an oversized shirt that went down to her knees, and neither shorts nor pants to cover her underwear. Her shirt was white, and they were able to see through it to know she was not wearing a bra either. She was watching the news that said something about that hero killer who has popped up. But still, Momo was wondering what made her think it was okay to wear that in the common room where a boy could see. Fortunately for her, there was only one boy here, so far. Oh right, Izuku was living in the girls' wing, so she probably thought that it was only two girls here right now. While she was coming to this realization, the girl turned around and took notice of them, turning off the TV. Izuku was incredibly embarrassed, trying not to turn away from her now directed at them gaze, as he could easily see everything. Fortunately, she was at least wearing underwear. Still, it was times like these where he regrets having such sharp vision thanks to Yuga. After training with his friend's belly button laser for so long, his eyes were quite strong. So if he could withstand a lamplight directly in his face and still see fine, he could easily make out the details here. That was the problem with white clothes. Make them too thin, they become nearly see-through with just a little light. On the upside, such shirts were usually quite cheap, so most low-income families bought things like that. Achako would have normally been embarrassed if two strangers saw her dressed like this. Fortunately, she already knew they were both girls, so she could be a little risky if she wanted to. The first one was calm and cool-headed looking black hair beauty that made ever her tempted to ask her out. She was dressed just like you would expect from a rich girl, but the other one. Maybe she misheard Nezu, and only one of them was rich while the other one's family was average. The tomboy with the white hair was super cute though. When you look at her, you get the feeling you want to protect her. In any case, these two were said to be especially talented compared to the other students who will be coming. But then how did these two destroy the kitchen? Was it really an accident? These two do not seem like they are on bad terms. In fact, she could not imagine these arguing in the slightest with how friendly they seem. Did they know each other before coming to UA, or did they just quickly become friends after coming here? In any case, she wanted to ask them about the kitchen that was behind her. She decided to ask them and see which one of they she should avoid when they decide to cook. So about this she did not get to finish her question as the white-haired one held her hand up to stop her. It seems they already knew she was going to ask about what happened in the kitchen. The white-haired one was expressionless while the black-haired girl was now turning a bit red. Izuku saw this coming and held his hand up to stop her from finishing her question. This was the result of Momo here, he said, pointing to her with his thumb. Just remembering it made him had to suppress a flushed face as well as a laugh. As you can tell, she is no longer allowed to cook here without supervision, Izuku said, getting a rather comical complaint from Momo. Momo was embarrassed enough to have to tell the new girl what happened. But now she would have to admit to it, at least until Izuku cut her question short. Then he outed her as the culprit and explained on her behalf, then he made childish comment about her. Izuku, she exclaimed as she shoved him lightly in her embarrassment at what he just did. In any case, me, did you shower yet? Momo asked her, assuming she already had based on her clothing. Ochako was momentarily taken back as the shorter tomboy who was known as Izuku spoke on the other's behalf. Her name was Momo apparently, it must be their first name if how close they is any indicator. Perhaps the tomboy was also a rich girl and she just had more simple tastes compared to her friend. Momo then asked her about the bath. Oh yes, since she already took one earlier, guess she will have to join them tomorrow. I already took mine, so the bath is all yours, she exclaimed happily as they went upstairs with their bags of clothes and other stuff. After about an hour they came down with one of the plastic bags from before. Did they buy instant food or something earlier along with the clothes due to the kitchen being broken? She then noticed that the white-haired girl also dressed similarly to her as she wore just a large shirt and underwear. However, her shirt was of a far better quality as Ochako was only able to see her underwear for a brief moment. A breeze came in. Odd, she did not remember opening a window in earlier, oh well. Though unlike Ochako she was wearing boxers. Why though was she wearing boys' underwear instead, panties like normal? At this rate she was more likely to get passed up by most of the boys at the school. Momo on the other hand was wearing a pajama top and bottom, looks like she prefers Western style clothes. On it were cute images of burgers and fries, looks like she is a real food junkie. Kind of ironic how a food junkie managed to destroy a whole kitchen single-handedly. Maybe when it is fixed she get to know them by making them her mom's famous beef stew, assuming they still have the ingredients for it. Oh well, to each their own. In any case she wanted to know what was with the bags. So what did you bring down? Ochako asked them, pointing to the bag Izuku was holding. They told her they bought some instant ramen at the 100 yen store while they were shopping. Izuku and Momo had just finished their showers and dried off when they decided to head downstairs. It was a good thing they bought extra, so now they should have enough for all of them. When they got down they noticed the new girl looking them over for some reason. She then asked them what they were bringing down. Makes sense as they brought the bag up earlier. Due to the current state of the stove we decided to buy some instant ramen at the store earlier, Momo said, embarrassed again. If not for her they would have met the girl earlier today instead of just now. Not to mention, they would also be having a proper dinner tonight instead of this. But better this than nothing at all. Hopefully she can forgive her for what she ended up doing. I will go boil some water and make these, Izuku said, taking the bag with him into the kitchen. He filled the electric kettle and plugged it in, preparing the chopsticks in the meantime. Cup ramen was not the fanciest thing in the world, but it will do the trick for tonight. Once it was done he brought it out to them and they began to eat, though one thought did linger. Was it his imagination, or did he hear some sort of electric sound when he felt that breeze earlier? Vlad had warned him to be wary of the principal, but not even he would do something as childish as skirt flipping. Right, UANEZU office. It was time for dinner and Nezu had asked Lunch Rush to bring it to him, saying he had paperwork to do. This was not a lie as he wanted to get his work done before those two got back. He just had to see how they would react when they meet each other, and it was hilarious. Momo Yaoyorozu had to tell Ochako Uraraka about her defeat to the kitchen yesterday. At least that was what he had predicted what would end up happening when they met. Until Izuku took the lead in what later became a slapstick comedy routine between him and Momo. It was glorious to see how she panicked while Izuku looked completely stoic through it all. At this point even he was suspicious as to whether or not they did anything last night with each other. Ironically, it was thanks to her parents that he was able to eavesdrop a little bit into their conversation. Momo Yaoyorozu's parents were apparently untrusting of their daughter and planted a bug amongst her things. Nezu terminated that bug's feed to her parents and then used it for the first minute or two of their conversation. After that he terminated the connection entirely and told Midnight to sneak in the next day to retrieve it while they were gone. She narrowly avoided Ochako and her father before returning to Nezu with their prize. He also made sure to issue a light threat to her parents about trying to spy on one of his students. Also made it clear he would not tolerate them doing this again and ensured them the news would get a tip about certain actions they had done. But back to the present, Ochako was staring daggers of jealousy at them for a brief second when she saw their clothes. Forget the bigger rooms, them showing off their stuffed wallets was going to make them isolated quicker. He should warn them about that for the future when they meet their other classmates. But installing that small wind device for moments like these was pure genius. An eraser said it was a waste of Power Loader's time. As always, he never gets his prediction wrong. When Lunch Rush came in with dinner, he showed him the screen just in time to catch the incident with him. Lunch Rush was quite disappointed when having seen that they had to eat instant ramen for dinner. That being said, they were more than upset to say the least when it came to the kitchen. They had told Power Loader the specifications that were required and now it was destroyed. As a chef as well as a hero, they could not ignore such an atrocious of basic cooking skills that all heroes should have. If Sweep Queen was here they would agree with him how basic home caretaking skills were necessary for heroes. In any case, Nezu had a devious look in his eyes that said he was going to do something to them. That was when he pressed a button and a small wind device turned on near the television. This caused Midoriya underwear to be shown, but I do not think he noticed it nor Yaoyorozu. Either way, he dropped off the meal and left, but reminded himself to scold Yaoyorozu when he had the chance. Nezu, however, was dying of laughter well into the evening, especially when it happened. To think that it would be revealed this soon to her, and here he was hoping for her to see it as the sun woke it up. Oh well, the bank look on her face was more than good enough, though he should make sure to warn him about midnight. There is no way she is going to pass up the opportunity to experience a half-man, half-woman. Good thing he had a total of 12 locks added to the inside of his dorm room's door. Perhaps he should make it 16. Midnight has been eyeing him during his practices with Vlad as of late. Better a near-dead teacher than a sexual harassment lawsuit from the boy's parents. UA dorms. It was a nice meal, a little bit on the light side but still better than having nothing in her stomach. Oh yeah, before I forget, thank you for the meal, Izuku, she said, setting down her empty cup. She was a bit surprised to see Momo had eaten 10 of them, but that was apparently due to her quirk. You are quite welcome, Izuku said as it had finally dawned on him the weird feeling of talking to her. Though they had introduced themselves to her, they had forgotten to ask for her name when they did so. This is going to be awkward, but what is your name? He asked, now seeing her face go blank. Momo as well. It seems he was the first to realize this. Oh well, one of them had to bring it up. Uraraka was trying to process what he had just asked her, trying to make sense of it. So have they been eating and talking together this whole time without knowing her name? She tried to remember, but she could not remember an instance of telling them her name. I am so sorry. My name is Ochako Uraraka, she puttered out, trying to calm herself. Momo had now made the same mistake 2 days in a row. Was she really this bad with people? She needed to correct this quickly, even more so than when she did with Izuku. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, she told her after find out her name was Ochako. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, making sure to properly introduce himself like they did. Izuku was surprised at how badly they were freaking out over such a simple mistake. Then again, half of his friends, he did not learn the names of half of them until after he rushed in to help. After a lively conversation, they decided to go to bed for the night, Ochako suggesting a sleepover. At this rate, I won't be able to sleep in my own for 2 weeks if this happens with every new student we get. Assuming the only ones that suggested are the female students, but oh well, it seemed like fun. Momo suggested we use her room again as her bed was much larger than mine. I preferred a smaller bed as to make room for all the bookshelves in my room. So once again we talked and fell asleep in Momo's room. I tried to excuse myself before passing out, but Ochako insisted that I stay there with them until she tripped over her own 2 feet. I was at the door entrance with it already open when she stumbled into me, pulling them down. Izuku was about to leave the sleepover early, but she still wanted to talk to her. So when Izuku tried to leave, she went to grab her to pull her back, only for Izuku's shirt to slip through her fingers. As she somehow slipped, she managed to grab hold of her boxers. In doing so, fell face first on the ground with them. She looked up a little to apologize to Izuku for pulling her underwear down when she saw it. So this beautiful tomboy turned out to be a beautiful boy. To think this was the first time she saw a man thing. Everything went blank and she hardly remembered what had happened last night when she woke up in the morning. UA dorms. Ochako had woken up as a bed so large that it was more than double the size of her parents' bed. Also, the blanket and sheets alone were probably worth more than her parents' whole bedroom set. She tried to think back and after a few minutes recalled yesterday as she turned red in the face. Not just her, Momo saw it as well. And it was because of her clumsiness. Momo had woken up to mouse-like screeching and noticed it was coming from Ochako. Looks like she remembered last night faster than she expected, though she taking the news as well as she expected. Though it could have been worse for Ochako, she could have made her mistake and had him see her naked. Granted, it was necessary at the time when it happened to Momo, but still, nonetheless embarrassing for her when she realized it. I am so sorry for what I made you see yesterday, Ochako said, bowing with her head and hands touching the ground. This girl is clearly favorited by the principal and she had done something incredibly unseemly in front of her. She just got here and was already at risk of losing her scholarship and future career. However, she heard a chuckle and looked to see her calm face as she said something outrageous. Momo was now knowing why he found her own panicked face at the mall amusing. It really is easier to take a situation lighter when you know the whole thing instead of a little bit. Though she had to admit, she thought Ochako would have figured it out by seeing Izuku boxers when the breeze came in. Do not worry, I made the same assumption as you. In fact, I did worse by grabbing it, Momo admitted to her embarrassing moment. She could feel the tips of her ears get a little from admitting to something like that. What was this rich girl saying to her right now? Ochako thought to herself as she heard her talk. She touched it. Then was she planning on inviting her to a weird threesome? Who knew the rich had such eccentric tastes, not just cross-dressing men, but apparently multiple partners. Perhaps she was better off being as poor as she was. No, that makes no sense. She seems more like the reserved type like herself. She is probably getting the wrong idea. She must have touched it by accident. but so she discovered it after inviting him to her room. I guess you are right, Ochako said, considering how worse hers was in comparison since she flashed it to another girl. In any case, they both talked and decided to go and give their apologies to Izuku for last night. However, Ochako was in Momo's room and had to go back to her room to get changed. That meant running the risk of him seeing her in her underwear again. No, she had to do it eventually. With both the speed of a cheetah with its ass set ablaze and the clumsiness of a drunk tiger, she made it to her room. This was done without Izuku walking by and seeing her in her underwear, fortunately enough. After they were both dressed, they walked downstairs to see he played out some toast for them. He apologized to them for only being able to make toast, so Momo made some tea to go along with it. Ochako could only say thank you for the meal and offer to help clean the dishes after. That was when Power Loader Sensei came in and told her she would have to start building it tomorrow. Izuku had woken up a little early to prepare breakfast for them but remembered the state of the kitchen. Fortunately, the toaster survived, and so he was able to at least make some buttered toast for them. After he was done, he saw them come down and apologized for not being able to do more. I'm sorry, toast was the best I could do, he said, embarrassed that he could not at least make them eggs to go with it. Momo was feeling a bit bad for having him apologize for not being able to make anything other than toast. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be her for destroying the kitchen, not him. He made do with what he could, and it still looked good. She needs to do something to help him with it. I will make some tea to go along with it, she said, knowing she could do at least this much for them. Ochako felt bad being unable to help either of them prepare breakfast this morning. Izuku had woken up early and made the only thing he could with the tools and ingredients that he still had. He even apologized for not being able to do more, but what he did was more than enough. Then there was Momo. She made tea for them, something Ochako would only get in the way of. Compared to Momo, she would not be able to make better tea, so she had to leave it up to her. Well, then I will help clean the dishes, she said, making sure she did at least one thing to help. As the students were finishing up breakfast, that was when Power Loader came in. Nezu told him the kitchen was destroyed, and at first it confused him until he saw the video. To say he was infuriated was an understatement. He just made this a week ago and now he had to fix it. He noticed Ochako Uraraka cleaning some dishes and told her the bad news. Sorry, but it will take me half the day to fix this, so you will start building it tomorrow, he said, sighing. Ochako was worried for a moment that she was going to fall behind the other support students. The only reason she was here was because she was told she had potential. She did have her doubts that she was creative enough to actually be successful. That was then she heard Izuku suggest an idea, one that sounded like it would fix her problem. Power Loader Sensei also confirmed her own thoughts, and after they got ready, we were out the door. Izuku looked at her and saw she was clearly worried when Power Loader told her she had to wait. He could not blame her, as her possible high school career would be determined by it. After thinking about it for a moment, he came up with an idea and proposed it to them. Then why don't we go around town and check out hero gear that might inspire you, Izuku said, getting a positive response from Power Loader. Power Loader was puzzled at what to do in his new student predicament, as he needed to be there to supervise her. Though he knew he was not allowed to say anything about it due to Nezu orders, he still wanted to slap her upside her head. Special student or not, he was still a little pissed that her incompetency took away from one of his 2 prize pupils' work time. Then Midoriya suggested something that will help her get use out of her time out of the lab. That is a good idea. By looking at the gear, you can see what kind of tools and techniques are used to make them. That should help you to figure out what support tool you will need for the class, he said, getting to work as they got ready to leave. Izuku was wearing a light green kilt, something that most people these days think is only worn by girls, but actually it is worn by men traditionally. Though technically he was not Scottish, so it was debatable whether or not he was cross-dressing. He had knee-high socks on today to cover his legs, and went with his usual pair of red high tops. For tops, he went with a sleeveless black top and a light jacket that was light green colored. When he got downstairs, Momo was already waiting for them. However, when Ochako saw them dressed, she became depressed. Momo was dressed similar to that of a secretary, with her white blouse and black necktie and her below-knee black skirt. She had ankle-height black socks, along with her brown loafers, which were part of the school uniform. With her purse slung over her shoulder, she made her way to the entrance, waiting for Ochako and Izuku. Ochako had hurried to get dressed a bit better, as the other 2 did not plan to go out today, therefore they needed to change their clothes. However, she was utterly defeated by them, as they were dressed in much nicer clothes than she could ever afford. Her simple t-shirt, hoodie, jeans, and sneakers paled in comparison to the high-quality clothes they were wearing. Walking around the city. As they walked around the city, they saw a few hero fights, and Ochako made sure to pay extra close attention to their gear. It was all well made, and even though she was no expert, she could tell where certain tools were used. The placement of the screws, the very discreet lines that showed where 2 pieces of metal were brought together. It was all clear for her to see, so long as she focused on the gear and not on the hero themselves. However, at some point in one of the fights, she saw a blonde girl and a green-haired boy cheering the hero on while the boy was taking notes down in a small book. It was lunchtime and they were getting hungry. Ochako was going to suggest something cheap, but then Izuku made a suggestion. He said there was a maid cafe run by the hero sweep queen nearby, that is if they took the back alleyways. Despite it sounding like it was a dangerous idea, she figured if Izuku suggested it, he could protect them. As they made their way through the back alleys, they came across a group of 3 people around their age. It appeared that 2 of the 3 were arguing while the other was just watching wearily. He had milk chocolate-colored skin, black hair, and blue cold eyes that made you think twice about approaching him. In terms of clothing, he was wearing an old hoodie with a pair of ripped jeans. Whether it was intentional or not, she did not know. He was also around 5 feet and maybe 4 inches. All she knew was that he was shorter than Izuku by a little bit. Though he seemed to have freckles, but she could not be sure from this distance. It would be nice to have something like zoom vision. Among the other 2 who was arguing, one was a girl and the other was a boy. The girl had a gentle face, with half blonde and half black hair, with one red eye, the other being brown. She was pale, her skin reminding her of a porcelain doll. She was wearing an old hoodie, a below-knee-length skirt, and a pair of dirty white loafers. In terms of height, I say she was around 5 feet tall, maybe an inch or 2 more at most. The boy was pale as a ghost with brown wavy hair, and he had black in his eyes where there should have been white, with blue irises. Though unlike his friend, his were much more gentle-looking. Despite him arguing right now, he also had large canines coming down from the top of his jaw and over the outside of his lips. For clothes, he wore a partly ripped red jacket, a dark navy blue t-shirt, baggy jeans, with sandals to complete the ensemble. His height, however, was far taller than his 2 friends, as he was over 6 feet tall for sure. It seemed the dark-haired one noticed them slowly approach and motioned them to come along, before he proceeded to shove his 2 friends to the wall to make room for us. Needless to say, we accepted his offer right away. Ochako was glad that was over as they hurried to the cafe that was only another 5 minutes away. When they got there, Ochako opened the door to a room full of maids, tea, and some weird cutesy food-serving gestures. That was when an older woman, around the age of some of the teachers, came up to them. Wearing a frilly maid outfit that went just past her knees, she also had some sort of metal broom on her back. Her golden blonde hair was done into a pair of twin tails that were curled similar to drills. But what stuck Ochako just as much as the rest of her appearance on its own was her green eyes. They reminded her of bright emeralds that stood out, even more so due to her porcelain white doll-like skin. They were taken to a table where, despite her nervousness of having Momo pay for them, she ordered still. Ochako had a maid-style rice omelet, with a maid-style fresh squeezed orange juice, while Momo had ordered the maid-style hamburger and French-made French fries with an ice-cold maid cola. Izuku ordered the maid-style katsudon with some maid-style fruit juice and a maid-style miso soup. Was it just her, or were they the only girls in here? Customer-wise anyway, there were definitely plenty of female staff. As always, it seems wherever he goes, Izuku seems to draw attention to himself, though it does not seem he is used to it. As we were eating, a news story of a group of delinquents who were beaten and found with tools shoved up various places were found. Momo gave Izuku the same look my mom gives my dad when he lies about going to the bar with his buddies from time to time. They decided to talk about it later, and I did not want to get in between the 2 of them on this subject, if the comparison to my parents earlier taught me anything. After we finished eating and paid, we went across the city again till it was about dinner time, so we stopped at a ramen stand. With how well these 2 were dressed compared to the other people living in this area, they stood out. Judging by how they did not understand why everyone was looking at them, made her realize something. While Momo had no idea how to dress in normal clothes, Izuku tried to dress like an average person, almost looking like a commoner. But his quality of clothes, despite how normal and average they were, you could still tell they were of high quality with a single glance. When we got back, her and Momo took a bath together and Izuku took one after them. She spent the night in her room before going to the workshop at around 9 in the morning as Power Loader Sensei instructed her. When she entered, he told her to get to work. After 3 days of building, she had completed it. Support course workshop. You made a metal gloves, Power Loader said, tilting his head as she presented it to him. He was busy setting up the main workshop, so he sent her to the private workshop to work on it. However, he was expecting a bit more. Perhaps she has a hard time controlling her quirk cause it is touch activated. If so, then simple gloves would have sufficed. It is more than a simple pair of gloves, Ochako Uraraka said, smugly beaming with pride over her hard work. Below each finger on the palm side of the glove there was indents, rather circle that matched the circles on the glove's fingertips. After putting it on, she showed off all of its capabilities, not hesitating to reveal a single one. This is the following sequence for each attachment. Left hand, pinky finger plus left finger equals tweezers using the middle and right fingers. Thumb equals screwdriver on pinky finger. All finger except the thumb equals wrench on the thumb. Right hand, thumb equals blowtorch on the pinky finger. Pinky finger plus right finger equals light on the thumb. Pinky finger plus right finger plus middle finger equals water sprayer on left finger. All finger except the middle finger equals air spray gun on middle finger. Are you sure about the finger you chose for the air spray gun? Power Loader felt like he needed to ask her. While gloves are necessary for her quirk, and these titanium gloves would definitely hold up better than a pair of artist's gloves. Hopefully her design would not come back to bite her when she worked around other people using it, except for that Hatsune girl. Nearly getting blown up by her will hopefully be a first and last time this year. Even so, the different tools and details she added into the gloves, or rather gauntlets, were impressive. A blowtorch to weld pieces of metal, a light for when she works in the dark, as well as pressurized water and air guns for cleaning, cooling. That was just one hand, and there was still a second with 3 other tools, one of which was a tad questionable. 2 were basic tools, a screwdriver and a wrench, both of which were some of the most used. The tweezers were the questionable part, but they could be used for more delicate, so it was not as though they were pointless. After he gave his approval, he told her to take the next week to relax and prepare herself, cause as soon as the other students move in, the dorm would become noisy. And he was worried he created a support gear-making monster. Well, at least there was not 2 of them. Ochako was overjoyed. She borrowed multiple books from UA Library to begin her week of studying. Granted, she took her breaks with Momo and Izuku. To her surprise, Izuku turned back into a boy completely. It seemed his transformation time to half-female is determined by the hair of injury he heals. Apparently he changed after healing her, though he apparently changed back the first day she started working on her gauntlet. She did not pay attention as she only slept for 4 hours before going over her blueprints early in the morning. Power Loader Sensei only allowed her in the lab between certain hours. Izuku and Momo said 4 hours was not enough. But for Ochako it was more than enough for her in order to concentrate and get the energy she needs to get by. Now that she has discovered the thrill of inventing, sleep was the last thing she wanted, though Machai was still number 1 on her list. Inventing was a close second, but a new love nonetheless, one she was glad Power Loader Sensei introduced her to. UA dorms. Now that Ochako had retreated to her room for the night, Momo made some tea and sat down Izuku in the dining room. She allowed him to dodge the question in front of Ochako, but this time he was not worming his way out. After watching him stare at his tea in absolute silence for about 5 minutes, she took a sip of hers and began. Were you the one that put those tools in those delinquents? You know, spots where sunshine usually does not reach. Momo asked him, getting a slight stutter before he answered. Izuku knew it would come up again, but he was not expecting it to come up so soon, and in front of Ochako of all people. Though it seemed as though she decided not to question what his and Momo involvement with those delinquents on the news was. That being said, when Momo wanted to have tea later, just the 2 of them, he expected questions, but this felt more like an interrogation. Even though it was only a few minutes or so at most, it felt like hours for him as he stalled for time looking at his tea, feeling like a nervous wreck. He has killed pro heroes before who were worse than most villains he's seen on television. He has lied to the police countless times before. Yet trying to lie to this girl somehow trumped all this stressful situations. How was he supposed to respond if she asked him that question? Then she skipped all the subtlety of an interrogation and went straight to the big question without build-up. He was never good at lying on the spot, so the few times he lied to the police, he carefully planned out every detail of his lie well in advance to make it easier. Okay, calm down, Izuku. She will understand it if you tell her the truth. Izuku thought this and many similar others' thoughts. Yet they were not helping him with telling her the truth. His stomach was in knots as he tried to think of a way to tell her. All you did was take them down. You did not do anything unnecessary. He heard that thought from within the back of head. All I did was take them down. I did not do anything unnecessary. He said out loud, almost slamming his hands over his mouth immediately afterwards. Izuku was expecting a harsh scolding or worse, her telling him to stay away from her, but instead she sighed. It sounded as though she was relieved by his response, even though it was not to her question. Momo was overjoyed to hear that as his response. She was worried he had done something he would have regretted. Looks like he was more embarrassed about admitting he actually did something as reckless as take them on all by himself. If he did not do anything unnecessary, then that means he was careful as to not get any injuries from his fight with them. Her plan B, if he kept on trying to deny it, was to forcefully strip him and see for herself if he was injured. Randomly holding a man down and striping him naked was the last thing she wanted to do. Fortunately, she does not need to scare him or embarrass herself by doing such a perverse action. Technically, the reason Nezu trusted him to the girls was to prevent that stuff from happening to him in the first place. Besides, even if she did get away with such a thing, he think of her as a perverted gremlin who only wants him for his body, not a pleasant image she wants to leave her new friend with. Izuku suddenly felt a chill up his spine as though someone was thinking of doing something perverted and disgusting to him. Note to self, make sure he triples checks the locks on his door before going to sleep every night from now on. Minoru Maita room. Minoru Maita was in the middle of looking at some BDSM porno mags with one of his hands under his desk when he suddenly sneezed. That smoking hot whitish, silver-haired chick must be thinking about me right at this moment, he said, putting the mag down and switching to both hands. He was going to dedicate this session to her in every position he was reading in this mag, to what he envisioned her perfect body to look like. UA dorms. A few days after Power Loader Sensei took Ochako out of the lab, a pink-haired girl kicked down the door. Her and Momo was in the middle of watching a documentary on different types of metals, but right now this new girl had her attention. Before she knew it, this pink-haired girl ran up to her and started to grab her face, basically playing with her cheeks. Was this the same as the time Izuku said it was weird when I was feeling his chest and female form to determine if they were real? Mei was told by Power Loader Sensei to move into the dorms a few days before the official start. There was apparently a student with brown hair who was also given a sort of scholarship similar to the hero course. She was apparently very talented, someone who Mei would apparently like to partner up with. He said it would be to Mei's benefit to have her around. If it was like how her parents used the word, that meant she would be boring and cautious. Something she would not like. Still, her hopes he was different from the other adults around her was dwindling. She was told to leave her current inventions at home as there would be limited space in her dorm room. As she made her way to the dorm ahead of the moving truck, she heard from the open window a familiar documentary she watched last night. It seemed odd how a hero student would be watching a documentary on metals. This is her. Mei realized it was the other girl Power Loader Sensei told her about. With great vigor she rushed through the door, kicking it down. There she was as she turned to Mei. It was the brown-haired girl she was told about. Her big eyes were a chocolate brown, with a curious and gentle look that went beyond her eyes, radiating from her entire being. Her cheeks, though, kinda reminded her of a chipmunk's, as they looked like she could stuff them with a fair amount of food. She was a really sweet-looking girl. At the very least, she seemed not to mind her getting in her personal space. So she should be all right to work with on their future babies together. As she was thinking such things, Mei's thoughts were interrupted by a question. She grinned and took a few steps back, introducing herself with gusto as her father always told her to do. "Mei Hatsum, your future baby-making partner," she said, shaking the girl's hand with great fervor. For some reason, she began looking between her chest and crotch while blushing. She then pulled her hand away, screaming if she was the same as Izuku. Did this girl already meet him? That was when she saw a familiar face and jumped at them, sending them to the ground. Ochako was getting tired of this, and he decided to ask her the question that was on her mind. "Who are you?" Ochako asked the pink-haired girl, getting an unusual response. This girl seemed to be energetic to the point where she lacked all sense of personal space. Then it hit her. She said something about baby making. "Hold on, does she have a?" Ochako asked herself this as she looked between this girl's chest to see if her breast was real and her crotch to see if there was a bump. "Are you the same as Izuku?" She could not stop herself from shouting. She looked confused when suddenly Izuku came down and was tackled by her in a tight hug. Izuku was groggy from staying up late last night chatting with Momo about his clothes and how his friends, along with his mother, chose them for him. She seemed surprised when he told her that he was just using the clothes combination they taught him. But it was the God's honest truth. He had next to no idea about fashion, be it men's or women's clothes. Yuga, on the other hand, was his opposite. He knew detailed information about both men's and women's fashion. He paid especially close attention to Europe's fashion, though his mother is from France, so it made sense, since his mother was his role model for fashion knowledge. As he was coming down, he heard someone mention baby making. Did Mei apply for the hero course and not tell him? Then he thought he heard Ochako scream his name, so he hurried down to see what the hell was happening. As soon as he turned the corner of the bottom of the staircase, he was tackled by a pink blur. "Hey Mei, so you decided to become a hero?" he asked her, getting up while she was still clinging to him. She responded as he both hoped and feared. It looks like his next 3 years will be more noisy than he expected. It has been hell for Mei, unable to see or talk to him, even if it has only been a week since she has last been with him. It seemed he thought she was trying to apply to the hero course and surprise him, so she broke the news to him she forgot to before he left. "Nope, I am the other support course student who was told to move into the dorm," she said, grinning as he sighed. After that, she explained to the brown-haired girl why she knew about her and got her name this time. She also found out about how she discovered the truth of Izuku downstairs a few days ago. Mei was a tad jealous, as the last time she tried to examine it up close, she was promptly stopped by him covering himself while he backed away. With their names now properly exchanged, she gave her new baby-making partner a hug. She exclaimed that Mei's crotch was poking her, so the inventor checked it by dropping her baggy pants down. She went red and covered her face as Mei checked to realize that she had forgotten she placed a large battery in the left pocket of her baggy pants. Because of how baggy they were, it fell down to where a guy's crotch would be. Even after explaining it to her, she was given a skeptic look. So Mei took her panties down as well to prove it, only to get scolded by her for doing that in front of a guy. So she told her how Izuku had seen her naked plenty of times growing up, which caused Ochako to scold her more for apparently not learning after years of this happening. Ochako was surprised to see that Mei knew Izuku already, but was quite happy to see how she was talking to her friend again. A week of complete silence from him must have been unbearable for her if the fact she refused to let go of him even after he got up was any indication. Then she hugged her as well, which she was fine with, and returned her hug happily. At least until it poked her. She broke the hug and noticed something poking out of her crotch. "What is that in the crotch of your pants?" she exclaimed as was weary yet again. Then without explanation, Mei dropped her pants, so Ochako covered her eyes, not wanting to see it. This girl, as she claimed to be, was a pervert who enjoyed flashing people. So then, despite that, why was Ochako tempted to stop covering her face and see it? The pink-haired student tried to explain to her it was just a battery that fell down her deep pocket at an odd angle. She was not believing her until the girl pulled her panties off and clearly showed what indicated her as a lady. Though there was a bit of fuzz, there was nothing wrong with going the natural route and not shaving there. Ochako and her mother do that as well, but it is more for saving money than anything else, unlike this girl who did not seem to need to cheap out. Assuming her friendship with Izuku meant a similar social status, which still makes it a bit odd. According to Momo, when it was brought up in the shower, properly painting it down, there was a common thing amongst the women of upper-class society. They helped Mei put away her clothes after the moving truck finished dropping off her stuff. With it they had made seafood curry for dinner, along with fresh white buns, something she only had 3 years ago for Christmas dinner. When she said so through a mouthful of food and possibly a few tears, everyone looked at her with pity and gave her most of their shrimps. It was quite embarrassing, but then again it was better than looks of disgust she usually got from the others girl at her middle school. With about a few days of light training, relaxing, and studying together, the 4 of them finally met their classmates. It was quite noisy and everyone was unique to say the least, but overall everyone kept to themselves. That was when a few of them decided to gather everyone to meet up and discuss dorm rules, as they would be sleeping in this building together for the next 3 years. Since they had to meet up down there to hear their scores, everyone, or at least most of them, did not mind due to this reason. The group of girls consisting of Mina, Yui, Setsuna, and Ryuko had arrived together with one moving truck, along with one car. Their car was driven by Dabai and Toga, as both were here to help them today with the move-in. That and to check up on Mei to see if she had been behaving herself in a way that does not make her look suspicious. When they came in, they saw a brown-haired girl with grease on her face and in her hair curled up on the couch hugging Mei. Her face was buried in the breasts of the pink-haired ally of hers as though they were fleshy pillows, something the girls did themselves quite a few times before whenever they stayed up with Mei, going over their personal support gear she made. That and the occasional romp when they needed to burn off a certain type of energy, while Izuku was unfortunately away with his dad somewhere. Mei, as usual, was clinging to her partner with one arm around her back and the other on the head. She always likes to pat your head as she falls asleep, something that was quite nice to experience from her especially. Most would think that her hours of work with metal and building support gear would make her numerous calluses on her hands uncomfortable. However, it was actually quite pleasant. Because of the calluses, it was like she massaged your head whenever she patted. This made them worry for a moment about whether or not Mei exercised with the brown-haired girl underneath the sheets yet. Though her lack of people skills may lead you to think she is bad at anything social, she herself was a natural when it came to adult situations, to the point where the other girls had to exercise with her very often, as Izuku alone would never be enough to satisfy her. Heck, it usually took 2 of the other girls to satisfy her, usually, sometimes 3. Puberty hit her personality quite hard, though she was mumbling about chipmunks for some reason, so they took a closer look at the brown-haired girl. Her puffy cheeks certainly reminded the group of a chipmunk's cheeks. Hold on, this girl matches the description of the one Yuga met at the entrance exam. Well, she already made good friends with Mei, so it should be fun when she hangs out with them. Assuming he ever gets the courage to ask her out. As always, she just loves romance, be it movies or real-life stories. There seemed to be a lot of blueprints laying around the large coffee table here in the living room. So this what they had been working on. Was that a lightsaber from one of those old space monk warrior movies? In any case, they went to their rooms to set up their stuff after the movers brought it all in. The maids Izuku used were only a few, so it was okay he borrowed them for as long as he did. This meant they had to hire actual movers for them. Mina was setting up her photos, yoga mat, her small TV, her DVD player, and her perfumes when she heard a knock at the door. She called out for them to enter her room. "You can come in now," she shouted so they could hear her. Her door opened and there was Setsuna grinning ear to ear as she told her how she had completed her room setup. They spent a few minutes talking about her Mina's room before Setsuna suggested they do a little contest of sorts. As she explained it to her, it sounded like fun, so she agreed to doing the suggestion later. They still had a few hours to kill. They decided to go to make sure Mei and the brown-haired girl would put everything away. They divided up into teams of 3 and did one room at a time, focusing on putting away their clothes. Dabai had to sit it out and decided to go to Izuku to ask how Mei has been acting the last few days. So their plan changed from 2 teams of 3 to Mina and her doing their rooms by themselves, while the other 3 worked on Ryuko and Yui rooms themselves, one room at a time to completion. Setsuna had put her room together quite simply with just a radio, CD player, along with countless photos of her and the others. She also made sure to include a few of her parents in her. She does not like using makeup or perfume that much, like Mina or Toga. Toga always insisted on wearing makeup, unlike Setsuna, who felt like it was pointless, mainly cause her splitting quirk would easily cause it to smudge. While Mina wore a hell of a lot of perfume in order to cover up the acid smell her skin had due to her quirk, Setsuna had a very sensitive nose as a result of her reptilian-like quirk. Later, when they went to the common room, while the movers were bringing the belongings of the young man with glasses from the exam who loves to lecture, the young man himself was shouting about how such public displays of infection were incredibly inappropriate. Mina ended up telling to calm down, and they clearly passed out working on something due to the blueprints on the coffee table. He seemed like he was going to lecture them further, but had to get his things ready, as tonight the test scores would be revealed. Along with a little something they had planned earlier, one by one more people arrived. By the time the 20th or so person arrived to the dorms, Toga and Dabai were gone. Mei and the girl, whose name was apparently Achako Uraraka, cleaned up their mess and went to Mei's room to talk more after eating. Yuga Aoyama had brought servants with him to help get his room set up like Izuku did when he came. After they finished setting up his room, they parted ways as they hugged him goodbye, crying. He promised he would come home to visit on the next long break. His parents made an even bigger fuss than the servants did. Fortunately, they agreed to stay home and not come with him. Once the servants left, he made his way to Izuku's room and greeted the girls as he ran into them. Mina's room was quite nice. He even noticed how she had the perfume he got her for her last birthday up front, standing in front of the other bottles. May was apparently busy cleaning her room as she had blueprints from the last few days scattered everywhere. Once he had everyone gathered inside the common room, Nezu then had the list appear first with 1B, then with 1A after them. One for each class, but everyone's individual scores would be revealed. First was the list for Class 1B. Half of them were upset, especially so when they realized most of the girls were sent to Class 1A. Especially one boy with grape-like hair. He complained how the guys in Class 1A would not be able to fully appreciate the harem they were surrounded by. With 1B done, now was the time for them to find out how everyone placed in Class 1A. His message appeared on the screen saying how scores were not the sole reason that determined your class. As such, they were not surprised when some people in Class 1B had higher scores than some of 1A. It showed how the 17th and below spots had 0 points despite getting in. Then it showed who was exempted from the exam and who passed the recommended exam. 1. Yuga Aoyama equals 138. 2. Mina Ashido equals 131. 3. Ibara Shizeki equals 105. 4. Kyoka Gyro equals 85. 5. Katsuki Bakugo equals 84. 6. Yui Kodai equals 81. 7. Ryaiko Yanagi equals 81. 8. Itsuka Kendo equals 77. 9. Setsuna Takagi equals 77. 10. Shihai Kirwaro equals 70. 11. Tenya Ida equals 67. 12. Fumikage Takoyami equals 65. 13. Suiwa Sui equals 64. 14. Kazuho Hanyama equals 62. 15. Kanoko Komori equals 61. 16. Rikido Sato equals 58. 17. Pony Tsunotori equals 0 divided by recommended exam. 18. Shoto Todoroki equals 0 divided by recommended exam. 19. Izuku Midoriya equals 20. Momo Yaoyorozu equals. The students, as far as he could tell, were not surprised to see that 2 of the 4 were students who passed the recommended exam. However, for some reason 2 were questions marks. This baffled the majority, so they asked the 2 students. Even the ones who passed the recommended exam were given scores. He did this on purpose to throw his new students for their first of many loops he had planned out for the year. I was let in without an exam due to how powerful my quirk was, Momo said, shyly scooting back to hide behind Izuku. It was more or less the same with me, except they had one of the teachers trained me for the past year. Izuku said, getting a few jaws to drop, some with shell-shocked looks, and certain others angry. You think you're better than me? Katsuki Bakugo shouted, barely holding himself back from lunging at the boy. But we saw you take the written test, Tenya Ida said, chopping his hands in the air like a robot, as per usual. We were told they needed a benchmark for our academics, so we came in to do the written, Izuku said as Momo nodded behind him. Once all that arguing stopped, at least till the next one to appear on the TV screen was then displayed. Rikido Sato had less than the 60 required to pass. They complained until he told them what was in his video. That was when it dawned on the boy known as Tenya Ida that he might have lost points during the exam. Good eyes, but a little late. Fortunately for him, he still had promise. Once he stopped lecturing everyone he saw, thinking he was above them. How ironic that unlike Shoto Todoroki, who also comes from a hero family, he was much more in your face about it than him. Despite the fact he was coming from the lesser-ranked hero family, he still thought he had the right to push his ideals onto others. Nezu was going to enjoy breaking this one. Fortunately, his older brother did not let his family prestige go to his head, otherwise this might have been harder. Spot 15 through 6 were ignored or dismissed when they had admitted to doing a fair amount of rescuing. There was, however, were no record breakers until the 5th spot, as the previous record was 82 points. Well, 82 was the record, except for All Might, but no one considered it fair to compare his score to others given how powerful his quirk was. However, despite breaking the record for most Villain points and getting 5th place overall between both classes, Katsuki Bakugo was fuming with rage. How the hell did I come in 5th place? I am supposed to be the strongest, he screamed as the television switched to himself, who was currently sipping a cup of tea. Katsuki Bakugo, the reason that you came in 5th and not higher was because there were 2 sets of point values, one of which you got 0 points in, he said, now showing the point split for everyone. Though you did break All Might previous Villain point record of 81 points, All Might total score once you added his rescue points was 141 points. Your fellow students, which filled about half your class total, also got rescue points. That is why you came in 5th place, Nezu said smugly before switching to the footage from the exams. The footage consisted of the top 4 students saving people. The 3 girls in the top 5 were quite embarrassed to be at the center of attention. Fortunately for them, everyone had completely shifted their attention to Yuga Aoyama and called out in astonishment. That was you. That was so epic. You were the reason I got blinded and smacked into a damn wall by a robot at the end. Most of them were positive comments, but the last one was infuriated. If he was so easily caught off guard by Yuga Aoyama Pillar of Light, then it may have been a mistake to let them into UA. After a few minutes of arguing, before Yuga Aoyama could be hurt before the first day, Nezu decided to move on to the next list on the agenda. I will be there in 30 minutes to do a room contest. Everyone who participates must show their rooms to the others. In exchange, the winner among the participants will win 300,000 yen. Decide before I get there, he said, turning off the screen, cutting his connection. If his predictions were correct, this would turn out to be quite amusing once he got there to greet them. To the surprise of Izuku, he and Momo were not allowed to take part due to their allowances already dwarfing the amount of the award. That being said, he was relieved as due to being left out those who participated as well as those who did not never noticed the size discrepancy between the rooms. Those who participated were very few, with the list being made up of a surprisingly few names: Yuga Aoyama, Mina Ishido, Yui Kodai, Ryako Yanagi, Itsuka Kendo, Setsuna Takagi, Kazuho Hanyama, Kinoko Komori, Rikido Sato, Honitsu no Tori, Shoto Todoroki, Ajiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Minoru Maita, Meihatsum, Toru Hagakure. Everyone who showed their rooms were quite eager to do so. Both Mina and Setsuna had similarly designed rooms. Ryako and Yui had similar simple rooms, though Todoroki's room was simple as well. He went to the effort of replacing his wooden flooring with tatami mats. Kendo and Kirishima had workout equipment in their rooms. Other than their rooms were also simple and bare, with 1 or 2 hero posters on their walls. Komori was incredibly nervous but decided to show off her room. It was also simple and barren, if you did not count all the potted plants she had in her room. Once we moved on from the staggering amount of plants, we moved on to Hanyama's room, which was filled with instruments and CDs everywhere. She even had a record player in there with some pretty good rock and jazz bands, though for some reason she had a very adult-themed leather outfit hanging up out in the open. Kaminari's room was filled with a few family photos and a pile of video games with 3 different game systems in the corner beside a small television. No one wanted to go into Minoru Maita's room and skipped it as he creeped us out, especially me. What did I do to get his attention? Sato had a small portable oven, a mini fridge, and a cabinet with flour as well as other things he would need for baking. Toru Hagakure, despite being the only girl in Class 1B, was not upset about being the only girl. Rather, she was sad that she had to wait till lunchtime to talk to the other girls. Her room was filled with enough stuffed animals to make a small army, as well as other accessories, making it clear she tried too hard to seem cute to other people. Yuga had his room filled with mirrors and a suit of armor, as well as his signature sparkle bombs he makes, which I am still confused as to how he makes them without getting himself covered in sparkles. They had her room a mess with tools and blueprints everywhere, but at least it was a somewhat organized mess. Then finally came Achako's room. It was much neater than Mei, as she had her blueprints rolled neatly in a box to the side. Her tools were shoved into a toolbox in a haphazard way, but it was better than Mei, who had the floor littered with hers. Her pink walls and ceiling suited her perfectly, so much so that despite how good Sato cake was, she ended up winning. She was overflowing with joy, tears of profuse happiness flowing down her face as Nezu handed her the 300,000 yen. UA dorms. The next day everyone woke up one by one. Today was her turn to make breakfast. Last night she and the girls decided on a cooking schedule rotation for them, Yuga and Izuku. Minus Achako and Mei, as they had little cooking skills. Also, with as little sleep as they get, the last thing they want to risk is those two mixing up ingredients. Izuku and Yuga were also decent enough at cooking to help out and teach the basics to the two inventors. The schedule was as followed, with Momo assisting one of them on Fridays using the same rotation order as for the rest of the week. This was because they liked how Momo wanted to be useful to Izuku, so they decided to teach her. Also, it would not hurt to eventually add her to their group of very close friends, as they could not deny she was a beautiful bombshell of a girl. As for Achako, they wanted to help get her and Yuga together, so they decided to set up a sort of mini breakfast lesson date for them on Saturdays. Mina, Monday, Yui, Tuesday, Ryako, Wednesday, Setsuna, Thursday, Momo and one of the other 4, Friday, Achako and Yuga, Saturday, Izuku and Mei, Sunday. Mina knew that Yui and Setsuna were the least skilled amongst the 4, so she made a slightly complicated breakfast. This way the two of them could make more simple breakfasts on their days without having to repeat the previous day's breakfast. Granted, due to each of their own quirks' uniqueness, some required different diets than the others. As a result, this influenced their breakfasts. In this case, this caused her to make French toast with a fruit salad on the side consisting of apples, oranges, and grapes. For drinks, she made a peach lemonade mix for everyone. This went over well with everyone, especially Yuga, as he had a similar diet to hers. When the others came down and saw that the 9 of them eating breakfast but saw none was left for them. "Why did the maid only make enough for your group?" Maida said, pointing accusingly at all of us. This was irritating to say the least. She purposely had pajamas and maid uniform combined so she could make breakfast for Izuku as soon as he woke up. She did not mind being called a maid, as she considered herself Izuku's personal maid. What she hated was people like this kid who thought they could demand things of others. Mina may hate heroes, but not all. What she hated were the self-centered jackasses who thought their hero status allowed them to do whatever they want. Even more so, she hated students like him who thought he could be rude to other students just because he lucked out and got into the hero course. "First off, I am wearing my favorite pajamas. Secondly, my name is Mina, not maid, dipshit," she said, getting up from her seat and walking over to him. Just because you have some decent tits, Pinky, don't think an overgrown slug like you can eat was cut off by her as she finally got up to his face and bent down. Thirdly, I am not required to make breakfast for you. Me and my group of friends agreed to take turns cooking for our group, she said, shoving him back onto his ass by slamming the palm of her hand against his face. With a huff, she made her way back to her seat and began eating with the others again as Hay paused for her to come back to the table. The others, mostly the boys of the dorm, saw this and, judging by the looks in their eyes, decided to never talk shit to her again. Momo was surprised when she came down to see Mina in a maid outfit, unsure of why she asked her, hoping not hear something like it was her fetish. Sorry Mina, but could you tell me why you are dressed like that? She asked along with a nod for Machako. I always thought the maid uniforms at Izuku House looked cute, so I got custom pajamas made that look and function similar to a maid outfit, Mina said, making me tilt my head. Function similar to a maid's outfit? Momo asked her new friend, wondering what she was talking about. The maid uniforms at Izuku House are made so they are easy to wash and comfortable to move around in, as they tend to wear them for half the day or more, she said, impressing Momo. Then again, as far as she knew, her family maid's uniforms were designed the same way. After that, they continued to set up the table while she took her turn making breakfast for everyone. It was highly fruit-based but delicious. However, the short boy with grape who was being perverted to Izuku yesterday suddenly asked why she only made enough for us. On top of that, he was being incredibly rude about her appearance. When she stood up to him, it took her breath away. Though his comment about Mina's chest made her self-conscious about her own chest as she realized the other boys might have been staring at hers as well. After that, they finished their breakfast while everyone made their own and argued about who got to make theirs first. Fortunately, it was a peaceful morning after that, that is until Izuku came down and the majority of the dorm saw his uniform. Questions flew left and right about why his was so much different from the others, and he said it was due to his quirk side effects when he overuses it. That was when it clicked for her as to what it meant, her and Achako, if the puffy cheat girl face was anything to go by. Though she had to admit, it was really cute, too cute in her opinion, as it made Mer want to pull him close for the tightest hug she could manage. Izuku was worried when the pervert from yesterday started harassing Mina, but thankful she ended it quickly. Though he wanted to complain that it was because she wore such an outfit in front of the other guys. Granted, she was right about how functionality-wise, it was a good decision, as it meant she did not need to change out of her pajamas here at the dorms before coming down. However, compared to the others who simply put loose track pants or a pair of shorts on, and sometimes a top if they sleep in their underwear, the maid outfit ended up causing a bit more trouble, so it was a hard argument to side with as he now saw the results of it. After they all finished eating their breakfast in relative peace, if you ignored the arguing in the background, they went up to change to go to class. However, he was quite upset about how drastically different his uniform was compared to the standard one, with thigh-high knee socks and shorts that reached out a little bit above where the knee socks ended, creating a small sliver of visible skin on his thigh. For footwear, he had short-heeled brown boots that reached halfway up his calf. The soles were made of iron while being padded on the inside for his walking comfort. He had a white blouse with a gray sleeveless vest with the UA logo in the same place as it is on the regular uniforms. It did not help that Mina insisted on braiding his hair into an apparently stylish ponytail with several knots, as because of how long his hair was. When he got down, he got questions left and right about his uniform, one in particular of which caused all the girls in the dorm to surround and protect him. This was something he was grateful for, as Nezu was proven right about how some of the guys were giving him, as Midnight Sensei would put it, heated looks of adult passion. Why is your uniform so much cuter than the other girls? Denki Kaminari asked, sparking a little. There is no way a prestigious school such as UA would allow such an inappropriate uniform, Tenya Ida said, chopping his arms in a robot-like manner. Why are you trying to suppress those perfect pair of D-sized breasts I saw at the exam? Minor Amina said, drooling a little as he pointed at me, taking a few shaky steps forward. This made him flinch and want to somewhat cry out of both embarrassment and fear to what he just said. Not only was he a creep who could read your measurements, but he also read one of his measurements out loud for everyone in the dorm to hear. Right now he was grateful Principal Nezu put him on the girls' side of the dorm. Though he did not know it at that moment, all the other girls who were unsure of the over-the-top security measures from before were now glad the principal had installed them. I don't know why he did what he said, unable to stop himself from stuttering as he was on the verge of tears. Suddenly the TV turned on and the principal's face appeared on it, clearing his throat, clearly wanting to relay a message. Attention students, to answer the 3 questions from the boys, the answers are in order they were asked, Principal Nezu said, making us all realize he was watching us from some sort of security camera in the shared living room. Many of us looked concerned, especially Momo, who went bright red when she probably realized he might have saw her when I had to strip her to properly heal her burns. Then again, he also felt he went a tad more red at the thought the principal saw him stripping a fellow classmate like that. Midnight and myself designed the uniform for maximum effect, he said, getting hell yeah from Denki Kaminari. This school does not allow stuffy things like tradition or common sense to hold us back when deciding the best possible education policies, Principal Nezu said, earning an apology and bow from Tenya Ida. As for their chest, such questions are inappropriate to ask someone, especially in public, young man. Also, if one of you young ladies would do so for me, he said, making a slapping motion with his hand. One of my classmates, Kazuho Hanyama, one of the girls decided to take a leap forward and landed crouching before punching Minor Minta in the face. That being said, if I am being honest, it is because I found all this drama amusing. Principal Nezu said, laughing with glee at our now blank faces. Oh yeah, I suggest you all start heading out to class now, he said, making us all realize we would end up running late. UA and EZU office. After they all left, Nezu turned off the connection for now and then turned to Eraserhead and Vlad King, who sat there listening, watching the whole time. Both looked exasperated at his usual admittance of doing something because he was simply bored. So Vlad, I want you to follow Eraser lead and skip the entrance ceremony, he said, getting a slightly smug grin from Eraserhead and a shocked look from Vlad King. But wasn't it those kinds of antics that made he was cued off by me before he could continue? What had me angered was the complaints we got from him expelling them on their first day of school. However, if you prefer to take it slow like usual, it is your choice, I asked, waiting for him to break the silence I left hanging between us while he thought about what I told him. I will let them settle in for the first day, especially after this morning they had, he said with a sigh as I nodded in approval at him not letting me influence his teaching style. I was worried about whether or not he could handle the pressure that came with being the one a teacher, but it looks like he will be fine. Eraserhead grunted as his only response, but it was clear he thought that the blood hero Vlad King was going to crash and burn. The joke will be on him in the end. UA main school building. The classroom did not have its teacher when they got there. Each seat said that the official seats will be chosen tomorrow, so to sit wherever they felt like. They passed the time chatting among themselves, or rather the girls surrounded Izuku and ignored the other guys while asking him questions. Your outfit looks super cute, Pony Tsunotori said, clasping both of my hands with stars in her eyes. I am so jealous you get to wear something that eye-catching, Kinoko Komori exclaimed with an adorable pout worthy of a teen idol. Do you think Principal Nezu will let me wear the same uniform? Kazuho Hanyama said, jumping on the tip of her toes. Is it wrong that seeing you in that makes me want you to choke me with your thighs? Yui Koda asked, getting a few odd looks before Mina spoke up next. I personally want to slather up their cute little butt with my slime and peel off those shorts, Mina Ashido said, taking Yui's attention from the others. Granted, our group of friends simply snickered at both their comments, except for Ryuko, who slightly smiled as she always did. I was wrong. Ashido is not the succubus but simply the servant of the actual succubus, Ibara Shizaki said, giving him an appalled look. This comment, however, got a chuckle from Mina as she responded with her usual overdramatic and teasing tone. Oh no, the truth has been revealed. Yes, I am merely a low-level demon who serves this master succubus in hopes of obtaining my own harem one day, Mina said, posting dramatically between every slight pause, getting a huge laugh out of all except Ibara Shizaki. Even Ryuko was chuckling a little, while from a normal perspective it was only a little. In actuality, it was her version of historic laughter. The first few comments were general compliments and questions which made he slightly happy to be given this embarrassing uniform, while the last few made me wonder if the school even knew what sexual harassment lawsuits were. Fortunately, the only ones to make such comments were my friends, who I have grown accustomed to in terms of such talk, though it made me worried about my safety when Ibara Shizaki was looking at me with slight contempt in her eyes. Let's hope that nothing happens on the first day. After a few embarrassing minutes of Mina and Yui going back and forth arguing over me, I assume as a joke, the door opened. When it did, our teacher came in and we all took a seat. Once we did, he cleared his throat and spoke up. Greetings students, my name is Vlad King. I will be your homeroom teacher as of this year. After the opening ceremony, I will show you around the school. Now follow me, he said as we all got up to follow him to the hall where it was held. While we were there, the general education and business students gave us glares for some reason. Guess they were sore about not making the cut for the hero course. While the support course was staring at us with hopeful glee, I heard they help repair hero costumes and make gadgets for us. It seemed they were trying to decide who best to model their wares for future employers, as we had multiple opportunities to be in the public eye as hero course students. What Principal Nezu announced next made me want to jump out of my seat and squeal in joy as he announced the teacher for the class 1 hero course. Yui Kodai was bored watching the ceremony, the desperate looks that most of the support course students sent their way. It was pitiful how they planned on leeching off of the hero course because they could not sell their own skills or products. Then out of nowhere, the principal of UA had said something that blew my mind, as it did many other students here. Young men and women of UA, staring today, we will have 2 new teachers for our Hero Foundation course, he said, getting everyone to hold their breaths in anticipation. For Class 1A and Class 1B in order, the teachers are Rabbit Hero, Mirko, and the symbol of peace, All Might, Principal Nezu said, waiting a few seconds. After a few seconds, everyone exploded except for a few, especially when the 2 heroes mentioned stepped into the room. Setsuna was enjoying everyone's freakout so much that she decided to add to it by using her quirk. I am so excited I lost my head, she shouted as she made her head float up as if it was kicked, only for it to land on the podium in front of Principal Nezu to give a toothy grin to the school that scared the crap out of most of the school. It had both the 2nd and 3rd years there as well, since Nezu had an important announcement to make. I appreciate a good scare, but can you please go back to your body now, young lady, he said to her, chuckling at the scare she gave the school. There was a blue-haired girl and a blonde-haired boy on the stage with the teachers. According to their research, they were part of the Big Three. Both, however, lived up to their reputations as they nearly collapsed laughing with most of the staff on stage with Principal Nezu. "Sorry, sir, but I just could not resist the joke," she said, getting her head back to her body as he continued his speech. After his speech was done, their teacher took them on a tour through the school in which she and the others noted all the major weak spots. When they got to the locker rooms, however, he gave a stern warning to them all, well, mainly to the boys. "Do not even get the idea to try and peek on them, otherwise I will use you as target practice for my blood spears," he said, making a point to destroy several chunks of cement wall that Cementos had left out early from someone else's practice apparently. Needless to say, the boys received the message and gulped before nodding, though the boys in their class did not seem it would be an issue ever coming up. Fortunately, they all seemed focused on hero work and seemed more responsible than Class 1B. Lucky them, they got the civilized ones. Well, civilized in the sense they had no need to worry about sexual harassment from them. They felt bad for then girl in 1B. The bright side was that she was invisible, so she could easily sneak around them using her quirk if needed. U.S. Support Course class. After everyone was calmed down and the entrance ceremony was done, Power Loader Sensei brought us to the workshop. Ochako was sitting with May in the back when he started to speak, worrying the gravity quirk user about her classmates' opinion of her creation. "Alright everyone, instead of showing you around the school, I am just gonna have you review the map of the school and your schedule when you get home today," he said, getting everyone to murmur a bit. "For now, I want you all to show off your inventions you were supposed to make to help you with the workshop projects," Power Loader Sensei said, making a knot in her stomach. Everyone was excited to show off, and it made her more insecure with each invention shown, worried hers was not normal. While she was being worried over her invention, May suddenly held her hand with a gentle yet firm squeeze. "Your baby was amazing. Who cares if it is normal? It is your hard work," May said, reassuring her as if she could read her mind. With a deep breath, she gave a squeeze back and looked forward, determined, when May was called up to show hers. "Hello everyone. The name is May Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries," she shouted, making many chuckle a little. It was clear after noticing their looks on their faces that they had similar dreams as her, which was honestly entirely expected. "These are my analysis goggles with zoom function, though the main function is that they tell you the chemical and mineral composition of whatever you examine it with. By doing this, you can check the purity of the metals you use, as well as if there is still some dangerous chemical residue left of any scrap you wish to reuse," May declared, getting a few jealous glares from the more crudely made tools. After a few more minutes of going into the finer details, there were a few who murmured about asking her to be their partner. That was when May got her the ire of all those people. "Alright baby making partner, come on up and show in what you got," she said, making her want to hide at that moment from the burning jealousy many directed at her. With the help of May dragging her up to the stage, she stopped her shaking legs and took one last gulp of air. Hi everyone, my name is Ochako Uraraka. My quirk is touch activated, so holding my tools properly without gloves was an issue," she said, getting a few remarks about how she managed to pass the test. A few of them went as far as making comments about what was so special about a pair of gloves. "This is the pair of gloves I created with multiple kinds of tools built into them. There are sensors on the fingers and palm that line up to take out certain tools," Ochako said, showing off each tool to them. "Left hand, pinky finger plus left finger equals tweezers using the middle and right fingers. Thumb equals screwdriver on pinky finger. All finger except the thumb equals wrench on the thumb. Right hand, thumb equals blowtorch on the pinky finger. Pinky finger plus right finger equals light on the thumb. Pinky finger plus right finger plus middle finger equals water sprayer on left finger. All finger except the middle finger equals air spray gun on middle finger." After her explanation, the looks of hatred turned into looks of admiration. That was when it hit her. The reason May was so popular and wanted as a partner was because they were the only two girls among the 80 or so students gathered there. It seemed there was very few women among not just the hero industry, but also the support gear industry. After a few shouted requests from the crowd of students to partner with them, May stepped up yet again. "She is my baby making partner, boys, you got that," they said, pulling me into a hug. For some reason, most of the boys got a familiar look on their faces and said something about they would watch that, or they approve of that, and other similar comments. It did not dawn on her until Power Loader Sensei spoke up, yelling at them, that she realized what May put into their heads. "Get your minds out of the gutter. I know what it was like to be a teenager myself, but keep it in your pants, for crying out loud," he said, making all snap back to attention and apologize. When he said for them to keep it in their pants, she realized where she remembered she had seen that look and squeak similarly to a mouse before hiding behind May.
Thanks for watching, legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.